Glad to be here in Baltimore. And Miss Sister Carlene Morris, that last name is Morgan, excuse me. I was saying that last name Morgan. Well, the reason why I got Morris because it's Morgan, Morris, Maros, Morals, El Mare, all of that stuff is Moorish. So Morgan is an actual Moorish name. You can trace a lot of that in the Grail mythology. The Grail mythology, King Arthur and Excalibur and all that stuff was brought to the Europeans by the Moors. It was brought up through France, on into France and on up into Ireland. Then when the British took over Ireland, they took the Camelot mysteries, King Arthur, Guinevere, Lancelot, and they usurped it as a form of their history. In the book Rundle Clark's book, Egyptian Symbolism of Myth and Myth, he also talks about how that King Arthur stuff comes straight out of Hemmitt. You see, came straight out of Hemmitt and came up by the Moors. He talks about that in the Rundle and Clark's book. Egyptian Myths and Symbols is the name of it. I think it's in Dr. Charles Finch uses it a lot. But anyway, they took this and tried to usurp this into their particular culture. The word Arthur also comes from the word Other, which means dog star. That's in Robert Temple's book, Serious Mystery, but Arthur is nothing but a form of Osiris. You see, Lancelot, as well as Parzival, who is the winner of the Grail that receives the Grail, is nothing but Horus. Guinevere is a form of Aset. These are the same stories retold, but that was brought up by the Moors. And so you have a guy called Morgan in the mythology, the Grail mythology, and that's all brought up by the Moors. So get into that, get the movie Excalibur, which would be your introductory piece into the Arthurian mythology. And you know, you get that movie Excalibur and Arthurian mythology, and that'll be your introductory piece. We'll go through a whole lot of information like that, but that movie Excalibur, all kind of great metaphysical mysteries on why. Anybody saw the movie Excalibur and know the story why Guinevere leaves King Arthur? She cheats on King Arthur, and that also has a metaphysical thing called the feminine mysteries of, in so many words, the marriage that we are under the system now is a patriarchal system where the woman is seen as property. So in the feminine mystery, she ends up cheating on him to break free from that patriarchal domination. So it's just interesting. I have a great history here. Like I said, I had an uncle used to be a big-time preacher here in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, and he died in 77. I had this is a great uncle. You know, then I had my mother, brother, and sister, my aunt and uncle, also went to Morgan State here in the 50s and the 60s. So I have a connection here with Baltimore. The last time I was here was in 97, and then before that 96. And then you know, even in the D.C. area, the last time I was there was the Melanin Conference in 1994. Basically, to piggyback off of the introduction, for the people that don't know me, well, first of all, I'm going to spit this to the gods in a few minutes. The people that don't know me, basically, what happened was, it's just like any other thing. We had a resurgence of knowledge, and everybody knows, which is your Afrocentric movement with Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, the cadre of scholars, you know, Francis Cress Wilson, Asa Hilliard, the list goes on and on. Well, I was a part of that down in Atlanta at the particular time. I was just coming off of the whole student thing, you know, being a professional student for about 8 years, you know what I'm saying, and all, you know. And it was spiritual because partially after going to college, I went to Benedict College in South Carolina, Benedict College in South Carolina, and I went to Clark College, later on Clark Atlanta University, and then, you know, the latter part of going to college was for room and board, you know, 3 hots and a cot. And basically, you know, so I just parlayed that other 4 years into just having a place to stay. It was a good way to migrate. If you young people, it's a good way to migrate to other countries, other cities, you know. I was like, you know, I don't want to get to Atlanta, but I don't have no money, don't have no place to stay or whatever and stuff. So I got back in school, you see, and that was one of the keys and stuff like that. So, but so I was a part of that whole student movement and young scholar movement, which was supposed to be the bylaws of the whole ASCAC thing, was that you're supposed to get the scholars to bring this particular history, but then you bring this particular history, then the younger people at that particular time were supposed to take it to another level. So I was nearing 30 at the time when I was in all of this particular Afrocentric information and all, and then all of a sudden, after receiving the history, I'd heard them talk about the mysteries, and becoming disenfranchised with knowing if I had my history and still looking at black people out here acting like fools or going more and more into the plight, you know, into the plight and all. In so many words, I was still searching, and I had a career pretty much plotted out for me because I was an artist by training, commercial art and fine arts, but I was also a I had at that particular one of the only world, so therefore I was it was kind of easy to be successful in it because when you're the only black doing something, you know what I'm saying, you can go right up the ladder. So I went from Clark, Atlanta to the penthouse in the avenues of America in New York City under this Jew, and like the Jew said, look, look, we're going to pimp you for what you are worth, for the simple fact you are the new super Negro. Based on you, so we're going to do the ebony, we're going to do the essence, we're going to do all of this. We got a warehouse in Florida, we're going to give a boutique at Lenox Square Mall. They had it set out. They had $100,000 or $500,000 for me to start my line in the fall of '98. Excuse me, the fall of 89, September '89. And he said, hold on 1 minute. He said, take about a month or two, take about 2 or 3 months to get some black investors. He said, because my family members up there, they're going to own you. You know, they're going to own you. So go back to Atlanta, take a couple of, you know, take a couple of months to get some black investors. I went back, and during the time I was immersed in all of this Afrocentric knowledge, and because that was in September of '89, by November 28th, which was my birthday, I turned 28 in '89, November 28th, and bam, I just died. All I could do was do this. And about a year later, I'm sitting around just studying, going through all of this this new phenomenon of information, and then looked up, and some of the people was like, hey man, it's been a year. What happened to the shoe thing? I said, I don't know. I just died to it. So I walked away from a whole career. And they said, what you gonna do? I said, I have no idea. And so I turned 30, and in '93 I turned 30. Excuse me, not '93, '92, the end of '92, because I'm 40. I'll be 42 in November. So in the end of '92, I turned 30, and basically I started doing this particular lectures so it's going on 12 years. And my aspect was to bring the mysteries back in the particular aspect. I understood that these Europeans had what they call a New Age metaphysical movement, but when you go in there, you will see all of it was white. They never really talked about race, and that was consciously done. So my goal was the last 12 years was to re-blacken it. And about 2 or 3 years into it, about 2 years into it, the spiritual aspect started coming, as far as, although I was doing the research into the metaphysical thing, I was also being initiated on a higher level spiritually. Like, take for instance today, I can tell when you got a whole lot of energy, or a whole lot of another realm, or a whole lot of energy because of initiation, because of certain things you've gone to a certain level, certain things affect you. So they had a solar flare the last 3-4 days. They had a solar flare, which the sun erupts this gas and it shoots out this solar flare. And as a result, I woke up this morning and me and Carlene were just cleaning out. It was no different than a colon cleanser or something like that. No, so we are affected and bombarded by this particular energy. Even today, you might not know it, but on a certain level, you are being affected and going to another level on certain energy. Let me give you an example. How many people, let's say about 10 years ago, somewhere around 10, 12, 13 years ago, around 1990, you saw a resurgence of this particular Afrocentric knowledge, and you had different, and then not only did you have the Afrocentric knowledge, you had different factions, the Nation of Islam, the Moors, different researchers of information coming up, the rappers doing it in the music, and you thought in so many words that the whole country was going through this particular aspect. We even down south, they even had black people in church wearing African outfits, you know, and different things like that. And then all of a sudden, somewhere around 1997, 96 or 1997, some kind of shift changed, and you find yourself all alone in the particular consciousness and can't talk to your other people. Anybody been experiencing this? The people have been in a certain consciousness. It's almost like something happened, and there's a shift, and not unless the circle that you align yourself with, hell, it might be 3 or 4 months before you meet somebody that got something on their mind. Right. That's like almost like there was a separation or something from the conscious people, you see what I'm saying, and regular black folks, until you feel alienated. You know, first of all, we need to ask this particular question: how many people always felt that they were special since you were a child? Raise your hands. Now, this is spiritual because I go across the United States and everybody, it's almost like clockwork. It's almost everybody thinks, you know, you always thought that there was something special about you, and that is because you was born to receive this particular information, and there was some type of shift, whereas they needed a certain amount of people to be custodians of this information, and sometimes custodians of the information is just learning the information. You see what I'm saying? Just learning the information. So these are things that's actually going on. So we are being bombarded and being initiated even as we speak. Even as we speak, we're being initiated. So to get the ball rolling, because I'm telling you, I'm sweating and cleaning out. To get the ball rolling, what we're going to do is we're going to give the entities some of the juice, as far as give the entities some of the energy based on pouring libations. And we'll get into this whole synopsis and this consortium of ancient mysteries as we go on. But we want to give them a form of the libations and stuff. So this is a blend. This is just regular Old Crow Kentucky bourbon. But because it's a blend, it's right for the spirit aspect. Otherwise, you'd have to blend it, so we have different types of elixirs. So for the people that don't understand, the greatest royal art in Hemmitt, which is the most advanced mysteries, was alchemy. Because alchemy breaks down the particles, the fabric of the universe, and the fabric within us, which means in actuality, ultimately, alchemy is a study of melanin. You know, from the dark matter in space to the melanin inside of your body. Now, most people keep thinking of melanocytes based on darkness. We're talking about the melanin in the central nervous system. You see the melanin in central nervous system, in the central nervous system. So, which has nothing to do with your skin color, whether you light or dark. You see, some people say, that person is real black, he got more melanin than me. No, that's just he has more active melanin in the melanocytes. But as far as the melanin we're talking about is the inner melanin in the central nervous system that is being produced from the lower gastrointestinal tract, which we'll get into as we go on, as we go on, which we'll get into. So, the alcohol, the art of fermentation and distillation, was an art that was brought from Hemmitt and taken on up in the Europe by the Moors, And that particular art form of distillation and fermentation came out of the priest of Tahuti, or the priesthood of On of Tahuti, or the Hermetic mysteries, the mysteries of alchemy. So the alcohol is the ultimate aspect of alchemy, which alchemy is also taking something in an original state and making something new out of it. And that's what fermentation is. And in so many words, that is what the whole Christ thing is. You know, I am the wine and I am the vine. That whole concept and all. Remember, the root of the word Christ just simply means your soul. Has nothing to do with no black person or white person running around 2,000 years ago. The word Christos, if you study this with most of it, we only got the religious aspect of the Christos, which is might I add, Greek. I'm trying to find out why the Christians never found another name, even in Hebrew, that they wanted to deal with. When they talk about the Christos, they had to deal with the Greeks. But then again, they even call the Greeks pagans. But the Christos on the metaphysical, esoteric realm, it's like crystallizing. It's called the tikkun. It's talking about a process of change, of mutation, or transmutation. And that is talking about your soul. So there is no person, there's no person, no 2,000 years ago, or no person, no 5,000 years ago, that's going to come back and save you, because the Christos being saved is your soul. That's the Christos. You see, the Heru is your soul. So the Heru ain't no hog-head God that you all are just worshiping, because you only taking the deities. So what you've done is, we've come in, the Afrocentric movement has taken, they still got the same Christian model. You just changed the damn deities. You still worshiping. You see. And the concept here is your own soul. That is the Christos aspect. So the Christos aspect, as far as taking something dormant, in this particular case like your soul, and illuminating it. That is the concept of the scarab. You have it as the scarab. It's dormant. It hangs around dung, shit, or shut, which is, do you know the word shit is an ancient name for God? You get the word soot, set, soot, shut, shit, excrement. You see, and it hangs around shit, and then it grows wings into Kephra, and that represents illumination. That represents illumination. Well, Jesus hung around the stable. Jesus was born in the stable. A stable is shit. You see what I'm saying? Shit is what? Fertilizer. Shit is for this excrement. It's the renewal cycle. You see what I'm saying? So he's born in the stable. This mythology of the whole Jesus thing. You know, he's born in the stable. That represents the shit in your body. The soul rests in the root chakra between the scrotums or the vagina and the anus. That is the realm where the scrotum, the realm where the soul rests, in the root chakra. Down in the bowels of the lower gastrointestinal tract. They say go down into the ravenous dragon and recover the pearl that resides there. You ever heard that? That's even in the Bible, isn't it? Go down through the ravenous dragon and recover the pearl that resides there. Where's the ravenous dragon? The ravenous dragon is the gastrointestinal tract, your intestines, your guts. The ravenous dragon, there's a pearl down there, which means your soul is down in the root chakra. It resides in the shit, nauseous fumes. So the scarab represents the dung beetle. Once it rises up, it has the wings. Now there's a difference between the spirit and the soul. You must understand this, because this is why we get confused. The spirit is anima. Everything down there has a spirit. A rat has a spirit. A dog has a spirit. You see what I'm saying? Everything down here has a spirit. Not everything down here has a soul. A soul only represents that which comes from the original creation or the original fall. That means that a lot of humans down here, in this particular case, don't have the soul. You best believe the ones who got the soul got to be original people. Now, in metaphysics, to prove this, the soul is what produced melanin, the inner melanin. If you take a match, because melanin is nothing but what? Carbon. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. Carbon. You can get that in the book Pyramids of Montauk. Pyramids of Montauk by Preston Nichols and Peter Moon. We'll be documenting sources as we go on. And 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, which is carbon, which is the ketone. So we are carbon beings. The other people are carbon-based beings. Understand this. So if you take a match and the soot, which is the carbon, and you light the fire, and you put it up against this whiteboard, what will happen? Soot will come on the whiteboard. You understand? Well, that's the same concept of melanin. Melanin is being produced inwardly from the soul. It's filtered on into the fountainhead, which is the pineal, pituitary, hypothalamus, or whatever. So the soul is called the shadow. Anytime you see shadow, that's in Jungian psychology. They deal with it a lot in Jung psychology. Anytime you hear the word shadow, anytime you hear that word shadow, that represents the soul. That represents the soul. No, excuse me, that represents melanin. Not the soul. Anytime you hear the word shadow, you hear it in Jungian psychology, the dark night of the soul. That represents melanin. Man's dark half, it represents melanin. Satan represents melanin. We'll get into this type of information because, see, we children, we've been spooked out for years on some mythological character that we don't know. We've been spooked out for years on this because we don't understand the origin of where this stuff comes from because you are still religious. And religion has 98% nothing to do with spirituality. Notice the difference now. Religion is inspirational ceremony and moral code. It's moralism and behavioral modification, but it has nothing to do with spirituality. Most stuff that is spiritual, religion says is evil. 98% of, so most religions have nothing to do with spirituality. So because you sing a little song and pray or do whatever little thing that you've been taught from catechism, Sunday school on up, that is religion. That is a moral, behavioral, political system, but it has nothing to do with spirituality whatsoever. Know this. Because when you get into the real aspects of spirituality, moralism has nothing to do with it. Nothing whatsoever. You got to understand these things. We will answer these questions, but we have to become adults now. We got to go beyond worshiping. That's some bullshit. And praying. You got to demand. That's the problem. See, the spirit realm is like tricksters. They're a bunch of niggas. Exactly. It's a bunch of niggas. And they act like niggas. So if you pray to these particular realms and you give them the authority to govern you, see, it's all principalities in the spirit realm. If you give them the authority that you are subordinate, that means I'm praying to this particular entity, then that particular entity has the authority to either grant you what you want or take a long damn time doing it. So a lot of times, you know, you pray to some particular energy and you don't get what you want. It's because that particular energy that you prayed to, it's a nigga. It might feel as shit. I got 4,000 other motherfuckers praying to me. And your rent need to be paid tomorrow. Because you have granted the energy, because it's principalities. When you give up your right to govern your own spiritual path, then that means another entity has to do it for you because you don't have the knowledge of being the same gods. So as a result, you got to wait for them to do it. And sometimes they'll be like, I don't feel like it. You know what I'm saying? Some of them got thousands of people pulling on them. The other ones say, well, hell, I just woke up after 4,000 years. I don't feel like doing it. Just like you wouldn't trust some Negroes out here to get your job done. The same thing with the spirit realm. Now, if you demand, it's a principality. We'll go into this. I'm getting ahead of myself. But if you say, God damn it, I want it done and I want it done now, then by the process of protocol, they got to do it. They have to do it. I'm getting ahead of myself, but we're getting into the deep realms of spirituality, and a lot of this might sound strange because we're not in worshiping. There's a difference, because some people have adopted the African spiritual system, or African spiritual religions, and although they are more authentic than the modern world religions, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, they are still fragments of a system, and most of the people still worship. So you worship Oshun. You worship Legba. You understand what I'm saying? So you got to understand, the only thing you have done here is, but it's a trickster thing. If you now, if you give them the authority to say, look, I want you to guide me, then they might say, well, shit, I might get to this nigga Monday. 2 weeks from now. But if you understand that, as it says in the Book of the Dead, I've set up a ladder to the gods. That's the spinal column. I set up a ladder to the gods, but I am one of them. And I holler like a goose until they hear my prayer and report it to Sirius. First of all, you got to become one of them. So, tell them motherfuckers get up off their ass. Now, for all you people, because here it goes again. Mind control is central to the government and the modern world of the United States or whatever, the people that rule us. Mind control tells you that if you're given information, the subconscious mind takes the information, processes the information, and works upon the information that it is given. It's programmed to give, it's programmed and it's given something. So, if it is given wrong information, it still processes the same wrong information as it would do right information. Once it processes the wrong information in the subconscious mind, it starts to act upon wrong information. It starts to react upon wrong information. Once right information comes, it automatically rejects it. So right now when I'm cursing, because you've been spanked from a child to hear curse words. So when I say curse word, now you damn near 50, 60, 70. You jumping, flinching. That's because of a process that you've been given as a child. When there's only one curse word, damn. And that is the only one that you can even use in the pulpit. Damn, it's the one that people get least offended by. They use it on TV, and for it to be a curse word, you have to damn someone. You see what I'm saying? That is the only one that we use as a curse word. The other stuff is British slang and world slang that has nothing to do with God or with being righteous. You see what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with, when those scriptures was written down, the English language wasn't even in existence. So how can this be relevant to something spiritual? That's because we've been in Sunday school class, again, learning behavior modification and moral code. So if I say these things, it's because I do it to break the subconscious mind from mind control. And you must get up out of that. So you don't curse, don't matter. Still cut your fucking lights off. You see, so we have to become adults, and we can't have the same mindset as somebody 4 or 5. Yes, you can train them a certain way, but we're talking about you're a world-class people now. You understand what I'm saying? You're a world-class people. If I was up in there talking about warfare, the army coming down the street, you better get your motherfucking ass up now. You wouldn't dare think, oh, you just cursed at me. You'd be like, I better get the hell on up before I get killed. Well, this is warfare. You understand? So we need to get out of the childhood state. Not for you, but I'm just saying for the particular people that don't understand what's going down. There's no such thing as the profanity in the particular area. That's just somebody else's culture impressed upon you. And the Egyptians say, we will be in a land far away. In the Hermetic text coming out of the priesthood of Tahuti, we will be in a land far away. And although our bodies will look like Egyptians or Camites or Africans, our mind will be of another race. That's 5,000 years before it happened. You see, 5,000 years before it happened. So yeah, boy, it's going to be a good one. I'm sweating, so all right. So the fermentation here is, this is the quick pathway to the spirit. You see what I'm saying? Is the juice. You see, but you have to invoke the entities with it. We'll get into this particular aspect. What I want to deal with right now is I want to deal with, before we go into the general aspect of deities, which is the generic terminology. So the Horus, Heru, Osar, Aset, those are generic terminologies now, because the simple fact, the entities are thousands of years old, so in actuality, they come back. It's a transmutation. Some of these entities have gone dormant and transmutated. So before we deal with the generic aspect that we want to deal with, there's about 90-something new entities that has come down the pipe. Since 2001, there's about 90 new entities. So I want to do the invocation and do the libation to those particular entities. This is a book that is a must-have. Everyone should have a copy of this. This is the quintessential definitive text on gods and goddesses. This is the book that it's called Dictionary of Ancient Deities by Patricia Turner and Charles Russell Coulter. Patricia Turner and Charles Russell Coulter. Everyone should have a copy of this. Why? Because number one, this white boy that put this together died in '97, but he was honest enough to put Diop in it. He was honest enough to put Gerald Massey, which white people don't use. You see, their own scholar. So this book here has every deity. It's called Dictionary of Ancient Deities. Patricia Turner and Charles Russell Coulter. The reason why I'm recommending this particular book is because when you read a certain deity, at the bottom of the page, they'll say compare with so-and-so. And that means compare outside of that particular culture. So what happens is you extend the deity. Whatever we are getting with these particular ancient gods and goddesses are fragments. Because we're talking about ancient knowledge and ancient history, and we're getting fragments. So, now, Carlene, I got to give you a straight up thumbs down on this one. I told you, I said, look, I got this lighter shirt. Should I wear this one, or should I wear the black wool shirt? Oh, no, it's winter. So now, as a result, I'm paying the price for it. Shit is hot as hell. But then again, on the other hand, that's spiritual, because that's the sweat lodge. Yeah, see, everything works out this way. Because see, the spirit realm here is, when I asked her that question, if they didn't want me to wear it, they would have told her, go ahead and wear the lighter one. It's always that way when I'm in the spirit realm. We're always directed by a certain path. So therefore, that's the sweat lodge, and I guess I do need to clean out. You know what I'm saying? So that's all good. So we're going to go through all this ritual as we go on. Now, I was just joking with you anyway. But they say, compare with such and such. Now, what that means, it extends the deity. Let me give you an example of how this thing goes. You learned of the goddess Mayat. Well, most of the people who told you about Mayat, they only told you about the moralistic aspect of Mayat based on... See, these particular entities, they are multidimensional, which means they're astronomical, astrological, political. They can explain the terminology of political. You know what I'm saying? And then they can go into the esoteric aspect. Mayat is more than just balance, harmony, reciprocity, you know, all the stuff the Afrocentric people taught us. Mayat is also tikkun, which means a change. Mayat is this liquor, because this was once something that turned into something else. You get it? Well, it's the same concept here. So let me show you how you extend the deities when you want to study something on a deity level. We know of not Mayat, but we get very little other than what we get in the Kamite thing. And all stuff is fragmented, including Egyptian. Because all this stuff came out of Kemet, and that means all stuff is fragmented. But then again, if it all came out of us, that means you can go to fucking China. You can go to Japan. It don't matter. It's still all black. You see what I'm saying? And it is the reason it ended up this way. You see what I'm saying? So you want to, let's say you want to extend the deity. Well, I know Mayat is balance, order, and all this type of stuff here, but I also know Mayat, you will see her with the scales. right? But if you go to the European aspect and look when they got the scales in front of their courthouse, who is that? That's the goddess Athena. And Athena comes from where? Libya. She's an African goddess. So here it is. We have extended the range of Maya, and although they might have not done the research, you can also deal with it also in the imagery as well as the prototypes, well as the iconology. And so as a result, we have extended, well, fuck it, I did it, shit. Tell this. I have extended, you would like to say we because it makes you sound like this is a great intellectual intelligentsia and stuff like that. It makes it sound a little more authentic when we say we, other than I. But I've extended it, so I have a lot more I can study on Mayat through the goddess Athena. Now let's make this point clear so you understand this. Greek philosophy was stolen from Hemmitt, stolen from Africa. Greek mythology is African. That was there in place with the language of the Etruscans, the Minoans, the Phoenicians, all of that made up Greece and Rome when you first get there. Homer, the book Homer's, Iliad and Odyssey, black book. Hello, the white man couldn't fucking talk. Didn't Count Varney say we had to teach him how to speak? So how you going to teach? If the white man had to learn how to speak and wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey, then the white man is more advanced than what we're giving him credit for. Have you ever studied the Iliad and the Odyssey? And Hesiod's Theogony, the Argonauta. These are profound texts done by African people. So the original archetypes or architects of that particular realm were the Etruscans, the Minoans, the Phoenicians. Even the word Trojan, when they say the Greeks sacked Troy and destroyed the Trojans were a black group of people. And they usurped their culture. So don't screw this up. Greek mythology you need to study because that's black. And that is the missing keys of ancient Hemmitt. As Plutarch tells you, our gods came from Hemmitt, the Greek gods. Because we're talking about a black family. So we throw the baby out with the bathwater. I was talking to Charles Finch a couple of years ago, and he said, yeah, the Afrocentric, we kind of threw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to Greek mythology. Greek mythology is black. You understand? Now, to understand the difference, it is separated from Greek philosophy damn near 2,000 years. 2,000 to 3,000 years. You get where I'm coming from? That's all black. So the goddess Athena is the form of Maya. So I have extended the range of study. You see, so what I do like about this book is they'll say compare with so-and-so. Now, whether it's in China, whether it's in India, whether it's in Mesopotamia or Sumer or whatever they call it, it's still all black. So the white man say, look, we got these niggas by the balls because they know how we think. They're going to be sitting up here arguing about culture. The white man be like, look, ain't none of this shit ours. So we'll study it all. And we'll get further along in the research than Negroes because they already know you're going to be sectarian. I'm only Egyptian now. That just means that you're just another fool in a fragmented faith. Hell, if it was rape for a damn 1,000 years, you know you're getting something inferior if you don't fuse it back together and reweave it in with the surviving text on the planet. We don't live in the modern world. So you don't live in a world where you can go to a complete system and get what you want. So some people, I'm only Yoruba, you know, and you got the thug Nigerian, a thug nigga, making people preach for $5,000. $5,000, if you're a damn white man from England, you can become a Yoruba priest. They got 3 million white practitioners in Yoruba, in America, all got down with that thug-ass Nigerian nigga. You see, the shoe fits, wear it. Everybody a damn Babalaw. All them fucking Indian chiefs and no Indians. You see, and they got 3 million white folks. I ain't talking Santeria. Now, Santeria is a whole nother Hispanic thing, Latin America, there's millions of that practitioners. You got 3 million white practitioners in Yoruba, in America. You know what I'm saying? You know damn well they don't give a damn whether it's black or not. They only want to deal with what works. You have millions of black people, white folks now that's done usurp voodoo. You go to the New Orleans Voodoo Museum down there, it's all run by white folks. You see? So my point here is, but none of this, if you don't, in this esoteric realm, if you say, I'm only going to deal with voodoo, I'm only going to deal with Yoruba, I'm only going to deal with Hemmitt, you might as well go on back, get your Bible and go on back. At least you get some good damn music up in that mug and a dance session and shit. You know what I'm saying? And can get to do all the stuff that you want to do as long as you ask the Lord to forgive you. That's actually kind of cool. You know, if I wasn't knowledgeable, I might go back to that, you know. You know what I'm saying? I want to sleep with this woman right here. As long as I ask the Lord to forgive me, I'm all right. She got an out system. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's pretty cool. Because we don't need to be messing with moralism right now. You see what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, I'll give you one better. The gods that is existing in the heaven realm, they need you. They need you. They need you to survive. You see what I'm saying? They need you to survive. That's how this thing goes. We're going to get on in this now. To deal with this, because you have millions of people, now the Egyptian thing, well, white people been, since Budge, they've been trying to tap into that particular knowledge. You have millions of entities, millions of people worshiping and pulling on the magical portion of these particular entities. You see what I'm saying? Millions of people. So the more people come in, the more people try to use this particular magic, the weaker the center of power becomes. So we have, and I'll give some of these out, there's 92 new entities came back from the planet. Now these new entities are the old entities transmutated, because we're dealing with the alchemical aspect. Now I must have to preface this on the videos because I've been doing this for 12 years, but I don't want it to say, well, you know, this nigga here coming up with his own deities. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn new, this, oh, here it come again now. This nigga coming up with his new little system. So, fair enough, I am glad when the entities started coming back, they started coming back with close to 4 sisters around the United States. 2 in LA, 1 in Atlanta, 1 in Kansas, 1 in Kansas. They started coming central throughout the United States, and they're all women. Remember the movie, what's the Minority Report? They had it was all about these psychics, but the woman was the most advanced. So it's interesting that when the Oracle came, that's why they put the black woman as the Oracle in the movie The Matrix. It's interesting, when the Oracle came back, it would come through women. Now, they came to me, which is cool, and I got access to them because of a hell fault system, but I'm glad they came through the women, and that, which to me, that makes it more authentic than there's another cult leader standing up here saying, follow me. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the planet Ritz. Follow me. And now, nigga lock up in jail, and nigga got 16 years. Where the fucking damn spaceships or the shams now to bust your ass up out of there? We got a charlatan on every corner. And they said they'll pimp you through the Egyptian thing. So here it is, we got Dr. York now, locked up. Got 16 years and admitted to child molestation. Right on this film. I ain't talking on. We got the video. The Serious Times thing. Everybody get your Serious Time. You got some more left back there? Yeah, the Serious Times thing. Get in contact with Sister Devil. We got it down there. The court case where he pleading guilty. But then again, on the other hand, you got to understand this also too. Time is out for you following another nigga any damn well. You're world-class people. You can read, you can write, and you do every damn thing that white man tell you to do on Monday. You do it better than anybody on the planet. And here you are, world-class people still following niggas. So that's why them leaders are getting set down. And most of them are male leaders getting set down because the goddesses got to rise. The feminine aspect got to rise. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret. If you don't think this thing about feminine, a lot of these entities that come on one realm, they appear as males. Damn near all of them up there is bitches. I say that for a reason. Bitch means priest of the dog star. You see, so that's a good name. Bitch, vitch, witch. Priestess of the dog star. You see, that's where the bitch in the summertime, that's Anubis. Priestess of the dog star. So all of them on that realm, the realm that is rising, is a feminine realm. See what I'm saying? So all that patriarchal shit, you around here with the patriarchal shit, that's you gonna fall like maggots. That's right. I'm telling you straight up, brothers. You gotta get up all that shit, because that's that religious aspect. 2,000 years ago, a male chauvinist murder cult, I would say, organized homosexuality. And I'm telling you, the realm, I'm getting ready to get into all this in a few minutes. The realm that is rising is a feminine realm. That's what's going down. That's what's rising. It's a feminine realm. You see. So you got to understand the science on this thing. You got to understand the science because, and I'll go into this particular thing and all because we are actually dealing with these particular entities. So we got 4 of them, and I got one. One of them, the oracles, she's 29 years old. She flew down to my lecture in Atlanta from L.A. And a week later, she called me from the Mexican pyramids. I'm like, shit, you in the Mexican pyramids? You need to do a ritual. So she thought up a ritual and did the ritual. And when she got back to L.A., I said, now, tap in here, because you the oracle. You're going to start channeling. And as soon as I said that, she started channeling on a whole nother level. Now, this is not Dionne Warwick's psychic friends. I ain't talking about that kind of shit. This is different. There's different levels of psychic ability. You got white folks and psychic friends that can read the mundane realm, the physical. Yeah, and they're good. They can tell you all the shit that's going on in your life on the mundane realm. Then you have these other realms and regions that no one can enter into these particular realms. They can't enter. The only people can enter is the people that are chosen by those realms that's got the same origin of those particular entities in that realm. In this particular case, carbon, melanin. And it's a whole nother situation. So we got one out in California. Let me give you that you can call. Let me get a thing. I want to put this on the tape because we got one in California. Hold on 1 minute. I'm getting back up so you don't have to adjust it yet. Let's see here. This one is we got 4 of them, but you know, all the rest of them are kind of, one is, you know, they're more established in their careers or whatever. They don't have a lot of time. But we got the young one, the one that's 29, and might I add, is unbelievable on her stuff. We talking to dead people. What happened to you, man? You know what I'm saying? I call up Marvin Gaye. What happened? He said, well, the first thing is my father didn't kill me. There was somebody else in the room. When he said that, I said, you know, I know what you're talking about because that's what happened with Betty Shabazz. On her deathbed, she said, no, it ain't my grandson. There was somebody else in the room that burned up the room and all that.
Yeah, 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Well, let me put this on the tape then. Let me give you this. The name of the sister is the Sister Simone. Goddess Simone, or Sister Simone. And her number is 310-770-2729. 310-770-2729. And these are oracles that you really need some real serious information, you know what I'm saying, some things and all. Maybe somebody that died, you want to know what the fuck happened to them, anything like that. You need to tap into this sister here. So get this sister and get a general reading. You know, readings now go about $50. You know what I'm saying? go for about 50 bucks. So this is one of the ones that's out of the 4, this is one of the ones that's open to the public to do the actual readings. You see what I'm saying? The actual readings. I'm going to get that out again, so you know, because this is how you do. We're dealing on another level now, so this might be of help to you. That's 310-770-2729. 2729, and that's a Sister Simone, named after Nina Simone, and it's from she's actually from Newark, New Jersey and stuff, you know, but she's out in L.A. and a real beautiful sister, might I add, also too, in the fine department. You know how that shit go. Bad case of fine, you know, yeah. So we straight 4 minutes and stuff. So and please, when you get to reading, unask the cash. You know, when you get a general reading, don't get to reading and decide you don't like what the spirits say, and then don't want to send the sister the money or however she tell you she want to do it. Because remember, she's just the conduit. She is the vessel. You're talking to a certain amount of entities. You see what I'm saying? So mess around with some of them. Because when we talk about it, some of the most powerful, I'll get back in there in a few minutes and stuff like that and all. You know, and then fuck around and grow a tail and some stuff, and we be laughing at you. Laughing at you and stuff, you know. Because these are very advanced entities. The ones that, some of the most powerful. We'll get into that in a few minutes also, too. So this is one of the ones that's coming forward to actually do it. Because there's different realms, and these are some, I have dealt with some great ones over the years, and all of them are females mostly. But the last 4, just off the chain. You see, but one of them is stepping out to do the actual readings and stuff like that and stuff, you know, because she got time to do it, you know, and stuff like that, you know. You know, that youth is always that soldier type energy. You know, that soldier energy. I used to go to the AU Center and would do one with, especially the freshman class, the energy would be off the chain. You know, because they got that particular energy, and that's what they have to start working on to shut them down during the 4 years of college. You see what I'm saying? And turn them into glorify God and all this kind of stuff. You got a fraternity they had to adopt called Glorify God down in the AU Center because the black people was tapping into a particular consciousness. Now you got people now, if you ain't a Christian, you can't even touch them. Huh? I can't even touch them. This insanity. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to, well, we're going to go to a break. She's got to take that off and change the film, and we're going to keep on rolling. Then we're going to come back and give the entities their juice and their energy. All right? You straight? Okay, we're going to do that. All right, this is where we have to, now we get to start the lecture. You know, that was the introduction. Now, so I want to pour libations. And this consists of, these are the new entities. And then I want to, well, I'll start off with the most powerful things left, and they are powerful, is your Palo. Palo, we're just now getting, although there was practitioners in the northern areas, Puerto Rican and some blacks, none of the information was written down as far as book form and stuff, which was probably the way it was supposed to be because we didn't need a whole group of people getting into it to saturate it. So you got so many people pulling on these entities, these things are not working anymore. You see what I'm saying? And you, like I said, you got 3 million white folks that's in Yoruba alone. And that's not talking Santeria. And there's millions in Santeria. And that's not talking about the Africans and the fastest rising thing with black folks. It's the Palo retained and contained its power and all because most people were scared of it and all, and the government would not let it in the country. So we only got the first remnants of written material in '94, and recently, when they open up Cuba now, then there's a book called A Book on Palo that is now in print that you can get by Baba Raoul Canizares. Baba Raoul Canizares. Don't ask me how to spell it. Baba Raoul Canizares. And it's you can now also if you want to check back by this place right here. What's the name of your place again? The Wisdom Book Center. What is it? Wisdom Book Center, Wisdom Cultural Center? What is it?
Wisdom Book Center, Natural Hair Salon.
Okay. Wisdom Book Center and Natural Hair Salon, stop back by, and he will be able to get and access these books for you. That's customary that we get the brother, the business that opened up the place to us. So drop back by, and he will be able to get this book, Charles Russell Coulter's book, which is a must-have, The Dictionary of Ancient Deities by Charles Russell Coulter. The other book is called it's called The Book on Palo. Okay, like I said, we're not turning nobody away, so we got enough niggas up in here to sacrifice, enough hardheads. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So if it's a sister, you can come on through. Even the brothers, you know, you can stand. We got enough to, got enough hardheads and all. You know, like I said, you know, they ain't got no lace around their drawers. They on standby when it come to the seats. You know what I'm saying? You know, except the elders and stuff like that. No, you know, and we'll give them some respect or whatever the deal is. But anyway, there's a book, Baba Raoul Canizares. Baba Raoul Canizares is his name, and there's a book called The Book on Palo. So we're going to first start off with the Palo entities. Zarabanda is the chief one. That's the form of Anubis. He's the guardian of the gateway, the guardian of the gateway. And this is the type of stuff you need. There is no good and evil. Light and dark is like bleach and water. There is no good and evil now. That's all religion. We're talking about polarities. We're talking about polarities. So you got to get up out of that, because when the government come for you, you better come with some shit other than Jesus. Because when you come with Jesus on the government, they're going to be like, oh, this fool is dealing with some shit we put together. We're going to shoot him in his head just like we did Martin Luther King. You see what I'm saying? So when you come, you better come with some stuff that's got some juice. So we're talking about warfare here. You know what I'm saying? We got 1 million people thinking God gonna take care of me. Do you know that God don't even know you exist? You know, something is just logic. If I'm standing at an anthill, and the anthill say, oh, I know the other ant about to bite off my foot, but Bobby's standing over me, he gonna take care of me. To me, it's 1,000 black ants. Now, how in the hell will I know that the other ant getting ready to get his damn foot bit off? Well, it's the same concept with the God concept. That's the microcosmic universe, and it is only accessed through you going on inside. So if you think for one damn minute God is looking over you, and when you get in some trouble and shit, oh, God gonna take care of me, you know what I'm saying? You'll be dead like 1,000 niggas dying every 5 minutes from that same bullshit. That's the real knowledge. You see, so we need to get this shit straight. God ain't looking after you. Because if God was looking after you, the white man will make sure that you wouldn't have a damn church on every fucking block. Just like he did in South Carolina. We went down to the Sea Islands. They got this church in the Sea Islands, and it's unbelievable. And we were like, oh my God, what is that? It looked like some mysterious building. And they tell the story how when the slaves got out of slavery, when the slaves got out of slavery, they used to worship, and they had different Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Dogon, and all this different thing. They had retained their particular information or their particular worship system, and they would go in like a homeroom, they'd have an opening ceremony, and then they would go to different traditions. And then they would come back in after the traditions, have a ceremony, and have a benediction. The white man came down there and saw that and built them a damn church right beside it. And that's where the church, and that church has been closed down ever since. So don't let nobody fool you now. You come up with the modern world religions. He said, man, any fool stuck in modern day religions as far as the world organized religions is a sitting duck. You better come with some power. Just like one sister out in California, they had this sister, had her ass in the jailhouse, chained up under the damn sink. You know, don't give a doggone by black folks. Had her chained up under the sink. And they was coming back to lock her down again. There was some stuff on some taxes. She told them, she said, by my Lord and personal Savior, Lucifer, I can't pay these taxes. Never heard from him again. He said, we don't know what this nigga know. Black woman in 2000, talking about my personal Savior, Lucifer. That ain't no shit we gave him. So you believe in Allah all you want to. Them Arabs over there getting humdiddly kicked straight in the ass by the white man. A humdiddly, bam! Cutting off arms, legs. See what I'm saying? You better come with some doggone power. This is a new day. You see what I'm saying? This is a new juice. Don't get into the habit of coming to lectures and people giving you information that you already know. If it's something that you can agree to, that's not knowledge no more. That's data. You already got that. It's supposed to be strange. It's supposed to be monumental and ridiculous. Always look for the ridiculous. Always look for the strange. Always look for the irrational, illogical. Because that's a jump into the next world. If it's logical, rational, and make common sense, in a world like this, fuck it, I need to get something else. It's like sex. Sex is the highest form of spirituality. You know what I'm saying? Highest form of spirituality. You know what I'm saying? If you walking around ironing your clothes and I take a damn paddle and pow! A little paddle ball. You know a little paddle ball? You break that off. Break the tip of that paddle ball off. This is some aphrodisiac stuff for you. People that's still in the groove. And if I were to take that little paddle and hit your behind while you ironing some clothes, you might go crazy. Might want to kill somebody. But I can do the same thing in the middle of sex and you might go, that ain't hard enough. We're talking about a metaphysical realm. How you think you stroking, man? I've been stroking for hours. And you look up and you only been screwing for 10 minutes. Yeah, but anybody see this thing? Get you a good digital clock. You know what I'm saying? You screwing, you be like, man, I've been throwing down. You know, you getting, oh, I've been throwing down for hours, and you look up, it's only been like 10, 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying? That's because you done went into another realm, and it seems like hours. Give you an example. We just did an hour a few minutes ago that seemed like 2 minutes. It was like I just started, and then it was over. That's because we are in the zone. So you got to look for things that is outside of the norm. You understand what I'm saying? And so therefore, if a person comes and gives you things, that's called public speaking. Give you things that you already know. That's not good enough. I want to hear something that's masturbation. You know what I'm saying? So it's supposed to sound strange and ridiculous. Let's get down. All right now. These are the most powerful spirits. These are the Apollo spirits. Now Zarabanda is the head of the powerful spirit. Now you're rolling with this kind of shit right here. Now when they got me in New York City, after I was in New York City 9/11, and I had to sneak out of New York City because what it is when they dropped when they blew up the building, they said now any subversive figures going through that airport, we arrest them. You see what I'm saying? So I said, man, I can't get on that plane. So it's interesting here. This was the day before 9/11. I had a sister that does the Serious Times up in Atlanta, from Atlanta, and she from Atlanta, and so she left the day before me. She left on 9/10. She got to the airport. They said, "Where's Mr. Hemmitt?" Huh? What the hell? Shit, what's that? I guess he where the hell he's supposed to be. So she doing some stuff and all. They gave her the ticket. Are you sure you want to go? Trying to keep her there. You see, so we had to steal away. So I had another friend, the sister, one of the psychic sisters, was from Amityville, New York, was moving back to Atlanta, and I rode back with her. It all worked out spiritually. It all worked out spiritually. When we got back, they said, possible link to an Atlanta, they said it one night, never said it again. Possible link to Atlanta suspect in the 9/11. So I'm in there and all in the kitchen, and she's getting ready to move in her apartment. They said she get ready to move in her apartment. She's the psychic. She said, they talking about your ass, nigga. So the next day she called me the next morning. She said, I need to move in my apartment. I need to move in my apartment by 2 o'clock. I'm coming through. I said, cool. Now they had waited because the phones are all bugged. So when I get out on the front porch with her, it's about 25 to 30 police cars, helicopters, big vans, and I said, yeah, damn, it's the end of the world. And we standing on the front porch, and she looking, she saying, that's for you, nigga. But they couldn't see the house, and they was riding around, and they got embarrassed because they couldn't find the fucking house. They couldn't find the house. So then they sped off like they were still looking. She said, that was for you. On December the 19th, they tried to roll on me again. They got the wrong damn street. This is the kind of energy dealing with the whole Zarabanda thing. Get the book on Paulo, Baba Raul Canizares. Canizares, I think it was the last one we had. So anyway, let's deal with this now. We're dealing with the elixir. We're going to give out some of these elixirs. Now, these are cure-alls. These are cure-alls. You know, when all other stuff fails, this is some stuff you can depend on. Not the actual alcohol, but the new entities. The new entities. We're going to get into all that today. Y'all all right? Yeah. All right, then. Let's pour the libation. I put too much in there to swallow that one. Oh, yeah, right. Hope I didn't spit on you. But you got a little sprinkle? And then you baptized then. I got a spell on you. Okay. This thing is picking up lint and all, but you know. Okay. And I libate myself. Okay. Everybody deals with their spiritus, which is the alcohol when you call in these particular entities. And if they like it, you pour this stuff in a glass, it'll be gone the next morning. They can come and drink up some stuff. Oshun like to drink my ass out of house and home. You know, her trickster ass. Then try almost send a nigga to jail. Motherfucker, boy, when you dealing with the spirits, you dealing with some niggas. You thinking, because you thinking it's all lofty. But when you get up on that realm where they are, see this, you know, when you get up on the realm where they are a bunch of, man, there's a bunch of cutthroat thug niggas up there in the spirit realm. Especially ones you've been worshiping all these years. Okay, Zarabanda. Ashe, so Ashe, which is power. What else is Ashe else it is? So be it. So we're going to give the Ashes, we want to give some loud Ashes. Oh yeah, I got a bunch of entities, hold on. All right. That's a good thing about me, you can come late. And I'll just be started. This is some new entities. Some of them see it's interesting. The spirit, one of the spirits came down from LA. One of the sisters in LA said, these entities is coming through. I said, I ain't got no paper, so I had to grab shit out of an album cover. And stuff like that and all, yeah. Okay, yeah. All right now. So, here we go. Zarabanda. Ashe. Like El Cristo Negro. Ashe. Las Spirituals and Tranquilas. Santísimo Muerte. San Simón. El Cristo Rey. Madre de la Luna. Madre de Agua. Santísima Peter Eamon. Francisco Siete Reyes. Mama Shola. Okay. Nisaba. Ashe. Alpha Lucaia. Exanthes. Casimbo. Dagon. Artemis. Lucifer. Pazuzu. Now these are all new entities coming. There might be one or two little older ones that were sleeping, that will slip back up in there. Otincha, Tiacha, Sheola, Shumala, Omagumu, Alcala, Locayo, Kekembo, Lalila, Owalensu, Labado. Okay. Luigi, Atama, Odawado, Pawi, Odawadi, Luowa, Godugo, Diwasta, Amatees, Owudage. Okay, I don't know. These are ones that, some of these just came back on the planet in August. Hold on 1 minute. Real powerful. Hold up. Okay, on August. Okay. And I'll explain what all this is in a minute. Bridget, Brishida, excuse me, Segun, Keku, Haniel, Tyrak, Dagon, Hani, Rarim, Aduma, Jos Horace, Artemis. Okay, this is very powerful here. Came in during the day of the when the Matrix came out, the Matrix Reloaded on May the 15th. They had an eclipse that night, and these entities came. It was supposed to be this planet X was supposed to hit, but it was 7 females hit, 7 Rishis of the Pleiades, 7 badass bitches. And I say that, priestess of the dog star. The bitch is good. It means priestess of the dog star. So these 7 entities, the 7 Pleiades, the 7 holy Rishis came back, and the 7 entities, 7 spirits. The top one is one of the oldest. It's an older entity, Ishtar, that came back as Ishtar, which means it's a transmutated name, reawakened. Ishtar, Monu, Noku, Mana, Inmatu, Titi, Jova. Now you know, one came up in here saying to let you know where these shits is coming from. One came up in there to let you know this shit straight out of the ghetto. One of the 7 came back was called Titi. Now you know damn well that there'll be a sister Titi ass up in the motherfucking mix. Then there's one called Jova. We've been saying Jehovah, that's a woman. But the Kabbalah tells you that. Jehovah is a female. As a matter of fact, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me call some more out. Let me call some more out right quick. Y'all all right? Yeah. Asagu, Abigazu, Ajane, this is Vodun. Azaka, Zaka Vodu, Azaka Mari, Azaka C, Vodu Guadi, Guadi of the Netherworld, Guadi Nebo, Guadi Brave, Guadi Double, Guadi Fetteris, Guadi Tipitis, Guadi Azim, Guadi Tiwadi, Grand Bridget, spouse of Baron Samadi, Baron the Crux, Baron Similes. Okay, hold on. Sakbo, Babe, Aki, Laki, Loco, Adam Loco, Loco Azidi, Azuli Frida, Azuli, Mistress Azuli, Azuli Doba, Grand Azuli, Petro Pantheon, Creoloa, Don Petro. Okay, this is one I want to get. Azuli Nai, Azuli Kalia, Azuli Boomba, Azuli Petro, Congo Nasa, Congo Nasbad, Congo Savine, Capalio, Mondadangi, Kenga, Boomba, Kita, Tijing Zinfek, Tijing Beefy, Tijing Yisek, Marinata Peaches, Mondadangi Muasi, Miss Charlotte, Donna Simeon, Aset, Osa, Heru, Heru Rahel, Harsethi, Het Heru, Segment, Sachet, Selkit, Raris, Bass, Butchers, Dadoon, Soptis, Soptic, Sahu, Metatron, Metronet, Kali, Shiva, Rudra, Eros, Gaia, Shiva Rudra, Balarama, Krishna, Pravati, Sati, Terry, Terra, Suras, Nephers, Nibiru, Nephilim, Latayafan, Tayamat, Saxaban, hold on, Bess, Butches, Hercules, all black now, Apollo, Artemis, Jason, Medea, that's a form of Mayat too, Medea, where you get media from. You hear? Jason, Medea, Areskagal, Echidna, Nemean Lion, Sheba, Kundalini, Athena, black goddess from Libya, Artemis, Ashe, let's see, did I get enough? Start calling out some that you know. Ashe, 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 Ashe. Okay, to all entities on our side, Ashe. 1, 2, 3, the Hemmitt family, Shaw family, Davis family, Ashe. 1, 2, 3, start calling out your family members and ancestors. 1, 2, 3, go ahead. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Let me spit to them too. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Don't mind if I do. Ashe, Ashe. Whatever. Okay, that's your ancestor. Okay. Shouldn't have drunk this on an empty stomach. Nigga got a little tipsy up in here. Nah. Okay. Let's go. Let's get down. Let's see. I get some water. You know, I'm afraid to drink a little bit because like I said, I'm cleaning out and stuff, So, might have to tiptoe to the toilet a couple of times. I have no scruples whatsoever. On the spirit realm, I have no scruples whatsoever. Like I said, my day consists of, I get up about 10 o'clock, not about 10. I go turn my system on. I got a state-of-the-art system, about like one in a stadium or something. Turn my system on, jam some music, hit some elixir, take 3 shots, get a buzz, jam the music, go back to bed and wake up at 5. I have mastered the art of doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? Now, like I say, I'm a few pounds heavier than what I was 6 years ago when last time I was here. But that's against my religion, fucking exercise. Damn that. I'm like the gods. I chill and do nothing well. You see what I'm saying? You see? Nothing well. I got, only exercise I might get is some sex every now and then, if somebody see fit to will me some. You see? But other than that, that's about it. Now, let's go into some science right now. If you notice, the people, since I was here last time, I probably was real serious warrior. But what had happened was I had this entity incarnate in me in 2001, and he's been just comical. He just want to joke all the damn time, and I have to stop him, and stuff like that and all. That's the way the spirit world works. It ain't like you thinking, oh, and all that old bullshit you've been getting and stuff. The spirit world is rowdy. The spirit world and the world, let's put it this way, the world that the church tell you to come up out of. The world of the party and the stuff that they call the underworld, or what you call out there, the secular world, the spirit world, and the secular world, I'm saying. That's right. The other stuff is inspirational ceremony. The spirit world is one and the same, a bunch of monsters and demons. And we'll get all into that in a few minutes. But let's go into some science for the people that just heard me, never heard me before. First of all, there's a solar flare that just hit the last couple of days, and as a result, we are transmutating, or transforming into other higher beings. Certain things that's going on that's going on in the cosmos, and it's also going on inside of you. Remember now, this is a holographic universe. That's a universe that doesn't exist. Get Michael Talbot's book, Holographic Universe. Michael Talbot's Holographic Universe. Holographic Universe. See, I can cut the food, and I can say the outlandish thing, because I can document all damn day long. There's a difference, you see, than me standing up here and stuff and giving you a whole bunch of shit, and you don't know where I'm getting my stuff from. We got to get out of these shyster niggas and stuff. We had to do that back in the day because we didn't have no other kind of scholarship. So I can act like a damn fool because I can document. And if I can document all damn day long, you see what I'm saying? That's the kind of warrior we are on this intellectual type thing and all, you see what I'm saying? So we dealing on that particular level and stuff. The true mystery of the mystery system is nothing falling short of becoming back gods and goddesses. Bottom fucking line. Anything else where you got some world leader or some nigga that you up under leading you, you see what I'm saying? He ain't showing by example, by walking through no damn walls, or by getting shot and keeping on rolling, then you need to get up out of that. You say, well, can you do that? It doesn't matter whether I do that. You're not following me. I'm talking about when you're following people. You understand what I'm saying? You're not following me and stuff like that, So there's the difference. You see, at this particular time, you got to break the spell of these other individuals over your life. Oh, brother, you don't need to read that. What kind of motherfucker gonna tell you don't need to read something? So he worse than the white man. These cult leaders. You see what I'm saying? You don't need to read that. It's becoming gods and goddesses. This is the key to the actual mystery. The Manetho said, They said, well, who used to rule? He said it was 3,000 years in the dynastic period. He said in another 8,000 years. No, he said, what, 3,000 years in the dynastic period, 5,000 years in the pre-dynastic period. They said, who used to rule before then? He said that that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. The mystery here is, well, who are these gods and where did they go? The gods that he was talking about that used to rule were the actual Egyptians that he was talking about then. Now, the earth has several layers of history. We have what is called a pre-physical history and a physical history. Got to understand the science on this. The Egyptians are the Hemmites. When they said a whole bunch of gods used to rule, that was nothing but the Egyptians are the Africans. That had, the vibratory rate had slowed down and they got trapped in a dense physical body. And the gods, and what they used to be when their souls used to rule in the other realm, they ended up started worshiping. See what I'm saying? In Rudolf Steiner's book, Spiritual Hierarchies, Rudolf Steiner, and you can get any stuff you can get on, you can get these books. Me and Richard King was talking one year, who studied the occult. It was a whole black occult studies. He came out in California, you know, when he was dealing with the whole melanin thing. He studied the occult, which means that which is hidden. And we was talking, he was like, yeah, there's the books. The ones that want to deal with that pre-history of Earth, the ones that you want to get this documented the most, you want to get Rudolf Steiner's book, Cosmic Memory, if it's still in print. Universe, Earth, and Man. Cosmic Memory, Universe, Earth, and Man by Rudolf Steiner, or Spiritual Hierarchies by Rudolf Steiner. In the spiritual hierarchies, they said that they used to have the initiate, when he would turn 30, they would tell him that Osiris and all those was real, was gods outside of them. And when he gets 30, they would come up and say, you know, you've been worshiping Osiris all these years? That was a nigga just like your mama. There wasn't nothing but a human. And he would have to get used to the fact that the gods that he'd been worshiping was nothing but just like him. But what was the difference? What separated him from those particular gods? They were not in a physical form, but they were a part of the same earth before there was a physical life wave, before the vibratory rate fell down. Must understand this. This is the great mystery, is that the same gods, so Atlantis or Lemuria, that they talk about, first of all, the earth was one landmass. The white man proved that shit. They proved it in 1970. They would have proved it in 2000. They would have proved it in 1912. But the guy who came up with the Pangea theory of the earth on tectonic plates and how continental shift and all of this type of stuff, the guy who came up with it was a weatherman and wasn't a geologist. So the geology department, because they didn't do it, because that's how they do, they got this whole professional, you see what I'm saying, thing they got going on. So the geologists didn't figure out. They held on to it for years and suppressed this guy's information until all them crackers died out. And the younger generation of white folks got that particular information. And by 1970, they put it out. So that's been proven. We're talking about one landmass and one people. You see what I'm saying? So Atlantis, Lemuria, is just nothing but pre-aspects of the earth prior to the earth shifting in one landmass. That's why you got all the blacks all over in China. You know, they got a temple in China they just found. There's a temple like Karnak, and they got a temple of the history of black people in this temple. And they got black people going through slavery all the way up to now. What's the guy's name? We need to find the brother who did this video. His name is Eugene Adams. Anybody ever heard of this thing? You got to take the brothers from the Bronx. And the tape we got is in bad shape. He did it in 91, and he got the pictures of the black people going through slavery and all that on the temple in China. They even got niggas on the temple walls, I swear to God, taking dope and blowing saxophones. They got niggas on the wall taking dope and blowing saxophones. And this stuff was history that was recorded on the black man and black woman. It's in China, and that's why China is closed today. These things are not closed based on political dispute. They're closed because they got certain points on the planet, that they got certain information of black people that they can't let out. Like they got that pyramid over there that's bigger than the Great Pyramid in Egypt, Hemmitt, in China. They got a picture of it in Preston Nichols and Peter Moon's book, The Black Sun. Get that book. Those two good, awesome books. Preston Nichols and Peter Moon book, The Black Sun. Especially The Black Sun. That's a book on melanin. Before it was called melanin, it was called occultum. Occultum in Germany and in the societies that rule the world. They named it melanin at Yale University in the 1950s. It was called occultum. Get that book. It's called Black Sun. But in Black Sun, also, there's one called Pyramids of Montauk. That's the one to give you 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, which is carbon, which is melanin. This is the key to the Bible, the key to the universe. 666. We are the 666. But the 666, as they say, is a beast, the great beast, but a number of the man. Where is the great beast? Number one, anytime you hear the great beast, the beast, go to the fucking pyramids and look in the front of the damn pyramids, and the damn beast is sitting in front of the pyramid. That's the fucking Sphinx. This is the mystery of the great beast. You see what I'm saying? The text, the text of the particular text that they talk about, Revelations, was taken from Persia, but the Persians got it from Egypt when Cambyses raided Hemmitt. But the text of Persia, when you get the book of Revelation, they got a Persian apocalypse, and you got to get it. There's a book called, it's called Parallel Myths. Parallel Myths by J. R. Berlin. And they got these apocalyptic texts. They got a Hindu apocalypse, they got the Christian apocalypse, and they got the Persian apocalypse. And you can literally read the Persian apocalypse and shake your head. They just literally, they must have had a fucking Xerox machine. They shamelessly plagiarize it. They didn't even try to descramble the stuff and try to make it their own. Literally, they took one and descrambled it. So that particular apocalypse is talking about the inner workings of the alchemical text. It was an alchemical text talking about the inner workings of the soul and the travel and the ongoing travel of melanin, or the ongoing illumination of melanin. That's what this thing is talking about. It's an alchemical text. It ain't got nothing to do with no locusts coming and all that kind of crazy stuff. But going back, they got a pyramid over there that's bigger than the Great Pyramid, they say, but they won't let you see it because they know that ain't no Chinese got no history of no pyramid builders or no temple builders like us. So they would rather shut that particular information down. So, going back, it was one earth, one form of one race and one earth. We all know this, but we got to understand this particular concept of the whole one earth concept. Now, before it was one earth, it was a pre-physical civilization. So they said that when we were in the pre-physical civilization, the physical world would be like clouds. You know how you see little spooks and stuff running by? You ever see little things pass by you? That's the spirit world. But it's dim and faint. As the vibratory rate started to fall, the spiritual world became dim and faint like spooks and clouds and disappeared, and the physical world became visible. So in actuality, we are the particular gods that used to rule back then. You see, you just have been duped into thinking that your physical projection of yourself is the real you. Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice. This is an illusion, a hologram. It does not exist. The book, The Matrix, is really one of the books of the Sanskrit text, which is Kushite. You need to get dreams, illusions, and other realities. That's the one by dreams, illusions, and other realities. That's the book that really goes in depth of this shit being an illusion. That the whole Matrix movie and all that stuff is taking this stuff from. If you get the Sanskrit text of the illusion, Dreams, Illusions, and Other Realities by Wendy Duniger O'Flaherty. Just remember Wendy O'Flaherty. Let me give you her name. Y'all all right? Wendy O'Flaherty. Let me see the hell. Oh Lord, let me see here. Did I? Let's see here. You know, if I was organized, I wouldn't be bringing you this information. That's how it goes. You know, that's how it goes. If you organize, you are one with the doggone illusionary world. So then you understand why spiritual people are just, you know, not organized. O'Flaherty. O''Flaherty. O''Flaherty. O'Flaherty. Wendy O'Flaherty is her name. Dreams, Illusions, and Other Realities. So, we started thinking in this particular realm that our physical self, which is the illusionary self, was the real self. Was the real self. Now, just going through a couple of things, we need to line up a couple of things of history so we understand where we are and how all of this stuff comes to be. So now, we got several falls of mankind. In the Greek fall, which is African science, because those are your Etruscans. And I showed a picture of an Etruscan man in Hemmitt. Now, I showed a picture of an Etruscan man that's in my videos, all in the late 90s. 99, 98, 99. I got a picture of the Etruscan man, and that Etruscan man, you got a problem? Something going on? Okay. Okay. I put this in my pocket. So that Etruscan man looked like Isaac Hayes. This is the original Greek now and Roman. Nigga lips are so fat till they got a crease in the damn middle. You know, some shit, when a shit look like a portrait, got a crease in the middle. They got an Etruscan man, which is the original Greek. Nigga look like Isaac Hayes. Look like, so the Greek mythology is the Titans fall, and when the Titans fall by Zeus overthrowing the Titans, they take their blood and make mankind out of it. The Titans used to rule the earth prior to creation. Our earth is built off of several other primal worlds that existed prior to creation. The fabric of those primal worlds was broken down and made into the earth and made into humans. The Babylonian mythology, which is pre-dynastic Egyptian mythology, Typhonian, which is the oldest aspect. The Typhonian mythology, which we find in Babylon, the Babylonian mythology, you got the goddess Tiamat, who is destroyed by her children, her younger group. Her body is destroyed and makes the earth and the fabric of the universe. Her husband Kingu's body is destroyed and makes man. So you get the word king. The word king comes from the word Kingu. Kingu, which means in order to be a king, you have to have melanin in the blood. Kingu. Or Salma. Salma, these words for melanin. Get the word Salma. If you go to India, it's Salma. They say Salma is not only a plant, they got a plant called Salma, but they also say Salma is in one's blood. And it's called King Salma. They say, but one must have Salma in the blood if one wants to become king. To become king, one must have Salma in the blood, melanin. So the fabric, so there used to be a group of gods and goddesses that used to rule. Group of gods and goddesses. Their children came about and overthrew them. And when they overthrew them, the children took their energy, their essence, and made mankind out of it, like by trapping the melanated essence into physical, slowed down vibratory form, which is the human body. And then we, in turn, when we first got here, we knew we were gods in the physical. But as time went on, we started identifying mostly with this shell, and as a result, we ended up worshiping our fucking children who put us in this particular situation. Now, if you want to, every single mythology has this. It's in the coffin text where Ra invites a bunch of gods to dinner and swallows them all up. That's the physical again, swallowing up the spiritual. Well, Ra is the sun. That sun outside there is a trick sun. Hell, there's been reports that it don't even shine when you leave the atmosphere. It don't even shine out in space. Out in space, they say so black you can't even see your fucking hand. You figured it'd be daylight out there. It's closer to the sun. You see what I'm saying? That sun makes the matrix possible. That sun is a trickster. So Ra swallows up in the coffin text. It's also documenting, because we put it to a nigga ass like Dr. Ben say, put it in their face, put it on their ass, like damn Malcolm X say, beat them down with the goddamn scholarship. Beat a motherfucker down. The book is called Daily Life of the Egyptian Gods. Hold on 1 minute. I don't have a book, but I think they might have the bibliography in here. That's what I'm famous for. You see, that's how I can get to be a buffoon, because I document heavy. You see, so I can show my ass and tell you all my TM, what they call it, TMI, too much information. You know what I'm saying? TMI, like how I ain't had no fucking heat all summer. One sister want to come down, I say, wait a minute, it's getting a little cold now. She want to fly in. I say, no, getting a little cold now. I got to wait and get some heat. You know, shit like that, you know. It works, you know. You learn how to take cold showers, you don't have to pay no heating bill during the summer. And I'm not doing this because I'm cheap. I'm very elaborate. When I get money, I spend it up. Buy real expensive shit. You know what I'm saying? I just, you know, I'm the brokest man in the Western Hemisphere. So, you know, so every summer they come and roll and cut my damn heat off. Let me see. The name is y'all all right? Meeks. It's called Daily Life of Egyptian God. I know the last name is Meeks. M-E-A-K-S. Meeks, M-E-E-K-S. Daily Life of the Egyptian Gods. So now, this particular concept here is, Ra, if you read the Legend of the Gods from Ancient Egypt, it's in the book, The Legend of the Gods from Ancient Egypt, E. Wallace Budge, or from Fetish to God in Ancient Egypt, E. Wallace Budge. It talks about Ra comes into existence by overthrowing Apep. Apep, or Apophis, or Apep, is the Great Mother. Tiamat is the Great Mother. So the Great Mother was overthrown. The Great Mother had a host of both female and male now this is a great mystery that you got to understand about the black man. About the black man. You got to understand this. In that realm, you see what I'm saying, that was overthrown, ruled by Tiamat and her husband Kingu, there was a group of males that was also a part of that feminine realm. So, men, the black man, is the only person that is both male and female. I'm not talking homosexuality now. I have to preface that. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? The black man is the only person on the planet that's both male and female. The Kundalini energy inside of you is a feminine energy. It's a feminine energy. You see what I'm saying? Plus, you're the only person on the planet that has ever, in the history of the planet, that's ever been vilified, scorned, and chastised based on your sexuality. The white man looks at you and your sexuality, and you're one of the few people on the earth that has been chastised based on your sexuality. They feel inferior to your sexuality. So sexism is a part of your life just as it is the black woman. That's because ultimately that's the feminine force that's inside of you, which is the Kundalini energy. So that realm is a feminine realm. That's the one that's rising up. You know, that's the one that's rising up. You know, I know a brother, you know, he wants some help, want me to do some stuff, want me to call on these particular energies, but I already know he's a staunch woman hater. So when I call the oracles, The spirits came through and said, we don't like him. We don't like that nigga. They said, we'll help him if you say so. I'm like, fuck it. No, save your shit for somebody else, you know. So going back, that particular realm that was overthrown by Ra, who overthrows Apep. So Ra represents the, I have to check and see if my zipper is right, because I was in Detroit and was talking and my zipper was down and doing a damn lecture. And the motherfucker was just looking and shit, and I'm like, God damn, how the hell you let me lecture for a fucking hour with my damn zipper down? You know? I had on some leopard skin drawers and shit, you know? Good thing I put on the real deal, high-end shit. That's why you gotta get out of the Fruit of the Looms. You can't wear the Fruit of the Looms. You can't wear any briefs. That's where the prostate cancer is coming from. It's coming from the briefs. If you look at anything that grows on trees like apples, oranges, figs, they hang down. So your nuts supposed to be hanging down, dangling. You see what I'm saying? So that's the reason why, not only that, that's the reason why your wee-wee ain't getting hard. Because you got it all coupled up in that particular nut sack that the white man got to make his dick look bigger with the briefs. So you don't need to be, no, after you see the ancient people, they wear the baggy stuff like that. No, so the whole concept here is prostate cancer, and also when your little wee-wee don't work. When your wee-wee don't work, your tallywhacker, your Johnson, your dipstick, is because you wearing them brief drawers. And if you take them brief drawers off, your malehood will even come back. You see what I'm saying? Well, we'll even come back. You see what I'm saying? And there's different things you can do spiritually to do also happen there. There's an entity called Kakumbo. Oh, he works beautiful. And I ain't talking about you. I might be all heavy now, but I'm still fairly young. I'm just 42 years old. So I ain't got no problem in that particular apartment. I want you to know this. But this baby can come in and incarnate, and you can go for hours and don't even come. And he set in, boom, you can go for hours and don't even come. You see what I'm saying? Now, women like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like a good man is hard to find, but a hard man is good to find. You see? I went for 4 days and didn't bust no nuts. That means you give them access and the freedom, and so after a while, if you start rolling like that, there's a ray of light that opens up in the woman, and you both benefit from it, called collars, Russells, Gunners, Tammers, Osiers, and Shaktis, and these fluids come down, and you benefit from it, and it's healing fluids. But you gotta have a Johnny not coming too fast. Johnny got to come lately. Yeah, late. So Johnny got to come lately to do this. Damn, it's another hour?
7 minutes.
7 minutes. God dang. Okay, let's roll. Shit. We have to do 2 days from now on. Okay. I know this is kind of crazy, but what it is a spirit when I invoke, and so they basically take over. And it's getting increasingly hard. I used to come and used to have all this scholarship, but it's increasingly hard now because the spirit takes over. You see what I'm saying? And he just a fucking buffoon. And I thought I had gotten rid of him, but looked like he got more powerful over the last couple of days. Anyway, so that particular fall, we are the particular children of the damn gods that we worship. But what we don't realize in that particular case, once you tap into that, you got the key to the mystery. You talking about the creator and all that? The damn creator is your child. He created the physical and botched the job and threw you in it. So this thing about, the creator. That ain't shit. The creator is your child. You are the omniverse before creation, called the primal worlds, or in Indian mythology, it's called the anti-gods, the asuras. So we done jumped to some whole other shit. The asuras, the anti-gods. You see what I'm saying? The titans, tetans, shetans, shatans, satans are the words Set, Sut, and Anubis put together Set-on. Sut-on, Shut-on, Shaitan. Sut-on. All that's in Geromancy breaks that stuff down. You see what I'm saying? We are the Tetons, the Titans, the Typhons, the Typhonians, pre-dynastic, but also Soot represent the most ancient gods known to man. Let's get a definition of Soot. Soot. Y'all all right? Y'all all right? Well, let's do this. Oh, man. Boy. Woo. All right. Soot, the prototype of Satan, the god of the south of the star Sirius. Soot means black, which means color or color for black. Symbols denotes the underworld of the mistress of the region of Amenta. The Lord of Hell. Set is the epitome of the subconscious. You see what I'm saying? You didn't figure it out. We look back into ancient history with modern eyes. So the first thing we did as Christians, when we look back into the ancient Hemmitt stuff, and most of the people came before, the esoteric were historians, but they are not scientists in the esoteric knowledge. They're historians. So when we look back, we say, well, Set is the devil, and Horus is Satan. But anytime you see the damn Pharaoh, they standing up between Set and Horus. Did you ever see this? They're standing between Set and Horus. So you have looked into the ancient world with modern eyes and taken the modern model and trying to paint what the ancient person is dealing with a modern mindset. That whole dualism of Satan, evil and good. Horus is Satan and Set is the devil. You know, Horus is Jesus and Set is Satan. Set represents the dark side of the deepest part of the subconscious mind. That's why in Isaiah 45, write it down, Isaiah 45 in the Bible, it tells you, I will give you the treasures of darkness. The treasures of darkness. Set or Satan just means melanin. You go in the goddamn church, you talk against yourself every damn time. Set just means melanin, the dark one. In Krishna, he's called Bala. In India, you got Krishna, which is Horus, and you got Balarama, the dark one, the unmanifest one. Before it was these male deities, you had Aset and Nepturt, the unmanifest one. That means melanin. Satan and melanin is one and the same. You get the Christ and you get the Antichrist. You get the Antichrist, which they say Christ is shadow. But if you look and take a light, the light means the Christ, and if it got a shadow on the wall, the shadow also means the other side. That's where you get the whole yin and yang thing from. So you got to get out of this polarities of good and evil, and try to understand the whole melanin aspect of the concept. Melanin and Satan is one and the same. These are archetypal, symbolic imageries of the esoteric realm that you've been taking literal, because you've been learned this way, you've been taught this way since fucking damn Sunday school. You see? You taught this way through Sunday school. So, going on, we are the anti-gods. I'm going to go deeper into this esoteric thing in a few minutes. So we asked this particular question, and people ask this question. I said it on a little thing we did last night. Why, when we go to Africa and we see them large monuments in Egypt, and everybody ever asked this question, why the hell we don't see them on the rest of Africa? You know, we got monuments, but nothing like it is on the Nile Valley. You understand what I'm saying? That is a question that we have been pondering. Anybody ever pondered this thing? Say, damn, why we didn't build that shit all over Africa? You know what I'm saying? There's a reason for that. How much time we got? 40 seconds and stuff. There's a reason that we're going, when she changed this, and don't get up, because she can change it real quick. You done found how to do it real fast, I see. So when she get through, we're going to deal with that particular thing, and we're going to go on into some more esoteric things. We got a lot to cover. We got how many hours we got?
4 minutes.
I got 4 hours, and I got 8 hours worth of lecture. And in most cities, I do the whole 8 hours. You know, so we're going to do this and stuff. So once she take that off, bit of question and answers, because your questions are actually answers. And then, you know, and then we're going to go back with the lecture. But, you know, this is all good. We break it up. Go ahead.
After the 9/11 incident, how did that affect the UCC1 process, the Uniform Commercial Code process?
The question was, how did that affect the UCC1 process, Uniform Commercial Code process, after 9/11? Well, I do know this particular part. I can't really say what that did as far as the Uniform Commercial Code, but I do know that it basically, it suspends, the Constitution is suspended. It suspends the Constitution. Now, as far as black people are concerned, because we are not citizens, there's never was any, everybody should know now, there was never any type of ceremony or any type of decree to indoctrinate us into the process. There was never a process, so we are property of the United States government, or contract slaves. We want to get this clear, because this is all very important at this particular time. So some people go, well, wait a minute, hold on now. Well, we are able to vote, and we're able to do this, and we have the inalienable rights as other citizens, as we're free to move about and you all do and go about the process. But there's one key about whatever limited aspect that we go about the process. Understand the difference. The difference is between being a citizen and we are called civilians. It's in the movie Starship Troopers. The book was written in 1958. Starship Troopers. And they say, what is the difference between a civilian and a citizen? A citizens have inalienable rights. The civilians, because they have things given to them, they can have things taken from them. So we have what is called privilege. There's a difference. So you have a privilege that they can bestow upon you to do certain things in the fashion of someone with inalienable rights. But by it being a privilege, it can be revoked. You understand where I'm coming from? It can be revoked. Give you an example. It might be in D.C., but I know up in New York City, New York, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and even as far as my home in South Carolina, the black man, since 1995, they just enforced it. Clinton passed the welfare bill. And when he passed the welfare bill, he merged it in with the child support laws. And the child support laws is billed, that's the one where they enforce things. So he passed the welfare, once he passed the welfare bill, which destroyed welfare, got rid of welfare, they decreed and declared that the black man has to pay welfare back. So you got black men all in New York and different things paying welfare back. But we thought, now this is proof right here, we thought that welfare was an aid. And by it being an aid, you wouldn't have to pay it back. Yes, it is an aid, and it was an aid for the white man. The white man don't have to pay it back. But because we are not citizens, it couldn't fall under the aspect of aids. It has to fall under the aspect of a loan. Like they loan all these quote-unquote third world countries money and they have to pay it back. So as a result, now the black man has to pay back welfare. In down south and in Kansas and in South Carolina, they got black women paying back welfare because it's an aid. It was an aid for white folks, but because we're not being citizens, it becomes a loan. So right there they showed you that they can actually revoke your inalienable right because you have privileges. Now what does this mean also? Because you have privileges and they revoked them, and in so many words they revoked these privileges during 9/11, and when they passed these, the terrorist bill, homestead bill, and all these homeland security stuff. Now, this also means because, two things. The positive thing, because you're not a citizen, you're sovereign. You're a sovereign nation because you're not a citizen. The other thing here is, because you're not a citizen, any violation of the American government means you are a terrorist because you're a foreign national. So this is all for you. It ain't got shit to do with no stink-ass Arabs. This is all for you. This whole 9/11 thing is based on you. So you are a terrorist based on any laws you commit. Now they've already started naming the LA gangs terrorists. And they got the black preachers talking about, yeah, we got to go around the world. We got terrorism right in our backyard. You see. So because you are a foreign national, and because you are not a citizen, you are a sovereign nation. Any act you do within these borders, you're now a terrorist. That's what the whole shit is about. To make you into a terrorist. You see what I'm saying? And it's all about you because they know the shit is coming up out of you. They know the shit is coming up out of you, and they know the shit is coming up out of you. They know right now they're losing 900 soldiers over in Iraq right now. A week, 900 a week. Close to 5,000 a month. Because they got into some shit in what's called it, and they're not telling anybody about it. They got into some shit when they went into war, and they're not telling anybody about it. And there's these entities that's killing them. And they're starting to kill on this thing. We're going to get into that. Now, hold on, because that's the real deal thing right now, because we got the power. But anyway, you have no rights now, and basically it's terrorists. So my point here is, because of these bills, that made sure that any type of legal documents you do would be null and void because you're not a citizen. You see what I'm saying? So you'll be in violation of the United States government, you see, with anything you do that's outside of what they just basically say you need to do to be a good nigga. Now the key here is, because you are a terrorist, they can try you, they can arrest you, try you, and execute you, and ain't a damn thing nobody can do about it. In a tribunal, a military tribunal, that you don't have anything to do with. And it'll be outside of you because we're talking about fascism. We're in a fascist state. And that's what that is talking about right now. Now, the mystery here is, don't fight them with their things. You got to turn to magic. And I ain't talking about no mamby-pamby shit. I'm talking about getting a motherfucker up off your ass. We got the power to do that now. But you can't be bullshitting around with the weak shit. You got to come strong with some real deal TNT. Motherfuckers do not fuck with me. Motherfuckers do not fuck with me. Niggas who fuck with me come up fucked up. And inadvertent, I don't even know nothing about it. Nigga be done fucked up and said some shit. But it be them spirits looking out. You got to get them spirits around you. That's what time this thing is and stuff. But I ain't talking about no worship. I'm talking about commanding. I'm talking about getting in there and cursing their asses out. That's what I'm talking about. You got the power to do that now. We'll go back into that when we go, in a few. What's that, brother? Yes. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
7 years ago, I came across a videotape where you were talking about aliens that help white people rule the world, and then there's aliens that help us.
Okay.
What's that all about?
All right. Number one, I think the stuff that I was talking about, there's a great mystery, and it's good you entertain the UFO thing because you need to get this straight. The UFOs that we see, where they talk about abducting white folks, and the UFOs that crash, that's all done by the government. The physical UFOs, all government. From 1947 up until now, in Area 51, they build these physical UFOs. You know what I'm saying? And they crash. And the abductions that these white people are talking about. If you get the movie Fire in the Sky, when they went on the ship, they saw a bunch of bug-eyed spaceship suits hanging up. You know, the bug-eyed men? That's a suit that the damn government get into, and they operate on these people and stuff like that just to fake this thing. So the UFO phenomenon that you see when white people talking with the big bug-eyed people and the violating them and abducting them, and then these spaceship crashing is the government program from 1947 up until now, Area 51. Now, our alien thing and stuff like that is not physical. They are spiritual vessels, about like angels or angelic presence. There's a different aspect to those particular things, our particular entities. And you can see these things in the sky. They don't look like a star. It's too low to be a star, and it don't go nowhere to be an airplane. An airplane you can see move. They're out there. But those are no different than the archetype of the spirit world and these vessels of energies. The concept of them being helped and stuff, they were helped by forces. The government was helped by forces called the demiurge. The demiurge are our children that don't want to get up off the power. See, there's a war going on in heaven. It's this kind of clause. We living in a house, and the clause is when you turn 18, the house becomes yours. But you're 22 and you was not made aware of the clause that the house is yours, and the people who used to be your guardians is telling you to get your ass in before 12, and you running home because you thinking it's their house, and they haven't told you that the house is yours. So there's a war going on. It's a family fight going on a class of entities, our children that are now old, extremely old, and now because we have regenerated, we are young, and now the earth belongs to us, but our children are not telling us. So what they do all kind of little tricks by help the government to suppress us. You see what I'm saying? And to keep us on the physical realm and keep us locked down looking for crumbs when we're supposed to be gods and goddesses. Right now, 98% of you all go to lectures to improve your life. Fuck improving your life. You want to improve your life right now, financial? It's called a white man. Go buck dance. You be rich in a fucking month. That's what he is here for. That's the material person. Go goddamn do what the white man tell you to do. And you be rich. But don't think of the spirits. You got some entities that's coming back that's been asleep for 4, 5, 10,000 years, and when they wake up, they're ready to do something. They're ready to go to another level. And when they come in contact with you, they ain't ready to give you no new house. They're trying to get the fuck up out of here. You see what I'm saying? So we got it was a family fight, but the good part about it is those particular entities that were our children are now so weak until now we're the ones that's running shit. It's in our mind. We still think we're human, and we still want needful things. We still want material things. So when I was talking about, I didn't, when the motherfucker stepped to cut off my heat, you understand what I'm saying? I'm a spiritual man. I go in and take a fucking cold shower. Hell, I save fucking damn near a couple of $1,000s. You see? So we are slaves with things that we don't need. We're slaves with things that we don't need and stuff like that. So in so many words, that was a little fight. They had some helpers from the other spirit realm that helped them do some stuff to suppress us. You know, but it was not a physical alien. But the physical alien is white folks. Anytime you do spaceships and all this shit here, those are white folks. Now, we have spiritual things, but that's no more than going in the whole spiritual aspect where you see Horus and Osiris and them in those celestial barks. Or you got the Heruba Hooted at the Temple of Wengdes at the Temple of Edfu. Heruba Hooted. Those are energies and stuff that is out there. Now, I was able to, well, I know the government got scared because on my birthday, me and the sister Delbert that runs the Arkansas, the Sirius Town, we was in the damn Confederate graveyard in Atlanta doing a ritual on my birthday. We did one on her birthday because her birthday was a week before mine, and we did one on mine in 2000. And these helicopters showed up. And there was the Army helicopters with the doors open. And I said, oh, shit, these motherfuckers coming at us. But something they saw when we was doing that ritual, they saw something in that graveyard hovering over them or something. And they could see it, but we on the ground couldn't see it. And they got the hell on. Then when I got to my house, they was over my damn house. And they must have saw the same shit. So, but there is this type of thing. But it's all, the reason why you ain't been able to tap into it, because all of you all are scared of evil. It's not in the good side. If this is an illusion that don't exist, then what is evil? So you are turning away from the entities that can help you. We'll go deep in that. I don't get ahead of myself. Give me a question.
Okay. You stated that the oracles and the
spiritual energy that's coming to the earth is coming through women, not only women, but primarily through women. And Suzar, who wrote Blacked Out Through Whitewash,
Yeah.
she also wrote a book, Great Black Mama,
Yeah.
which Dr. Chazelle
Yeah.
presented on his radio show here. So I just kind of wanted to ask why. Why is that? And if you could kind of...
Well, no. It's a consortium of most of the general knowledge that we have been given, even in the metaphysical thing, has all been males. You know, it's all been males. I was talking about more of the, not the scholarly or not the metaphysical thing. I was talking about more of the oracle as far as the psychic realm.
Right. Why would it come through a woman?
Well, it has something to do with the left brain, right brain, whereas although we are males, we are trained in a certain way not to let go. You know, we're trained a certain way that even the most innate woman, inadvertently, she goes through a certain thing the way she's trained, and it might have a lot to do with just simple as why it's acceptable for you to cry, but not a man crying. You understand what I'm saying? So these channels can open up on another level based on the conditioning of certain things that women do when they say we feel. Now, take for instance like the love thing. You know, this is when men are in love, they're embarrassed by it. But women, that's all they think about. So a couple of years ago, my heart chakra opened, and I said, oh shit, let's see where this thing goes. So what I did was, every romantic movie, because you know romantic, I found out that all that shit come out of Hemmitt. There's a book, there's a guy that writes on this stuff, Ecstasy. He wrote a book called He, She, and We in Ecstasy. Get those books by Robert A. Johnson. Excellent books. He, She, We, and Ecstasy is one. And he got one called Inner Works. The one on We, they talk about initiation through romantic love. So what I did was, I tapped into the love part and I let the motherfucker annihilate me. So how you make it annihilate you? We have huge egos. Now women have egos too, it's just different. Don't get me wrong by saying a male ego. A woman has a big ego, she has to. Her whole life is based on vanity, especially in the Western Hemisphere. Oh, your hair look good. Oh, you know, they're going to start apologizing about their hair. But there's a different type of male left brain ego. So to destroy that, love is a form of melanin. It's a chaos. Melanin is chaos. They tell you that in Richard King's book, African Origins of Biological Psychiatry. The fabric of the universe is chaos. That's why when they get it out of the body, it stops moving. But melanin inside of the body never stops moving. That's why you can dance. That's why you create some shit, and a couple of years later, you don't want to hear the shit. And white people still loving your shit. Them motherfuckers love the blues to death. You know what I'm saying? Half the niggas been dead who created the blues. You know what I'm saying? We keep going. That's because melanin and chaos has one rule. Things must change. If it doesn't change, it goes dormant. That's why they got the rapper sampling. Because they don't want you to change into a new music. So they so the government say, sample, sample. So most of the music is still made up either of the whole song that some motherfucker made 10 years ago or 20, 30 years ago, or snippets of different songs. But no creativity, because melanin is called creative physics. It's called creative physics. That's the new, you get the new terminology for melanin, called creative physics. When you hear that, there's a book called Mark Balfour's book, The Sign and the Serpent. Mark Balfour's book, The Sign and the Serpent, if you can still get it. So they got a new name for melanin, and the research coming out of melanin called creative physics, or chaos physics, or chaos mathematics. You see what I'm saying? So melanin is chaos, and guess what love is? Love is chaos. Anybody ever been in love? See, in the ancient world, when you fall in love, they say, you have my condolences. So understand why a man wants to fight that shit. Because it's chaos. They say you have my condolences. And it's coming for you. This is very interesting shit. This is high metaphysical stuff. So now, it's So in the ancient world, they say, oh, God, you in love, you have my condolences, man. You're going to suffer. You know what I'm saying? It's some crazy shit. You know, one minute you happy, and the damn next minute you crazy, because love is a form of madness. It's a form of insanity. So when I tapped into that realm, I say, let's see where this motherfucker goes. You see what I'm saying? Now, the great mystery here, the woman, most of the time, surrenders to it. The man puts up a fight, and therefore he don't get the goods. Now, I say I'm going to surrender to this shit. So I end up, you know, so what happened is the person I was dealing with, I end up, motherfucker ain't shit. You know, so doesn't make you say ain't shit, you know, in your head and all. And then by 6 o'clock that day, I said, no, I got to go with this. I'm on a path here. And I said, let it go. Because I said, why the fuck? I'm in the middle of this stuff. I've been dealing with this esoteric information for all these years, and you don't let me get trapped up in this bullshit. Then I said, wait a minute, hold on. Let's see where it's taking me. So that night I would surrender. I would surrender to it, and then I would go to another level. This is the great mystery to the love. The person that you fall in love with is only the catalyst. It's like a match. They struck the match is gone out, and the rest of the shit is the fire. Guess what? The love is inside of you. This is the great mystery. It has nothing to do with the person who was the catalyst. There's two energies that came together. That's why it's usually opposites. Two halves of the same, two halves of the same coin, but two sides of the same coin that's exactly the same is not the other half. That's just a duplicate of the same coin. It's always got to be the opposite. You know, so she loved nature. Hell, I don't even like motherfucking grass. Give me asphalt. Fuck that shit. You know. Yeah, no, I'm in the zone. Hold on, let me get it. I'm in the zone. It's a spirit thing now. You know. Yeah, you know, can't regiment the spirit. Now, because this is, I'm going somewhere. So I realized, I said, you got to let it annihilate you. I realized what it was. When your soul wakes up for a fleeting moment, that is what you're feeling when you feel the love. The love is on the inside of you, and you fighting it. You fighting your own damn self. So I had to surrender to it, and when I surrendered to it, I went to another level. Then it had nothing to do with the object. The person, that was the initial spark. It had nothing to do. So what happens here is you get into the possessive thing. Oh, you got to do this for me. You got to do that for me. You got to do this for my happiness. That particular person, what you are feeling ain't got nothing to do with that particular person. And whenever you focus on that particular person, it becomes an obsession. Now, going back, that's just showing you one of the odysseys on how I had to get to the other level. You see what I'm saying? I had to get to the other level. Because this shit hit one day. My girlfriend hauled ass on me after 7 years. One day, she woke up one day and said, hey, it's time for me to go. And I look and say, God damn, it is. It's time for you to go. And it wasn't no argument or nothing. I said, you know, if you don't leave, we're going to be fighting. We ain't had no arguments for 7 years. And she hauled ass. And a damn week later, I called her motherfucker on the telephone, and the shit hit. And we was insane for a minute. You see what I'm saying? But then I had to figure out what was going on. There's a book called Love is a Fire. Love is a Fire by Llewellyn Vaughan Lee. Drops on this shit. It drops on this. Because the mystery system, they had a department called love. There was a whole thing where they dealt with the romance in the mystery system. And that's an alchemical process going off in your body. You see what I'm saying? And then, so that was relegated to the Sufis of Islam when the Arabs was the last invasion. Some of that stuff came, and that's what the Moors got. And so there's a book called Love is a Fire, Llewellyn Vaughan Lee. So whenever you do this, it's actually you're supposed to focus on yourself, and you're supposed to let it annihilate you. And when you let it annihilate you, so that means you get rid of Bobby Hemmitt. Bobby Hemmitt has to cease to exist, and you let it annihilate you, and then you go to another level, spiritually, and all like that. So that's a form of initiation. So when you fighting it shuts down. So in so many words, it's the same thing with the psychic thing. You are open a lot of times, and so therefore your psychic ability is in tuned more because you have had, you've been conditioned to be open, and that wasn't destroyed in the Western civilization. You see what I'm saying? And all based on the feeling. So therefore, you should open conduit for that particular aspect and aspect. Yeah. What's that, sister?
I was wondering something about the line of Judas cycle. I think you dropped something on that, but I didn't.
Okay. First of all, the line of, okay, let me break down the line of Judah. The line of Judah, number one, is the goddess Sekhmet, where you have the Sphinx that's set in the middle of the earth. So this is what you got. You got the it's the Horus on the horizon, Harmachis. It's called Har. It's a dual energy. It's called Har, Ma, Ku. Har, Ma, Ku, Horus, or Heru. It's called Har, Ma, Ku, or Heru, Ma, Ku. It's Heru, Mayat, conjoined together in a pyramid. So it's the Sphinx, and it is the coming of the Christos energy. But if you break this down on a metaphysical level, the cycle is the Kundalini energy in you rising up in the last days. And that's what the Sphinx represents, the return of what is called Shakti. The Shakti power, what they call it in India, which is the feminine, the divine feminine energy, the Kundalini energy. So the line of Judah, which is just the Ethiopian translation of the Sphinx, is Sekhmet and Kemet, and a form of Horus and Mayat in Kemet, as well as in India it's called Shakti, and that's the Kundalini energy in you returning. The sexual energy in you returning and stuff like that. No, that's why it's a rise right now on the sexual energy on the planet. That's why the government had to come in and take a beam and shoot it down at the middle of the earth so that he could somehow keep the Kundalini energy. That's what they're doing with the HEART program out in wherever that is, the HEART program in Alaska somewhere. And they shoot the beam down in the middle of the earth so that they can keep the earth's Kundalini from rising. There's a whole chapter on the earth Kundalini. There's a ritual that the Mesoamericans used to do some down in Brazil, where they would do this ritual to unleash the earth's Kundalini. It's recorded in Peter Tompkins' book, The Secrets of the Mexican Pyramids. The Secrets of the Mexican Pyramids. He got the Secrets of the Great Pyramids, and there's the Secrets of the Mexican Pyramids. So what the government is doing is they was taking this radar and these waves and shooting them down in the earth to stop the earth's Kundalini. Stop the earth's Kundalini. They showed it in the movie The Core. When the earth was all fucked up, and come to find out that the government had shot some stuff down there and messed up the core of the earth. So in so many words, they're doing this to keep the sexual energy on the planet low. The sexual energy on the planet low. That's why it's good to take any good stuff with some Yohimbe or some real deal stuff like that Stamina RX. That's the one right there. Because I got that whole Yohimbe in that shit. That Stamina RX. Because what you're doing here is you're bringing that Kundalini energy up. So, clean out and take you some good old Stamina RX or that Herbal V by Health. It's called Herbal V by Smart Health or something like that. Because what you're doing, you're taking it, the Kundalini energy is the sexual energy, and that energy can be with you until you're 100. So if you got low libido, it don't mean that it's dead, it's just mean that you don't use it, it goes dormant. You see what I'm saying? So for you that don't have no woman, some of you males, choke your chicken. Some of you females, masturbate to bring that Kundalini energy up. Go get you some sex toys. For you sisters, go get you some of them dildos and shit. Now, I'm talking about advanced metaphysics. So you're not going to get from me some old holier than thou shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you how this shit works. You look on them temples of India, they fucking. You see what I'm saying? The clitoris is the second pineal gland. They look the same. They look the same. You see what I'm saying? And get on the toilet and cuff your thumb up under there and find the G-spot. Get the book Modern Sex Magic by Donald Michael Craig. That's an excellent one, because that book that gives you all of the shit. Modern Sex Magic by Donald Michael Craig. It's edited by Donald Michael Craig, Modern Sex Magic. And they got a section in there on the G-spot and how to find it. And get in there and find that damn G-spot for the women. That's a whole nother spiritual system to rise to another level. You see what I'm saying? To rise to another level. Now, while I'm on this subject, what you want to do, because we getting some stuff out. Well, I'll deal with that later and stuff like that. But what you want to do is, well, fuck it, I'll get to it now. You want to lay. There's an entity that comes. There's an angel called a Holy Guardian Angel, and it's the Holy Guardian Angel. It's called a secret lover. Some women have already experienced it, and some brothers did too. And what it is, it's an entity that will come. It's been with you since you was a child. If for a female, it's a male, and for a male, it's a female. And this entity coming and has sex with you. Now, what it does is when it has sex in your astral body, it merges with your astral body in the spiritual system, and it raises your kundalini and raises your spiritual system to another level. So if you get a tap on you at night and it's the spirit want to get busy with you, don't be alarmed, because it's going to happen more and more as time go on. It happens in your dreams. Yeah, it happens in your dreams too. And you know, there's, like I said, there was one called Kakumbo. That's the male energy that been going around. Kakumbo, he slept with several women around the damn earth and stuff. You know, tall brother, you know, dark skinned, tall brother. You know, all of them had the same thing and all. It's this entity called Kakumbo, and he lays a mean piece of pipe. Then there's an entity called Lokeo, and she's a whole like. But you know, that's positive, real promiscuous. And so she comes and visits the brothers. And those are entities, are holy guardian angels to raise you to a higher level. To raise you to a higher level. I just put that out there. And we'll go back in that in question and answer when we do another one. What's that, brother?
Yeah, I was looking at one of your tapes a while ago.
Yeah.
And I remember your feelings on Santeria, especially in North America.
Yeah. And,
basically, Eastern medicine diagnosed me with chronic fatigue syndrome. Western medicine, they say it's psychiatric or whatever.
You go slow down on the last thing you said? Eastern medicine what?
They said that I have something called chronic fatigue syndrome. Western medicine saying it's like psychiatric or like anxiety type thing. You know, we don't know what it is. They say it's mental. And I went to a priestess. She did a reading. And she was saying that a lot of times, you know, we have comrades in other dimensions that like try to basically take us out of this dimension if we agree to be at a certain point.
Right.
And we haven't got there yet.
Yeah.
You know, there's like a force that they put upon us.
Yeah, that all that stuff happens. One brother started going through a bunch of comas. He was this brother, back in the spring of the year, he just would laying in the bed. He's like 26 or something. His mama had to wash him, had to do all kinds of stuff. And what it was is he had this other spirit that was trying to get him to go with him. And they finally recorrected the process. In your particular case, what you need to do is because we have cures for everything now. What you need to do now is you need to call on Otincha, T.H. Shayola, and Queen Goddess Alcala. These are the new entities that's coming back. Now you can line them up with the other thing, but that's really not important. Otincha is fire, T.H. is a nurturer, and Shayola is a mother figure. And Alcala is like she's what she is. She's more like the inner fluids of alchemy. She's a form of melanin. So you want to call on Otincha, T.H. and Shayola. And Queen Goddess, well, we was calling her Alcala, but she came up the other week and said, I'm Queen Goddess Alcala. These motherfuckers are a trip now. So she said, I'm Queen Goddess Alcala. You want to call on those four right now, and you want to mix up the elixir. Let me tell you how you knock this shit out. I guarantee it. You get you some Gardens London Dry Gin, and you get you some Gardens London Dry Gin, and some Windsor Canadian whiskey. You mix them together, half and half. Mix it all together. Mix it together. You see, you end up with 2 bottles. You mix it together. You want to take a couple of shots and spit 4 ways, and you want to call on Otincha, T.H. Shayola, and Queen Goddess Alcala. Motherfucker. Damn shit. You want to call on Queen Goddess Alcala. And you want to say specifically what you want done. And tell them you be specific what you want done, and they will heal your shit. They will heal you. Now, we know it can work because the simple fact is, you know, in Yoruba they have a head. Everybody, you got the head, you know. You Obatala child, you Oshun, you Yemenya. Well, in Kemet, they had these entities and they had your head, and so if your head was Het-Heru, they would take you into the Het-Heru's temple, put your ass on a table, call her down, and she would do the operating. And do what and heal you on what it is. It's real simple. You see? So they didn't even get to the dissecting you. Only time they had to do some surgery or something on another level is when there's a major accident and they have to do some stuff, but then they knew what to do also. But usually they let the spirits come in. And believe me, I'm telling you, this shit works. I had some hot grease. I was cooking some damn tofu and shit, you know. Ain't that a bitch now? I used to be a vegetarian, you know, for a couple of years. Then I got off of it. And the day I try to get healthy, shit go wrong. I'm cooking some damn tofu, and the grease popped on my hand. Hot grease. Hot grease. So I called on teacher T.H. Shayola, and I told him to get with it. I didn't even have to even invoke that stuff, because, you know, I'm their boy. And then I felt something like niacin in my hand, and guess what? My hand never swole up or anything. That was like piece of cake, so I know this shit can work. There was 2 brothers in wheelchairs, and I told the brother, before they came, I told one brother in 2001, I said, I can get you out the wheelchair. I said, read this book on the chakras and get back to me, because the Spirit told me what to do. Well, they told me, we're going to give you the way. So they were setting it up for when these entities come through. So, told the brother to do it. The brother graduated Clark Atlanta University, went home to Oakland, came back a year later. I said, did you read the book? Oh, brother, I didn't even touch the damn book. I was like, your motherfucking ass will be ironside for the rest of your life. Another brother up in Detroit told him, I come back a year later to Detroit, doing a lecture up in Detroit. Come back a year later, he looking at me, he didn't even remember that I told him, I said, man, I can get you out of the damn wheelchair. Get you out of the wheelchair. These things can heal. So I'm trying to tell you, we got that. So whatever you got, whatever disease any of you got right now, just do what I just told you. And the shit will work. You know what I'm saying? It will work. But you got to rely on the spirit world. Now, the reason why I don't recommend the overused traditional African religions, because you got too many people calling on them. You got 3 million white practitioners calling on Oshun. You understand what I'm saying? They deplete the shit. That's why I say, when the ones started coming back, or the Apollos, you can call on them, when the ones start, because they're not depleted. But, and so when the ones started coming back, you can use those particular ones. You can use those particular ones that can deal with some things. Now, I want to go into this one thing. I mentioned before the break that why we didn't have the large temples in the rest of Africa. You ever wondered about that? We like, goddamn, the debate would be over if they built this shit in Nigeria. Nobody could front and say this shit is white. You know what I'm saying? Or in Kenya somewhere, you know. The mystery here is, when they came into Kemet to start documenting the records, that was the fall. They were on their way out, and they had to document the life of what they were prior to getting to the Kemet level. Because so the Africans didn't need to do that because the Africans walked around with detailed files. Yeah, but they say, I have detailed files. The governor, Schwarzenegger, the governor. I have detailed files. The Africans had the complete archetype of the collective unconsciousness, mental telepathy, clairvoyance, and universal world travel. I'm on a plane. I did a lecture in New York last week. I'm on a plane. I did one in Connecticut the week before that. And I'm on the plane. I'm flying all over the place and shit. You know what I'm saying? And still broke. You know, so, you know what I'm saying? But I got them motherfucking landlord. I told them goddamn guards, I said, I don't want to see that motherfucker ass ever again around my fucking house. Ain't seen that motherfucker since May. That shit working. Pay that nigga when I want and what I want to pay him. Chilling in my crib by myself. You see. Now, but I was on the plane coming back from New York, and this white guy was like, oh, Lord. He said, we're up in the clouds. And he said, can you imagine all of the people that lived all those thousands of years before us, and they couldn't even imagine something like that, and we up in the clouds. See, they revel in their little piece of bullshit. And I said, well, imagine the people of 2,000 and 3,000 years ago who had detailed files and clairvoyance and time travel that could go around the earth and be going up in the fucking clouds. I said, they got mythology about them motherfuckers being in the clouds. How you think they got that mythology? They was in the clouds. And I said, imagine those people reincarnating and now on your plane, so they still seeing it. But the key here is we still think that technology evolved when technology evolved to a high state and then declined. And the white boys is giving you snippets of shit and teasing you with gimmicks because his little shit ain't nothing but just improving upon convenience. He ain't really had no breakthroughs on no advanced shit. And he never went to the goddamn moon. That was fake. They showed you that shit in Diamonds Are Forever. What's that? Diamonds Are Forever? The last James Bond flick with Sean Connery, where they broke into a sound stage and they was faking the whole shit. And then they showed you that on Capricorn 1. They just changed it to Mars. There's another one. Funny thing happened on the way to the moon. That's the one that came on Fox a couple of years ago. They didn't go to no moon. They said if we can, first of all, they say with mind control, if we can convince motherfuckers we can go to the damn moon, then we got people forever. They can believe we gods. Motherfuckers have never been to the moon. Honorable Elijah Muhammad told them motherfuckers that shit years ago. So you can't never go to them stars and them planets. So they're lying. You know, so with his little airplane and shit like that falling out the damn sky. You know what I'm saying? Come out the sky anytime they want to. But one of the keys is always put Anubis on top of the plane. Creative visualization is the key. Put Anubis, the dog Anubis, on top of the plane. It won't go down worth a damn. And I'm telling you, them shits is up there now. Since 9/11, them shits be up there bouncing around. I'm like, wait a minute now. Because I'm on a plane. I done been over 300 flights since in 10 years. I'm on a plane at least 3 times a month. And so I could tell the difference. I'm like, after 9, I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. This shit is rough up here. There's some shit going on. And Deborah Blair talked about that. They got highways. Just like you got highways down here, you can't go off in the damn woods and expect to get through the goddamn woods with your car. You got to travel the highway. Well, they got portholes and highways that they have to drive through. And when them shits close up, they all of a sudden, since 98, they ain't been able to travel. When it rained, I'm like, well, goddamn, we used to fly in the rain all the time. Now it's been like, no, it's raining. We're going to have to slow down. So they got highways up there just like you got highways down here. And sometimes them highways close up. You see. And it's kind of rough up there now, but you don't have to worry about it. You got to put Anubis on the plane. I take him and I visualize him sitting on the plane like he is, you know, on his stomach. You put him, and you can take him and put him on a car and put him inside, put him on top of your car. Police won't stop you worth a damn. We was trying to rush in the rain to get to Newark Airport from fucking Brooklyn. And we was driving, it was raining, the car was sliding, and we literally got in 4 or 5 wrecks. But nothing happened because Anubis was on the car. The shit was just like, that was a fucking wreck. But it was just like smooth. You see what I'm saying? So you could put Anpu on the car. If you're walking down the street at night by yourself, you can take Anubis and put him beside you, walking with you. It's all creative visualization. You visualize him walking, won't shit happen to you. Won't shit happen and stuff like that, no. So the Egyptians or the Kamites, they had more advanced history and stuff in the spirit realm, and the Africans did, and what they had to do, they started running out of their memory. Their memory started getting more engrossed in the physical and started running out of memory, so they had to go and record all that shit on the monuments for the rest of the world before they went to sleep. You see what I'm saying? Before they went to sleep. You see? So that's the type of thing that's going down. Let me give you a couple of things that's going on right now, because I want to get into some stuff. There's some things we got to deal with right now and how they're coming at you. This is very important. I don't want to leave here and they'll give you some hard copy on what they're doing coming at you. In the warfare thing. Number one, this is what they're going to start doing. They're going to call you up, black people in general. Most black people are going to fall for the okie doke. They're going to call you up and they're going to say, the government going to say, well, somebody that you know is tested positive for AIDS. Now, we can't divulge who it is, but they have named you. Ain't nobody tested positive. Some bullshit. They have named you. Now, this is the science. Don't fall for the damn okie doke. They're going to tell you, we cannot force you to take the AIDS test. But we would like for you to take the AIDS test because they're going to try to scare you. The first thing you're going to think is, oh, I might have AIDS. Ain't no fucking AIDS. There ain't no damn AIDS. They haven't used the AIDS warfare in this country since the damn early 90s. Before it was an AIDS warfare and they used the shit, but to control it, they would kill you through the damn medicine they give you. You see what I'm saying? And fucking Magic Johnson fat as shit. You know what I'm saying? Walk around this motherfucker here, but he advertising in your neighborhoods to go get the AIDS. This is the new warfare so they can kill your black ass. Now don't fall for the okie doke. They say, so we can't enforce you to take the AIDS test. This is what they're going to tell you. But they're going to try to scare you. You know, oh, I might have it. There ain't no fucking AIDS. But once you take that test, your motherfucking ass is through. Number one, it's going to automatically come back positive based on who you are. So you have given them the right to randomly to selectively pick your ass for death. Now, once you take that test and you are declared HIV positive in America, they can force you to take the drugs that kill you. This is a beautiful way of genocide by you volunteering. But once you take the test, you are considered a terrorist. Because if you have sex with somebody else, that's a terrorist act. The key is, all the black churches talking about take the test. Jesse Jackson, Farrakhan, all these sellout niggas telling you to take the test. All the so-called quote-unquote black leaders, and even the goddamn Mexicans ain't got no leader. Ain't that a bitch? You a world-class people, and little cucaracha, you can't tell me who's the Mexican leader. The Puerto Rican ain't got no damn leader. You the only motherfucker running around here with leaders. You and the goddamn Palestinians. Because that's the Jews' trick to dehumanize you, saying you're a world-class people and you need a fucking leader. Take issue with anybody calling themselves your goddamn leader. You know what I'm saying? Right. Tell that motherfucker, hey, I need to use your house for the weekend. I'm distraught. Motherfucker talking that shit. But They got all them. Now, once you take that AIDS test, you are a ward of the United States government quarantine program, and they can quarantine you. If you have sex with anybody else, they track you for the rest of your life. And if you have sex with anybody else, then that's a terrorist act. See what I'm saying? Meanwhile, there ain't no AIDS. But you're going to come down with it because you're going to go to the hospital and they're going to shoot the shit up in you to give you, to destroy your immune system. Whatever they call it, AZT or whatever new shit that Magic Johnson, that faggot-ass motherfucker, is advertising. That's new warfare. You understand the science. This is the other thing, so don't take the AIDS test. Nobody, not even by mail. I knew when they say you can mail your shit, and I'm like, wait, these motherfuckers planning some shit. And then all of a sudden, in 98, okay, yeah, 98, the #1 recipient of AIDS was the black woman. Now, 2001, it's the black man. You got to make up your fucking mind. I thought the black man was locked the fuck up. Half of them locked up, half of them is bums and can't even damn screw because motherfuckers smell like urine. Because I don't know about you, because the niggas down in Atlanta and everywhere I go is fucked up. You go to New York, it used to be, how much money you got with the sisters? And then that shit went, what kind of car you got? Then that shit went to, what kind of job you got? Then that shit went to, are you crazy? That's the criteria now. Motherfuckers are so bad up, sisters are so hard up now, it's like, well, I see you upright, you ain't a bum. You know, they just want to know, are you crazy? The rest of the shit they can work with. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm more popular with my hood over the hot rod. This belly than I was before. Shit done averaged out. No, but I'm just trying to say. But, now, so watch out for the shit that's going down now with the AIDS thing. This the other thing. This is the other thing. Now, they're doing this. They did it in 1998. In 1988. 1988, they got the Georgia Dome down in Atlanta. That used to sit on a black neighborhood. They had two neighborhoods. One was called Thunder and one was called Lightning. And you know, them were some bad, fucked up neighborhoods. One called Thunder and one called Lightning. So they built the Georgia Dome on Lightning. The other one's called Vine City, which is Thunder, which is across the street. So they bought up all the houses in Vine City because they need all that for the Georgia Dome parking lots and stores and all this. So they got big plans in mind. This is in the 80s. The only people who would not sell was old people. Wouldn't sell. So this is what they do. Now, this is the key. This is what they do around the country to bring down property and all this. They go into prison. Now, if you're a brother and you kill 7 or 8 black people, or 1 or 2 black people, if you're a killer, and your person of choice that you have killed is black people, which is most niggas, they will let you out of prison. They announced it last week. They're starting to do it this week in Atlanta. They did it in 88. They went in and they let out all the ones who was the killers. They let them out of prison without probation. That's a one-way ticket to let a motherfucker do what the hell he want to do. So they will let them out without probation, the killers. And these killers went in there and started killing up old people in Vine City, and the children got scared and moved them all out. Now, they're getting ready to let out a bunch of killers, and because when they was talking to the ones on the news, the people who were the victims was all these black women. And these old ass men, you know, you're a cold motherfucker, you kill an old black woman. You know. So, they were killers. So this is what happened. They're getting ready to let these fools out last week. They're going to do it with no probation. Now this is how it goes. That's their hitmen. In Kansas last year, they let a brother out. He done killed 7 black people. They let him out. He walking around, no probation now. They let him out in May of last year, the 1st of 2002. By August, he's hanging around his family. Everybody in the house come up dead. And then all of a sudden they put him back in jail. That's because he's a hitman. That's a part of their hitman system. So what they're getting ready to do to you, to terrorize you into terrorism, is in the D.C. and Baltimore area, they're getting ready to let out a bunch of thug niggas that's killers that they done fuck with in prison and program them called MK Ultra. That's what they did with your boy John Muhammad. John Muhammad, the same guy who trained John Muhammad how to shoot, is the same black guy who shot Khalid in 1994. Yeah. The same guy who shot Khalid is the same guy who trained John Muhammad. And John Muhammad and Moose, Chief Moose, was in the army together in the same damn unit. You don't understand, this shit is about Hollywood. They both government agents. And MK Ultra. You see what I'm saying? They killed this guy from the Montauk program. You gone? From the Montauk project, the guy Ken Bridges, I know his wife. I lectured for this brother in Philly. His wife called and said, hell, he was on his way back to Philadelphia. The company that he was working for called him back to D.C., had him turn around to go to D.C. to discuss something with him, and then gave him a list of gas stations not to stop at on his way out with the sniper, and the first one on the list that he stopped at, they killed him. You see what I'm saying? But we saw it when it was a movie called, it's gone? Movie called, what's the name of that movie with Wesley Snipes? Liberty Stands Still. They always make the movie the year before. Liberty Stands Still. You know, now take that out. Let her do that. She's going to take that out. And we're going to keep rolling. So now, also, the brothers that's dying in Africa, there's 75,000 a month, continent-wide, dying in Africa with the AIDS. They're killing them and calling it AIDS, injecting them. You see, they come, you know, they're injecting them and calling the damn thing AIDS. You see what I'm saying? So they give them, they first get sick because they're coming in, they inject them with whatever it is, because they're getting, the World Health Organization is inoculating them. Once they inoculate them, they come down with this sickness, and they're killing them and calling it AIDS. I want to ask you a damn question. Why the Arabs, there's more than black continents, black countries in Africa. Why the Arabs ain't coming down with it? In Libya, Hemmitt, Mauritania, Chad, parts of Chad. Yeah, all of those places. Algeria, why they're not coming down with AIDS? Because right there let you know if it's a non-controllable disease, the Arabs will be the first to get it. The Arabs are some of the nastiest humans on the planet. They still wipe their hand, they shit with their hand. They're some of the nastiest humans on the planet. You know what I'm saying? Filthy people. That's sad, but why he ain't coming down with it? You ever thought about that? Let's go to one better. They're going to kill 40,000. No, they're going to kill, how many is it? Let's do the math on this. It's 4,000, it's 4,500 South Africans dying a month with AIDS. 4,500. Do the math on that times 300 times 12. Huh? 540,000? Now that's how many they're going to take off the planet. Africa, South Africa's not just occupied by blacks. Why the whites ain't got it? If it's supposed to be a non-discriminating disease, Why they don't have it? And why none of the non-African countries that are now, you know, non-African populated countries, why those crackers ain't got it? These Arabs and stuff. Yeah, I'm just saying, for the mere fact Europe don't have it, these are the nastiest people on earth. You know, these motherfuckers right now in France do not wash. That's why perfume, you know, I was at a football game back in the 90s, one of the homecoming, before I stopped going to that shit, Clark Atlanta homecoming, and they had these models from Paris, and it was a black girl that had went over there to Paris, and she was a model, and she came back with 2 white models, and them motherfuckers stink. Look, the only thing could kill that shit was some Raid and some Lysol and some lye. Them motherfuckers stink. So Europe is filthy. You know what I'm saying? It's filthy. We talking about white women. It's the new shit. Put your foot in the pussy. You ever seen this shit here? Mm-hmm. These motherfuckers take a whole foot and put up in the pussy. That's the new shit. I'm like, the hell you put a whole foot up in a pussy?
He just there.
That's enough to give some motherfucker a disease. You know how much shit your foot? These motherfuckers put a whole foot up in the pussy. That's the new shit. White folks. You know what I'm saying? All kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know, we talking about all kind of crazy shit, but they ain't got no AIDS. That shit is AIDS-free and fluoride-free. Because the fluoride shuts down the pineal gland and calcifies the pineal gland. And they ain't got no country on the continent of Europe that have fluoride. America's #1 in fluoride. Because it's... They even got it now, they selling it on the shelves, fluoride water. And like Dick Gregory say, if you look on there, they say, if you swallow this shit, contact the doctor.
No poison control.
No poison control, because there is no doctor can cure what this shit will do to you if you swallow this shit. You know what I'm saying? And this shit calcifies and shuts down the pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? Another thing that shuts down the pineal gland is, and I talked about this. I was in Texas. I was in Houston doing a lecture in March. The brother who had me to come, what he does is he sets a truck in for about 3-4 months, he sets a truck in a sugarcane field and just watch videos, and they tap on the door and he hauls the sugarcane to the mills, and that's all he does, is just be there to drive. And he said that the sugarcane they take to the mills is this big around. Now I'm like, well damn, I remember sugarcane, hell, you can get sugarcane this big around. You know what I'm saying? And it's like a bamboo pole, the same as a bamboo pole. And he said, no, the sugarcane now is this big around, and if you come with the one that like the bamboo pole, they don't buy it at the mill. That's against the law. And the government give them the seeds or however they grow, the feed or whatever they do to grow this thing. The government regulates it, but it's cloned sugarcane is the only one they buy. So you're getting cloned sugarcane, which gives you high fructose corn syrup, which is in everything. So one of the sisters in Detroit that does research, we said, we're going to get to the bottom of this shit today. And she said, when this shit hits the body, the entire central nervous system shuts down. Now, melanin is throughout the central nervous system. So when this thing hits the body, the entire central nervous system shuts down. Now, if the entire central nervous system shuts down, that means the pancreas shuts down, and that's where all this bullshit about diabetes everybody getting is coming from the high fructose corn syrup. You see? As well as the fucking damn kidneys. I remember when I had a uncle on dialysis in New York in 1970. It was almost like this nigga was from Mars. It was unheard of. You go there and it'd be him and another person. Now you go to dialysis, be just as many people sitting up in this lecture. All black. Kidneys done fail, because the kidneys, the word echidna, the Greek word for the great mother is called echidna. echidna. You can get that in Robert Graves' book, Greek Myths, Robert Graves, echidna. You can get it in another book called Gods of the Greeks by Carl Carini. Echidna, that's a serpent-like figure. That's where the word kidneys come from. That's the form of the Great Mother. So they have to attack the kidneys because not only that, the kidneys have some type of amphibious nature to it because children can be born underwater. Amphibious nature that they don't want you to tap into based on you drinking water. So one of the keys is dehydration. Number one key in America, people die from dehydration and sleep deprivation. Those are number one killers. And lack of exercise. Well, fuck that. Goddamn now, you gotta die from something. Shit. You gotta die from something, goddamn it. No, don't get me wrong, man, with me. See, I'm free. You know why? Because every day you wake up should be a bad day. You woke up this morning. And if you get all the trimmings and cut that shit out where you occupy this shit, you're doing time down this motherfucker. You ain't figured it out yet. All the foods don't taste good no more. You know what I'm saying? The things that you used to enjoy, you can't find no good movies or no kind of shit because all that shit done been done. The music show is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The only thing that's good is still a little bit is the sex. You know what I'm saying? But that shit is questionable. You know what I'm saying? If a motherfucker ain't got no creative ability. You know what I'm saying?
What about milkshake, man?
You see?
What about the milkshake?
Yeah, we got that going. But now, you know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I feel, you know, and stuff like that, you know. It's some creative ability on the sexual thing, you know what I'm saying? And I might holler like the moon, howl at the moon and shit. Good cop, bad cop. You must be punished for your evil deeds. Now, but sleep deprivation and dehydration. Gotta understand this. You go to the supermarket on the soda row of sodas, because that dehydrates you, reach from one end of the supermarket to the next. All flavors, and that shit is getting cheap. They selling shit down that motherfucker in Atlanta. 12 packs for $1. You go to the soda machine, it costs you damn near $1 to get a fucking soda, canned soda out of the machine, but you can turn right around and go in the same supermarket and get a 12-pack of the same shit that's in the soda machine for a damn $1. 99 cents. Kiwi strawberry. Shit. Now, that's dehydration and high fructose corn syrup. It's in everything but natural juice. You know, now Welch's bring out a line of that drink. That shit tastes good as a motherfucker. I'm drinking that shit. They got a Welch's one in the carton. Peach and white grape. I'm drinking this shit and I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, goddamn. Shit, I'm about to catch a nut off this thing here. Oh, what the fuck is in this shit? High fructose corn syrup. That's the same as that's why that shit tastes so good. That's the same as, and when that shit cold too. Ooh, fuck. Shit. Now, that's the same, that ain't no different than fucking accent and MSG. MSG tells the brain, if you put the MSG on this shit right here, this shit gonna taste good as a motherfucker. That's why they had to take the name off of Kentucky Fried Chicken, the family. When they changed the recipe, they had to say KFC. They couldn't say Kentucky Fried Chicken no more because it's based on MSG, which burns the brain cells. And I remember when right after I got off of being a vegetarian, you know, years of being a vegetarian, and then got off that shit, and I said, I'm going to Kentucky Fried Chicken. Ate that damn shit and had paralysis for 30 minutes. I was paralyzed on the goddamn floor, walking around on my hands. That shit paralyzed my ass. So you know, with a cleaned out body, how well that shit can do. You know what I'm saying? Or how well that can do. You see what I'm saying? How, you know, that stuff is amazing. Now, but the soda shit is the dehydration because the melanin works through the water. I remember in one of my lectures I said in 95 I drank 4 gallons of water a day. You got to be stationed. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can't be working on no job and shit like that. 4 gallons of water a day from Sunday to Wednesday. And Wednesday I could time travel. I went back to 1980. I went back to the 1970s, and I could time travel. The time and the stuff is inside of you. You know, melanin is nothing but memory bank. It's called akasha in Sanskrit. That's where you get akasha in the movie Queen of the Dam. And when they killed her, she turned what? Pure black. But they said her blood is the most ancient. I'll let you in on something. There's some stuff, when you go to a certain level, there's an acidity that gets in your blood. And once this acidity gets in your blood, when you go, it's an alchemical process. When you get to a certain level, it can heal anything. I sliced my arm open to the white meat on one Sunday. The next Sunday, the shit completely healed. You know, to completely heal. When you get to a certain level. I know I got a sister. She's born on the same day. I'm born November 28, 1961. She's born on November 28, 1931. I'll be 42. She'll be 72. She called me up because she done made it through the process. She used to hang out with Malcolm X. She used to be a part of the early nation. She used to be one of Malcolm X running partners. She called me up and say, "God damn, Bobby, my gray hair is growing black hair. Regenerating the cells." You know what I'm saying? And the only mud pack you can get to regenerate your face, if you having a little bit of sags, is some milkshake, some sperm, some nut, some jism, some sperm. A milkshake will regenerate your face. Milkshake. That's what you want. You start putting that milkshake on your face, sisters, you'll go back to fucking 19 with some milkshake. I've seen this shit work within a matter of hours.
Is that with Viagra or without?
Huh?
I just wanted to know, is that with Viagra?
But it's the melanin inside of it. It's the melanin inside of it and stuff. It's got to be from the black man because the white man and the white woman don't produce collars, ojas, shaktis, collars, runners, rusters, and gunners. There's alchemical formulas in the melanin that is not produced in the European. They can't produce it. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, it's got to be with a brother. That's why they're paying up all the sisters now on TV, and they make it fashionable. And Halle Berry's got a new career now, fucking that damn hillbilly motherfucker. Because they're doing that and stuff, because they're trying to do this and stuff, because they understand that through the sexual energy, shaktis, gunners, rusters, tammers, ojas, and collies, you can get all this stuff in. Let's see some books that you can get on this. Get Sexual Alchemy by Donald Tyson. Must-have book. Sexual Alchemy by Donald Tyson. Older book, The Serpent Power by Arthur Avalon, talks about those gunners, rusters, tammers, and ojas and shaktis. You see them? These are not but alchemical forms of melanin. And so right now, you can go to two conscious people, start bumping and grinding, can go to the other realm. You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing right now, is being on the frequency. So if it's a conscious brother, it can go to the other realm. You see what I'm saying? So that's why, you know, there's a certain things you need to start doing. The sisters need to start practicing the form of polyandry, which means, you know what I'm saying, you know, if that rockhead nigga at home is dead, you meet a conscious motherfucker, get with him, because this, you got to understand where I'm coming from here. We're not talking about moralism. There's the human realm that is put together based on moral laws and the function of society. Then there's a spirit realm, and there's spiritual mates come down here. And you might be contractually married in the physical realm, but when you meet a conscious brother, you share the same path on the God realm. Why you think Krishna goes with a married woman? Radha. Because Krishna is a god. So she has a husband, but she also has Krishna because he does not register as a human. So getting with another dead nigga would just be you'd be cheating or whatever. You one dead nigga, you know. But if you're getting with a conscious person, he's going to the God realm. That's the way you're supposed to do it in the spirit realm. So cheat on that nigga. Hey, but you brothers can tiptoe on that dead-ass sister, but it has to be a conscious sister. We're not talking about moralism here. No, this ain't no fucking preacher shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no Farrakhan. You know, this ain't no preacher shit. It ain't about no moralism. I'm trying to tell you how you connect the energies together. You see what I'm saying? How you connect the energies together with the conscious aspects of the particular thing. But so as far as if it's a conscious brother, it's all right. It's all right on that particular level. But my point here is the melanin also is tapped into. You have to turn off most of the lights and try two things. Try to get as much amount of electronic equipment out of your room where you sleep. Because that interferes, the ELF waves interfere with your ability to sleep. Then you need to jack in with some. Now let me tell you something about pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals are not bad because we invented pharmaceuticals. Chemistry came from Hemmitt. Only pharmaceuticals is bad. Understand the difference. Only pharmaceuticals is bad. So the government is saying only pharmaceuticals versus holistic health and vitamins and, you know what I'm saying, the natural path and all this other stuff. But pharmaceuticals on one particular aspect is no different than the peyote, the marijuana at certain things and stuff like that. Get you some fucking Unisom. Now the reason why I recommend this is because there's the book, Russell J. Reeder's book, Melatonin, Your Body's Own Wonder Drug. That's the best book out. Give you a list of shit to shut down melanin. And it's damn near everything in the iron, electric can opener, the refrigerator, the TV. Every damn electrical appliance in your house shuts down melanin. But they said the number one shit that can tap into, number one, they said the greatest thing they ever find that enhanced melanin, when the melanin levels jump within like 7 minutes to another level, to a higher level, was through marijuana. And that's what it said in the book. So you can understand why they outlawed that shit. You see what I'm saying? The melanin levels jump to umpteen%. The other thing here is they talk about some stuff called it's called dihydro. See if I got some of them drugs up in this motherfucker. No, I don't have it. It's the stuff. It's a sleep aid called Unisom. It's in several things. It's in Unisom is the one, the name of it. It's called Walsom at Walmart. And it's also called Simply Sleep Tylenol, put it out. Now I'm telling you this because, okay, you can take the valerian root and all that. And that can make you sleep, but it don't jack you in. So we talking about some matrix shit right here. So you need to take the blue pill. There's a blue pill called Unisom. The generic brand is Walsom. But get the Unisom and find out the name is dihydrodramamine, some kind of stuff. But in the book, they said that was the most effective sleep aid for melanin because other things you get a fragmented sleep. Like they said that for years, alcohol to get you to sleep, but the alcohol wears off in the middle of the night and you wake up. The key is, and I'm going to try to explain this thing on a metaphysical tip. Y'all all right? Now this is what's going on here. Why I say get it is perfectly safe. It's perfectly safe. I know. I wouldn't give you shit it's perfectly safe. You know, they say don't drink it with alcohol, but I booze this shit and still take a blue pill. I wouldn't advise you to do that. I'm on a whole nother level. See, things I can do, I have gone through the abyss. Try to understand this. Y'all all right? I have gone through the abyss. See if I can get over here. Let's see here, I got this. I have gone through the abyss. The abyss is, so I wouldn't, my body has, I have never been sick in my life other than a head cold. My body and none of my stuff, hey, you wouldn't believe it looking at me. But I have never been sick in my fucking life. You see. Now, this is the Kabbalah. Y'all all right? Now, this Kabbalah here, believe it or not, it comes, although the Hebrews got it, not the Hebrews, the Jews. Hebrews is us. You've seen the Kabbalah, the tree of life. The tree of life. Although the Jews got it, they tell you that they first got the Kabbalah where? In Spain by Moses de Leon. The Moors is the one that gave them this. So the Kabbalah is a complete Moorish document. The tree of life. They gave them this particular information because this comes from the temple of Komombo in Egypt, as well as I found it at the temple of Dendera, the tree of life of the Kabbalah. So, the Kabbalah. So now, yeah, let me hold on. I knew there was something missing. So, yeah. Anyway, this is the tree of life, the Kabbalah. This comes from Hemmitt by way, and it goes up into Spain, and then they give these to the Israelis, the fake Jews. You see what I'm saying? Is it real or is it a fucking cracker? Is it real or is it a motherfucking cracker? You see, a fucking redneck is a goddamn redneck. I don't give a damn if it does wear black in Tel Aviv. It's still a fucking caveman. Y'all bear witness now. It's a fucking caveman. So you want to be clear? Oh, y'all shouldn't talk about it. Fuck them. They ain't shit. Well, let's go by what our ancient people say about them. This is the last bit of evidence I got. I put out 2 tapes, Human Artificials in 1993. You find that, and I got a new one called Immigrant Humans in 2001. That's all in the handout. This is the latest stuff. This is coming from India, the Athra Veda. This is what the Dravidians and shit. The Athra Veda, A-T-H-A-R-A-V-A-V-D-A. Athra Veda by David Chand. These books come from India. You have to call up the East-West bookstore in downtown Manhattan, and they order this stuff directly from India. And all. See, now let's look. I was in New York in July doing a lecture. About to fly out, I said, oh, the Athra Veda, I always wanted this. Picked it up, was $45. Picked it up, bought it. Got on the plane, and the goddamn book say, whoop. And my eyes say, whoop, because that's where the Spirit give me shit. And I'm looking, the first thing I opened up the book turned to this page. And this is what it said. This is ancient Sanskrit text. So let's see what the fucking ancient people said about these fucking crackers. Since y'all so much Rainbow Coalition. Let's see about this shit here. Athra Veda, page 355 in this particular book, Athra Veda by David Chand. Giving you the evidence. A-T-H-A-R-V-A-V-D-A. David Chand, C-H-A-N-D. D-V Chand, D-E-V-I-C-H-A-N-D. D-V Chand. Okay? Let's see. Like I said, I bought the book in New York, got on the plane, and the book opened up to the goddamn page. And my eyes say, bam! And this is the first thing I read out the book. Those who cannot bear the sun, who warms us yonder from the sky, hide themselves at night penniless, wretched people who dress themselves in goat skin, malodorous, bloody mouths, which mean they eat that red meat. Such characterless persons we drive away. Huh? Caveman. Let me read this shit again. Document, Alpha Veda, page 155, D.V. Chan's book, which is Sanskrit text. This is what your Dravidians said about these people. We have to learn the hard way. Ask fucking Kobe Bryant about that shit. That motherfucker gonna swing for sure. You don't understand, man, what's going down here. See, they took him to a state. No means no. When they say no means no, now I'm gonna be honest with you. I understand why the shit comes. First of all, let's get this right. I have to address these things. The part of Colorado where he is 98% white folks. The most populated part of Colorado is what? Denver, and it's 4% black. So these laws are put together for white men. But the date rape shit is so rampant in the country. So they got to put law. They'll come in one state and do it, and they got to do it for the rest of the states. I didn't know this shit, but I'm going to be honest with you, I did. Because I had to think back when I was growing up. This shit is so prevalent among black women. So I done met, literally, because you know I'm all over the country, I done met hundreds of women say, you know I was date raped. Several times. And I remember this shit when I was growing up, because we got to tell the goddamn truth. The old men used to tell us as young boys, she didn't give you no pussy, take the pussy. You remember that shit? You niggas know this is one of the Negro secrets. You see what I'm saying? They used to say, take the pussy. So the date rape shit is so rampant in the country, both black and white, so they have to create these laws. So now they got the law, which means she could have screwed 3 or 4, 5 men. But if she says no, it means no. And they don't have to prove anything else on, see, they got him, because the only thing they got to prove is she said no. He already, a dumbass motherfucker already admitted that he slept with her. The gig is up. He should have went and said, I don't know that bitch. You know they can get a, oh, you shit. They can get a motherfucker to believe you. I don't know her. You know what I'm saying? He said he did it. He fucked. Because the only thing the lawyer got to do is say, did you say no at any time? They could have been fucking for an hour. She said, no, 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 no. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Normally that means yes. Like, yes. You screwing for an hour, it should mean yes. I'm thinking you're doing some role playing. Okay then, you know, or something. But anyway, she only got to say no once, and his ass is swinging. So now the caveman, I'll read it again. And you know the Egyptians say our biggest problem, that we learn how to create another race. Now that's what it says. Library of Alexandria, documented in the Hemmitt text. Walter Scott, 1935. It's in the Hemmitt text. That's what the Egyptians say. Our biggest problem is we learn how to create another man. That's from their own mouths. I got it. Walter Scott's book, Hermetica. Okay, one more time. Those who cannot bear the sun, who warms us yonder from the sky, hide themselves at night, penniless, wretched people who dress themselves in goat skin, malodorous, with bloody mouths. Such characters we drive away. You see what I'm saying? We drive away. So don't let nobody fool you. I don't give a damn all that Rainbow Coalition. The scriptures and stuff that I read in the ancient world, there's a law called the law of retribution. Reciprocity and retribution is the same. They got a goddess of retribution, which is a form of Mayat. She's called Nemesis. And she's coming to kick a motherfucker in the ass. So these white folks don't get their ass whipped Don't let nobody fool you. In the book of Enoch, they say the ones that have chastised you, we're going to turn over to the elect. And we are the elect. R.H. Charles' book, the book of Enoch, Ethiopian book of Enoch. But in this book right here, the Dictionary of Ancient Deities, which is a must-have, you got to get this book. Charles Russell Carter, and Patricia Turner, and read on the goddess Nemesis. That's Mayat. You just got to extend the realm. They might not even do it in here, but that's what Mayat is, reciprocity, retribution. So fuck them. This ain't no Rainbow Coalition. And I done went to the other side. Look, this is the Kabbalah. This is the Kabbalist. You got to go up these spheres. There's pathways and shit. And you got to go up these pathways and all this kind of stuff. Here, when you go through Darth, D-A-A-T-H, Darth, where you get the word Darth Vader. This is the black dot in melanin mystery. When you tap into Darth and go into no self, you go to the backside of a tree of life. I crossed over into this shit. And ain't no white motherfuckers over there. You see what I'm saying? Now, once you go through Darth, you become immortal. And I know what I'm talking about because certain people already did it. I got a friend named Basisi. He's 62 years old. This nigga crossed over, and he had a party just dancing and drinking and shit and go outside and get hit by a fucking car. They hit his ass so hard till he had... You know you got to be hit hard when you climb up from up under the exhaust pipe of the back of the damn car. That's how hard they hit this nigga. He gets up, 62 years old now, walks to his sister's house 5 blocks, drunk as shit, get in his sister's car, go back down to the wreck, standing out, looking for the motherfucker who got run over. They say, we hit him, he climbed, whatever it is, he climbed from the back of the car. He looking and shit. They got ran over. He looking. They out there. They can't find him. Somebody go, he got on a whole white outfit. They said, this the nigga got ran over, he got tire tracks all over him. I said, damn, boss, he said, did you get hurt? He said, no, I had a little scratch on my face, and the next morning it healed up. You see, next morning it healed up. So when you cross into Darth, I see it sometimes, you know how you bump, you know how sometimes you wake up and you got a sore thing, you every night you hit yourself, or you bump into something, you can't feel it, and you wake up sore. At night I wake up and this burning feeling, that's that acid in the blood. Tells you that our God's blood is the most precious acid, that's melanin. And it heals shit. It heals things. You know. So don't worry about me, you shit. Like I told I told what's her name? He's like, you still drinking? Dr. Africa. And he still eating me, and I'm like, Dr. Africa, don't front. I'll outlive you any goddamn day. I'm a spirit man. Holy man don't be getting sick. I said, I'll outlive you any day. Still drinking? I'm like, hell yeah, you goddamn right. Does Oshun and them motherfuckers drink? How the hell I'm gonna have a God tell me to pour him a drink of liquor? And I said, how the hell you think I got this way? I didn't never drink no liquor. I'm from college, man. We drink beer. Beer and pizza for breakfast. And a Budweiser for fucking breakfast. We used to roll out of bed, had a little refrigerator cooler, roll out of bed, take the Budweiser drink, and go breakfast. To start the day, breakfast of champions. Breakfast of champions. I didn't drink no fucking liquor. Drink wine and shit. You know what I'm saying? I drank in Mount Shabbos. That was my shit. Goddamn cream Concord. That cheap shit, $2.99. So in 2000, I'm spitting this shit to these Palo entities and to these voodoo entities. I'm spitting this shit to them from March to August. And they're like, yo, you want to get down, man? Shit, you got to. And I tapped in and drank some of that Myers rum and went to a whole nother level. been drunk ever since. But it's a spirit thing. I say, I'm a holy man. I'll outlive you. I say, you like my damn brother. I got a brother, that motherfucker don't eat nothing but twigs. They eat twigs and air. We're trying to figure out what these niggas eat. They done went past vegetarian. They went past vegan. They done went past vegan. They in the breatharian and air and twigs, juniper root or whatever. We trying to figure out what these niggas do. But you go and paint your fingernails in his house, he break out in hives. This goddamn nigga eat some rice, he almost die. Because he's trained his mind that everything is wrong. Everything is going to hurt him. This is the subconscious mind. So he has trained his mind by reading so many fucking labels that everything is wrong. So now, if this nigga eat an onion, he gets sick. He eats some rice, that motherfucker that nigga ate some rice in South Carolina, damn near died. White rice, almost died. But he's trained his mind that it's dangerous. You hear all these vegetarian motherfuckers coming out with cancer now? They be writing all these books and say, I feel embarrassed. Why? Because there's principalities. If you are saying everything that's going to hurt you, you initiate on the low realm. So you keep initiating down that this is going to hurt me, and it goes to the subconscious mind. And so after a while, you don't even have to eat the wrong thing. By you being in that realm thinking that everything is going to hurt you, you become sick. You notice how the motherfuckers, they look dehydrated and shit? You know what I'm saying? Some of these motherfuckers, they got so lofty. And I say, and this nigga here gets sick off rice, and this is the same nigga used to lick ketchup off the fucking street when we was little. Sausage was that nigga middle name. Same nigga used to lick ketchup off the goddamn street and live on Mars bars and Three Musketeers. So I'm just trying to say here, it's moderation. Now, this is what this is talking about here. This is the middle pillar. This is the balancing scales. Now, what happens is this. You say, I want to improve myself from being a Negro. The key here is to go to the middle pillar and balance things out. That's the Mayatean principle. But if you go to the other pillar and go to the opposite, you haven't improved yourself. You have become extreme and made a complete circle. You see what I'm saying? Because if the scales tilt, you're right back where you started from. So you are just as bad by being extreme on things that you said you was healing yourself from. So therefore, you get to the middle pillar and balance things out. You see what I'm saying? You balance things out. You see? And so therefore, everything is a balance. When you try to escape by going to the extreme, you have created nothing but the same condition you left from. It just took a new form. You understand how that goes? So this is what's going on. So this is some things that you got to balance things out. So I'm saying I'm a holy man. I'm not gonna get sick. I have never been sick, and I'm better than I was with the pounds on. Now I got blubber like a whale. Fucking storage. Okay. Let's go on. All right. Let's see where we are now. About to dehydrate in this hot ass shirt. Thought it was cold up north, but that ought to let you know something. Okay. Let's see. Let's see some things that we want to deal with. Take phenylalanine, because that's some shit. If you take phenylalanine and selenium, that's very key when it comes to the actual melanin. Phenylalanine and selenium. Phenylalanine is amino acid. Selenium is a mineral. Take them both together, and that enhances the whole melanin thing. Now, going back, With the blue pill, this is what's happening. Sleep, you don't go to sleep. Sleep overtakes you. Have you ever been sleepy and it feels like you're sedated? It feels like an entity is on you. Sleep and melanin is one and the same. Melanin is a living entity. It is the alien that they talk about. All that shit they talk about in the X-File, that shit is all metaphysical. Melanin and sleep is the same thing. Why the hell you think they can take melanin out of you, put it in a white person, and the white motherfucker fall asleep? Why is it a sleep aid for them? Melanin and sleep is the same thing. Now, you want to jack in because you want to go to the dream realm or the realm of sleep. Now, this is what happens. Ever since 19 or 20, you start to lose sleep. Some of you even earlier than that, because, you know, you ain't got the kind of mamas to tell you, get your motherfucking ass in bed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but remember that shit? You had to go to bed when the sun was still up because of daylight saving time, and you go to bed at 9 or 8, and so the motherfucker still put your ass in bed. Remember that shit? You know? I had some disciplinarian parents. My mama and my goddamn grandmama. Tag team, motherfuckers. Tag team. I got a last beating I got a beating for about an hour and a half. Stealing a Batmobile. Got a beating for damn near an hour and a half on her ass. This motherfucker done went fool. You know. But anyway, you go into, try to understand this. When you a child, you got to go to bed. So one of the perks of being an adult is you get to stay up late. That's cool. You understand what I'm saying? I'm grown now, goddammit. I stay up late as I want to. Know what I'm saying? One of the things in your rearing is when you get a certain age, you don't have to go to bed like you used to. Remember this? So now it becomes a privilege to stay up late. You understand what I'm saying? The ancients, when it got dark, unless they had some kind of ceremony they was doing, they went to bed. So, the more sleep you get, here's a doorway. You are up at the doorway when you're a child. That's why a child is always hollering and screaming about the boogeyman. They actually be seeing shit. Know what I'm saying? And these motherfuckers now, they either come back because they need help or they come back because they need to help you. Since this shit is damn near over, they're coming back to help you. Now, my brother got a little child. He a little 6. The one that's got to do all of, I got a brother a year older and one a year younger. The one that don't eat nothing. He got a child. That motherfucker is goddamn that 6th sense boy. He's all that shit. But when he was a little boy, when he was like 2 years old, he told him, pick the Fantasy 5 number for me. And he wrote that shit down, told him, and he wrote it 5 numbers the best he could on the paper. But the shit was legible. And that night, he said, I'm going to go play this shit. And that night, he chilled and didn't go play it. And turned on the goddamn TV and that shit hit. And he started crying. $100,000. The little boy gave it to him. So some of these children are here to give you messages. You just got to look at them real close and see what they're dealing with at this particular time. But now also, too, because they're very spiritual, they can be some of the most fucked up children if you don't discipline them. You're just getting to the point right now, man. The more fucked up children that's exceeding the ones you like. You see this shit? I ain't talking about no motherfucker in their teenage years. I'm talking about babies. This motherfucker fucked up. Got a nasty disposition. Number one, because they're very advanced. And if you don't guide them and stuff, you see what I'm saying? Shit, them motherfuckers, you know, they can get out of hand because there's a whole lot of energy. But a lot of them, if you look at them, they can teach you some shit. You see what I'm saying? They can teach you some stuff. Now, going back, you trying to go And you staying up now because it's a privilege. You're at the doorway when you're young, but the more sleep you lose, the more and more you get away from the doorway. That's why most grown people say, I don't dream like I used to. I'm having problems dreaming. So what you want to do is the more sleep you get, you jack in mostly to the doorway. But fortunately, if you get this sleep, if you lose sleep for a couple of months, you don't leave where you've jacked in. You don't have to go back to square one. So if you get this sleep, wherever you go, you get closer to the doorway. You see what I'm saying? And the more and more you get closer to the doorway, the more and more you tap into that other realm. So but the key here is you need to jack in. Because the other shit is, now, there's the doorway, but then there's jacking into the dream realm. The dream realm is an alternative reality accessible through a person's dreams. Early in life, most people can enter into the dreamland, or they call it the dreamlands, at will. But as adulthood approaches, the gateway closes up for the majority of dreamers. Only a few adults are able to enter into the land again through some certain narcotics or simply dedicated dreaming. You see, some special portholes to the dreamlands do exist, but simply, let's see, hold on. Some special portals of the dreamlands are working in dreamlands, and the waking world do exist, but these gateways are few and often found in dangerous locales in both realms. They're dangerous to white folks. They ain't dangerous to you. The key here is the government say, we got to keep them niggas working. That's why you looking down on niggas who don't work. The most free motherfuckers, the motherfuckers standing around that damn liquor store. But he's fucking up his body, he gonna die. That's the crown to this shit. The death realm. They having party. I'm mad as a motherfucker, man. I call on the death realm and shit. What you doing? We partying. We partying. I'm like, well, damn. Look, I need to get to see some of this shit. Y'all need to include me in on this shit. They're having parties over on the other realm. See, this is what's going on. Try to understand this. When we get the dream thing going, then I'll try to understand this thing so you can understand this. Now, when you jack in with that blue pill, you get into some creative dreaming. But all you health nuts, you ain't gonna go no damn where. You know, oh, it's everything is all natural and all beautiful and shit like that, and you ain't doing nothing but just shitting and pissing like me, going to work, and ain't no magic getting done. This is magic. This is high occult science, I'm telling you. You see, y'all all righteous. So you jack in. Hell, everything you do around this motherfucker is toxic and has it. Just waking up and going outside. You don't get it. You use these narcotics, that unisom, to get to the doggone dream realm. Guess what happens? You automatically get healed. You see, the reason why I get healed at night is because I entered into the dream realm and I never came back. So once you do that, your body is in the other world while you walk around in this world, and that's why the 65-year-old man can get hit and don't know he hit. You see what I'm saying? So now, you go into the dream now, so get that unisom, because what happens here is regular sleep is done to rest the body, but you don't want that. You want to jack into the dream realm so you can get that lucid dreams. That world is the world that is now becoming the world that we're going to. This world is on the decline and getting ready to dissipate. This shit can dissipate as early as fucking next year. No, as early as next week, and as late as anytime next year. And if we make it to the year after that, remember, it's like right on the edge. This shit can slip into the other realm anytime now. You got to understand, that's how close we are. Why the hell you think the motherfuckers is in Iraq? We're going to get in that in a few minutes. And why you think they're doing shit? Why you think they blew up their own building? The World Trade Center. Why you think they did that? Because their fucking time is up. Honorable Elijah Muhammad say, them motherfuckers will be shaking in their boots, but will still be building buildings and thinking that everything going to be in the future for them. And they shaking in their boots. Yeah. So now, what you want to do is, you want to jack into the dream realm You want to jack into the dream realm so that you can, that's the healing realm. But you can't get there through regular sleep because your sleep has been altered based on fucked up living in the particular aspect of being adults and losing sleep. Now, you can make up for lost time by going in and jacking into that blue pill about 3 times a week. Do it about 3 times a week. You don't have to do it because you don't, it's not an addictive thing, but you do it about 3 times a week on that Unisom or simply sleep. Very safe. And jack in, and that's where the healing realm comes in. Now, I haven't jacked in months, but I got this entity inside of me, and it was like, no, the entity's there. He's in the body. I said, I don't feel the motherfucker. They said, no, the sister like, no, he there. He's woke. He's all this kind of thing. But I messed around and jacked in because I was doing a lecture, and I couldn't get to sleep for about 3-4 nights. I said, damn, I got to get some sleep or I'm going to do the lecture. This is in New York. So I took a half of the Sleepinol. They give you 2 pills in the Simply Sleep. And I took 1 of them and got a little bit of rest. And then I woke up, and I hadn't taken this stuff in like 6 months. Woke up and I went to the bathroom and I could feel the motherfucker in me. I said, oh, he's here. I got him. I got your black ass now. That's the entity. That's the holy guardian angel that they call it. That is the higher self. So I got your monkey ass now, so I know what to do. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about here getting to that sleep realm because that's where the melanin actually takes place and that's where everything is. Now, what's going on here is this realm used to be strong and the other realm used to be weak because it had to regenerate. So it was actually dead. So the death realm was actually a dead realm. Now the dead realm is now the live realm, and this is the dead realm of illusions that's dissipating. That's why it's hot outside. The weather is up for grabs for any motherfucker that know what to do. Give you a lesson in this thing. Guaranteed. I'd be fucking them up in Atlanta so bad too late. The meteorologists just quit lying. Well, we just don't know what the fuck happening. It was supposed to rain today. How many is 1 minute? And I changed the damn weather and it should be hot. You can do this. If the Native Americans can do it, why the hell you think you can't do it? In the melanin there's 4 elements: water, air, earth, and fire. And that's what the weather is controlled by. Only thing you got to do is tap into that shit and you can change the damn weather. You can change the weather. We went to Pittsburgh and I told them how to do this shit. And the next morning, the people said, man, it's going to be a thunderstorm. It's going to be like a hurricane. The next morning, it was clear and it was fucking summer. And this was in March. Now, you know Pittsburgh in March is some cold shit. Because everybody tapped in from the lecture and did it. It's creative visualization. We'll get into that when she changed the film and all. And when we come back and all. 1 minute? Oh, we got another minute. So now, you can do these particular things that is actually going down. You can actually, that is actually going down. So, let's see here. We get into some other things here. We got how many more hours we got? Huh? How many? 2? Oh shit, we good to go. We good to go. We good to go then. Well, yeah, we got a long time. All right then. You're going to fade to black. And then we're going to change this to sit in the chair. Right. Okay. We are back on. Yeah, we have a Bobby Hemmitt Poe Man Fund. So anybody feel free to donate. You can drop something on the table if you feel free that you want to donate. Like I say, I'm so damn broke, they going to cut off my goddamn refrigerator light. Motherfuckers is threatening to cut my shit off. That's how broke I am. You know what I'm saying and all, you know. So anybody want to donate to the Jerry's Kid March of Dime, all that shit. You can drop something on the table or whenever you want to and stuff like that and all. It will surely be appreciated. Going right along, we got the brother Azariah Bay coming here, and what's that? Asa, what time that is?
What time is it?
putting out 2004 place to be announced. Everybody that had their, put their name in the book will get a flyer.
Yes, Azariah Bey, another up-and-coming established metaphysics. Yeah, Azazel or Azariah Bey, he'll be here. We're dealing with this esoteric science now. You already know the history. You know, we were Egyptians, well, la-dee-da. That ain't doing shit right now, you know. And so what's happened here is we got some of the Afrocentric people, they figured out Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark taught us what we were supposed to know, and after they figured that that's all it's supposed to be in consciousness. And it's more than that. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't about how you dress. You need to get out of all this old bullshit. It ain't about what kind of hair you got. You know what I'm saying? If you got locks, fine, but that's just a hairstyle. And to my spirit, well, what about a motherfucker with male pattern baldness? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Okay, so we get caught up in the shit of looking conscious, you know, and all this kind of thing here and all, you know, and we think all that, we talk about symbols without substance. So the esoteric world, and it don't matter what the fuck, what you do on that particular level. You know what I'm saying? On that particular level and stuff like that. It don't matter. You know, so get out of the whole concept, because now the conscious community is stuck in this jive-ass culture. And a lot of it is being righteous, too. Oh, just righteous, brothers and sisters in peace and love, and all that old bullshit. And we ain't going no goddamn where. You know what I'm saying? All righteous. You know what I'm saying? The righteous will inherit their... No, the righteous in the ancient world meant ripe. It's like when a fruit is ready, it will be plucked. Not your behavior. You know what I'm saying? Nobody gives a damn because you don't drink or smoke nothing. Because you don't screw but once every day. You know, you don't screw but once every season and all that kind of shit. Nobody don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? You know, so we become puritanical in our consciousness. We are more pure than the Mennonites and the damn Calvinist Baptists and all them crackers. You know what I'm saying? And that's the muse. Once you shut the muse down, which is the spiritual aspect of melanin, melosines, muses, mermaids, fairies, all that stuff is stuff that's inside of the melanin. And when you shut that down by being righteous and shit, you see what I'm saying? It goes dormant, and then you die. You know what I'm saying? Then you die. You see? So you can, you know, so get out of all that righteous shit. That's religion. Nobody gives a damn if you pray 7 times a damn day to a motherfucker that don't even know you here. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody up in damn sky give a shit about you in Baltimore, Maryland, or D.C. You know what I'm saying? Your goddamn mama don't even give a fuck about you, and she live next door. The hell you think a God gives a damn about you in the fucking space? But you was trained this way as a kid. And it's a form of high. You feel better when you all breaking all down, praying and all that old crazy yang shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm blessed. What the fuck is being blessed? Well, I woke up this morning. Well, a goddamn dog woke up this morning. That don't mean shit. A rat woke up this morning. You gotta come better than that shit. What about a motherfucker who didn't wake up? Now that's some new news. Look here, when we tap into the oracle, I'm gonna give you the oracle name again. The one Simone, write down her number. That's the one. She bad. 29 years old. Got a bad case of fine too. Terrible case of fine. And beauty. You know what I'm saying? Simone. Her number is, Simone, the number is 310-770-2729. 310-770-2729. Tap into that oracle, and because she could tap into these other realms. We be calling up the dead people. And one thing about all the people that dead, they be like, we don't want to be fucking around on that earth no more. And these people die, you go through all the grieving, that's your ego. It ain't the person that died. They be like, I'm finally free of this shit. Not paying rent, not paying mortgage, not having the shit, not having to eat. Can go where I want in any time zone. Can screw who I want to screw. can chill up on this goddamn cloud and party all night. So one thing about it, all the spirits, they're like, I say, so what's up? They're like, I don't want to come back down to that motherfucker right there. So you woke up, you best believe nobody gives a damn. We got to get out of all this shit here to try to understand what the real esoteric thing is. We'll get deep into this in about another hour. We're going to go into an elaborate question and answer. And that way we can really get the ball rolling. Now let's go on. Okay. I want to get into a certain thing, then I'm going to get into this melanin. I want to get into this because this is the order of the day. Tell her I'm ready to sit down now so she can come and adjust the camera. Oh, there she go. Okay, yeah. Okay, the director, the videographer, the cinematographer. Okay. Okay, now, what is happening, this is the tree of life. When you cross into that gateway, that's the other side. It's called a calipoth. The shells, the husk. It's called the tunnels of Set or the desert of Set. It's the other side of the tree. This is universe A, the other side is universe B, and that's where the ancestral realm is. But that particular realm is also the realm of disease. It's not disease in the aspect of what you're thinking. It is disease in the physical body, but what this is this. The word, you get the word Amen, you get the word Amen, you get the word Amen, you get the word Damien, and you get the word demon. There's a book called Demonic Reality. What's that guy's name? Demonic Reality. Patrick Harper. Patrick Harper. Try to understand it. What you think of as demons, in the ancient world, they was talking about something different. The word demons, or Amian, or Amen means hidden God or hidden substance, is melanin. So whenever you see the word demons, that's melanin. Inside of the pineal gland, there's 72 chakras within the pineal gland. There's 72 seals of demons in the Goetia. In the Goetia. There's these seals, and these seals are supposed to be seals of demons.
Would the night seals be melatonin and the day seals be serotonin?
Yes. The night seals, they're called the seraphonic and the cherubonic realm. And he got one of them old Batman phones. God damn. What the fuck? They heard that shit. That brought back some memories on a nigga ass right there and shit. God damn. Some Dick Van Dyke shit. Okay. You know, god damn. Anyway, you got the Damians or the demons or the seals. Everybody can see this? No. The seals, anybody can see it now? The seals, put it on the camera. You got the seals, and there's 72 of these seals. There's 72 chakras within the pineal gland, which represents the force fields of the 72 entities that is in the other side of the tree, and each entity sets over legions of entities, and legions mean 10,000. In so many words, there's damn near 2 billion. No, maybe more than that. It may be about 2 billion or more of these entities, and those are in the melanin aspect of the melanin complex, and those are also the ancestral realm. So you've been on a course of studying shit that's been against you the whole time. You know, you against the demons, and the demons are the ancestors. You look at this. Let me show you something about the African. In my house, I got a skull sitting inside a black pot, right in the front of my living room, right in the fireplace. So right there, if a motherfucker break in and see that goddamn skull, they'll be like, oh shit. See that skull, it's over. And then I got these veves from the Apollo, these signatures. These veves from the Apollo, these signatures that look like this, all across, in big things across the living room. And it's real eerie looking if you don't understand. It's a whole lot of power. You know what I'm saying? One sister was talking shit about me and went in there and the shit busted in the goddamn forehead. She's like, something just hit me in my head. Something just hit me in my head. Then come to find out she was talking shit about me a couple of weeks later. You know, and then I tried to be a hypocrite up in my damn crib and shit. You know what I'm saying? Trying to eat up my fucking Cheerios. And I don't even eat cereal. Because my mama was a school teacher, so I was raised on that bullshit. School teacher mean neglect. You got to teach another motherfucker child. So give them motherfuckers some cereals and milk. That's why I don't eat that shit now till the day I'm grown. I ate that shit for fucking 18 years. That's nah, fuck. I don't want that cereal shit, man. That's all I used to have because my mama didn't cook no breakfast. She was a goddamn school teacher. And my grandmama was that motherfucker school teacher. We got to go to school the same time, so the cereals and fucking milk. But anyway, I got a skull in the living room and scared the shit out of people. Why is it you got skulls and you got bones and stuff that's synonymous to Africa? They got the bones and the skulls. And you never really figured this out, because what happened is this. All the stuff that we think is evil is ancient science that existed thousands of years ago. And then what would happen in the same time, the younger people would grow up, let's say like 100 years later, 1,000 years later, or 2,000 or 3,000 years later, in Africa, they grew up and they lost the meanings of what these symbols mean, and everything that they would lose the meaning of what those symbology means, what that symbology means, they relegated to evil. You see what I'm saying? So instead of bleach, water, and the bleach got the skull and crossbones. Let's say, you know, the skull and crossbones means poison, right, or hazardous. That mean evil. But let's say somebody, 1,000 years, you lose the knowledge of that, and every time you see something with skull and crossbones, you say, oh shit, that's evil, that's the devil. You see what I'm saying? Well, this is what happened in the world after thousands and thousands of years, because we was there for millions of years, because we didn't come from no fucking apes. That's a conspiracy put together by Charles Darwin and them, who was a part of the Illuminati, to hide the history of the black man being on the earth for millions of years. Advanced. That's the first damn thing we need to get there. Because the Afrocentric movement, they were a part of the university stature. And in the university structure, you have to pick sides. Either you down with evolution or you down with theology. And so with these people who wasn't trying to pick theology because they weren't preachers, they had to get with the evolutionary thing, because the simple fact they was getting funded, you see, by the school with the Afrocentric thing and all of that. So therefore they had to go with all this hominids, these bones and all this shit, and say that we came from fucking apes, like Charles Finch and them bullshit saying. Some of them, well, Bobby, we do have bones of different types of stages of skulls and different types of stages of species. Yes, you do. But those are different types of stages of apes. Just like you got different type stages of all kind of animals. Hell, you got 4,000 species of dog still running around this motherfucker. So you can have 4,000 species of apes. They didn't say no shit. Even Charles Darwin left you out. They say there's a missing link. That means there's a missing link of ape. But that might, but ain't no missing link. What you see is all the stages and stuff, but that ain't got shit to do with man. Now I got one up on you right now. This will bust any motherfucking scholar right in their ass with this one. This will fuck them all up. You say you believe the Egyptians are very advanced, most advanced people on the planet, or the Africans. We've been blah, 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 all that shit for the last 15 years, African this and Egyptian this. Well, seem to me, these knucklehead priests, these priests is more advanced than what we are now. If they came from apes, they would have said they came from goddamn apes. This is a no-brainer. You don't need to be a rocket scientist. These motherfuckers got all these creation stories, and none of them include apes. And no other indigenous people on the planet. Seems to me some motherfucker would have come up with a goddamn monkey. Now see, it's a contradiction. Now you can't say that these people were more advanced than anybody, but then when it comes to what the white man tell you about an ape, we gotta suspend our common sense and go, oh, they just didn't know no better. You see what I'm saying? We didn't come from no damn apes. Now, fuck that. I studied every single book and 8 times as much of the same shit Dr. Ben and Clark and everybody else did. From fucking 1990 to fucking 1999, I went to the bookstore every single goddamn day. Even when I was lecturing, I'd go to the bookstores in other cities until I ran out of books. And I ain't never seen no shit that the ancient people ever say we coming from no apes. So that's the end of that story. Now,
They dismissed the Darwin theory when they came out with that, the original Eve.
Yeah, not only that. If you really want to know the truth, they told you in the movie Unbreakable, the white boy got the jump. Go to the comic book store. They got a comic book store in New York called they got one called Oxford Comics down in Atlanta. They used to have an Oxford bookstore. They had 5 of them. They closed down all the bookstore and kept the comic book store. They got one called Forbidden Planet up in downtown Manhattan, and don't be nothing up in there but grown white folks. Why? Because they're reading the history. The Illuminati say, look, put it in a comic book, and them goddamn dumbass niggas won't be able to argue it. Because you ask them, where did you get it from? Because you so much into appeasing white folks. But you get it from a comic book. This ain't about arguing with white folks. You can't convince a liar. He's a world-class liar. This motherfucker colonized the damn history. So how the hell you gonna convince a damn liar? This ain't about arguing with white folks. I'm a double agent when it comes to white folks. I'm always undercover with them. That's right. I'm in undercover. I learned that from a white boy. White boy used to come up in the AU Center. The Pepsi-Cola man. Come up in there grinning with niggas. Oh, we just love the Pepsi-Cola man. He's just a nice white boy. And one day I went to a UFO and a spirit convention way out in Chamblee, Georgia. And the first person I see step up in my face is the Pepsi-Cola man, a serious motherfucker. He looked, he said, you never know who you talking to, do you? I said, you the Pepsi-Cola man. Then come to find this motherfucker's the one that was putting on the conference up in the black neighborhood. I say, no. From now on, I'll be incognito when it comes. I don't let a cracker know nothing. Well, we just got to brag because we're inferior. Or I got to let him know that I'm an Egyptian. Who gives a fuck about what a cracker know? Guess what? They already know. You see what I'm saying? They already know. You see, we're the only ones. So this whole ape shit. Charles Darwin was a part of the secret society. It's in the Nephilim book, a role-playing book. They put all the history in the world in the comic book section. So I was fucking in Harlem at the damn slave theater. What was the slave theater? It was actually UAM when it moved to Harlem. I was up on stage, and I say, yeah, you know, the music, the books, if you want to get the real truth, you got to go to the comic book store. Didn't Samuel L. Jackson tell him that in the movie Unbreakable? And when he was talking, there's one shot where he's got right in front of an Egyptian stela, which is a stone slab. They got him up in there saying, this is the real Pharaoh. He said, if you want to know the real truth, go to the comic book store. So I'm up on the stage in New York. This is in '99 up in Harlem, doing a lecture for UAM and Alton Maddox and them. The place packed, and I say, if you want to know the real knowledge, it ain't going to be in these little books like this. It's going to be in the comic book store. People like mumbling and shit, this nigga here done gone crazy again. I said, oh yeah, Leonard Jeffries, you in the goddamn house. I start reading this shit on some motherfuckers talking shit about Leonard Jeffries. I said, there you go. I got this from a goddamn comic book. Hand that shit to him. Yeah. Got got it from a fucking comic book. They talking shit about the Afrocentric movement and how these niggas, how dare them say that they the Egyptians. Teaching their children. So you want to know the truth, you got to go to the comic book store. There's a book called Nephilim, or cult role-playing. It's a role-playing game. And in there, they got a whole thing on Charles Darwin and how that whole shit was fake. And they commissioned him to do the whole natural selection and ape shit to throw off the history of the Nephilim, which is black people, the ancient history. And they deal with that stuff. Now, going back, the stuff in the ancient world, when the children grew up and did not know 1,000 years later what those ancient symbology meant, they relegated it into evil. So most things that you think is evil is just lost knowledge. So automatically when you see the bones, or a skeleton or a skull, automatically when you see that, you get scared. You didn't ever think about it. Look at this. And I talked about it. We did a little tape last night you could be able to get access to. A little thing of sit down. You ever thought about this? Guess what the skull and the skeleton means? Your ancestors. What is an ancestor? An ancestor is a person that's dead. In the physical realm, when you die, you decay. And the only thing that's left behind is what? Bones. Whenever you venerate the bones, it's symbolic and it's an archetype or it's a symbol of just the ancestors. Here you all spooked out. You see what I'm saying? Because you are religious. Religion ain't got you nothing. That's the worst shit you should be in right now, is praying to any goddamn God that ain't yourself. Damn Allah, Jehovah, and all them motherfuckers, because they dead. They been dead. The ancient knowledge of Hemmitt said that the God who created creation died about 1,000 years after creation created. And there was these other archon gods that's been ruling the earth, and that's your seraphonic realm. This is the cherubonic realm, what you call demons. Guess who the fallen angels are? Man and woman. They say Satan was bound for 1,000 years. Right? How do you bind an entity? You cast them into a physical body. The fallen angels, we are the fallen angels. One brother said, I see you one of them fallen angels. You go, you goddamn right I'm a fallen angel. Hell yes, you think. You know what I'm saying? That's where the fun is. You know? So, the Damien side is the ancestral side. So these seals is the ancestral side. Now, anytime you see the word desert in these ancient ones, that represents the other side, the desert. The desert of Amenta, the desert of Set. The gods that set over the desert. So demons and the word human is the same. We're not talking about evil in the aspect of what you've been trained. The word demon is the ancestral side as well as melanin. They say heaven is within. Guess where your ancestors go when they die? They go to live inside of you. That's where your mom and daddy is. Why you think the Africans say, I'm on the heels of my ancestors? They living inside of you. In the central nervous systems as melanin, melosines, mermaids, nymphs, water nymphs, all these creatures that you see in fairy tales, that ain't nothing but the other realm. Get the movie Photographing Fairies. That's a badass motherfucker right there. Photographing Fairies.
Then I think about it, it was a cartoon Transformers the movie.
Yeah.
And he went into the Matrix and saw his ancestors.
Yeah. Get the movie Osmosis Jones. Well, it's a whole body, and that's where the realm is. Each person is his own, what's that? Photographing Fairies. Each person is to have their own universe inside of you. That's what our ancestors are. It's multidimensional. Now, check this out. So, they went over to Iraq, got in a war, and now they can't get out.
Right.
The reason why they can't get out also, and they ain't telling you, they losing 900 a week. Close to dying. When they went over there, they caught some stuff. It's a disease that is brought on by Damians or demons, ancestral realm. Now try to understand this. This is a God who is a form of Set Typhon. Did you know the original Set Typhon of the pre-dynastic world, the attributes of the original Set Typhon was split up when the dynastic world came in. They split the attributes of the original Set Typhon up between Osiris, Horus, Tahuti, and Anubis. So Set was the pre-dynastic god, is the original god on earth. Remember, we had this thing, and this is a fucked up thing we did. The Egyptians was fucked up, but it's a tradition, whereas the incoming priesthood would automatically relegate the god of the priesthood that preceded it to the devil. So the Set Typhon becomes the devil in dynastic, you see what I'm saying, lore. The Egyptians become the devil in Hebrew. In Christianity, Hebrews become the devil. And the devil becomes, the Christians become the devil with Islam. You see what I'm saying? It's really politics. Got shit to do with no spirit. It's like this, if I say, why the hell I'm going to join your cult? I already got my God. So the best thing you have to do is to level his God, and then that way you can join the cult. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. So, there's a God in Babylon, which was Persia, and later on, Babylon was Persia, and later on Persia, and then later on in 1925 it became Iraq. There's a Babylonian God, which is a form of Osiris, Set, and a form of Horus, but basically a form of Osiris, called Pazuzu. Now you know Pazuzu because he was in the movie The Exorcist. Might I add, it'll be 30 years since the movie came out, since 1974. Scared the shit out of niggas, The Exorcist. Except me, I don't know, I never could be scared. You know, all the scary movies, I would go to them trying to be scared and never get scared. But you know who scared the shit out of me? That goddamn witch on the Wicked Wizard of Oz. Now that's the scariest motherfucker ever. Dorothy! With them, you can put a fucking Freddy, Jason, Pazuzu, that ain't shit. That motherfucking green asshole on the Wizard of Oz, that motherfucker, a scary ass motherfucker to this day. Shit. Am I bullshitting? Was that motherfucking whole terrifying? Goddamn Hollywood did one when they put that motherfucker up there. That motherfucker on that Wizard of Oz. That's the most scary motherfucker in Hollywood history. Shit. Shit, I love water to this day. Burn her motherfucking ass up. Scared the shit out of nigga. Now, so to be 30 years since Pazuzu came about. This is the god Pazuzu. This is in the Louvre in Paris. They got one in the Louvre in Paris. They just found two in Chicago. I'm going to go meet that motherfucker up in Chicago. He's a bad. This is the two in Chicago. They found two in the University of Chicago. They got them, Oriental Institute. Pazuzu. Now, this is where the shit get interesting. The white man trains you, what I say, let me get it right. Pazuzu, Mesopotamian, second millennium, horn talon, winged, with saturnine face. It's got a horn, and it's got 4 wings. It's a Mediterranean demon, lord of the southwest wind. The destructive manifestation of this God's power is the southwest wind. Now try to understand this. Try to understand this. He like damn near got killed back there. Book like fell on his head.
Sexual secrets.
Oh shit! You all right, homeboy? That's like the Mac. And Mac said, you know, my motherfucking bitch done chose me now. You know the code. Your bitch done chose me. You know the code. You the Mac. You Batman. You the Mac. Ain't but 2 bad niggas in the world, and you both of them. All right. So here it comes. The white boy will make you think that those people, when they talk about demons and all of this kind of thing, that that's some superstitious stuff. You know what I'm saying? Or you can believe in his devil, but your devil have no effect. We ain't seen his devil. Only devil we seen is him, the white man. And he's so diabolical that they got to invent a new mythology to describe him, because I ain't never read no devil in this book that did the shit the white man did. This motherfucker done broke every law in the universe last year. Know what I'm saying? This motherfucker here, no, because this here can't be the devil they talking about in mythology, because this cracker here, they gotta create a whole nother religion to describe that nigga. Know what I'm saying? When we get to the other side, shit, that shit gonna be a disciplined course. Might take you 100 years just to pass all the shit this motherfucking cracker done did. Know what I'm saying? Every day. Now, but they want you to think that the shit is this bullshit. Want you to think that the ancient people didn't know what the hell they was talking about. This is the chief god of disease. His name is Pazuzu in Babylon. His name in Egypt is called Osiris Seker. Before it was Osiris, it was Seker. And Seker in Egypt, or Osiris in Egypt, was named SARS. There you got it. Document. Budge's Egyptian Heaven and Hell. The 3-volume set in one, Dover, publication put out in 1996 from 1907. There's Osiris Seker.
Spell it.
S-E-K-E-R, Seker. It's also called SAR. Osar is called SAR. S-A-R, or SARS. Now you see where we're going with this shit. Now, in Babylonia, he's called Pazuzu. This is the book you need to get on these demons here. He's in here too. This book called A Field Guide to Demons, Fairies and Fallen Angels and Other Subversive Spirits. A Field Guide to Demons, Fairies. See, I got a 10-year study in Satan. I thought about this shit. I said, wait a minute, hold on now. I said, this shit got black people terrified like crazy. I said, no other black person ever thought about becoming an expert on Satan. When I became an expert on Satan, I found out that was the key to the whole shit. Satan is the one true God, and it is us. Sutan, Set Anubis. You can debate me on this shit all damn day long. You see what I'm saying? Why you think the Hebrews say never curse Satan? That's what the Hebrews say. Never curse Satan. Because Satan will be raised up as an angel of light. You want to get real funky? You go to Hebrew Myths by Robert Graves, and find out what Lucifer and them Satan is, it's talking about a bunch of stones: onyx, beryl, sapphire, precious stones.
Ancient gem.
Guess what that is? Melanin. That's what melanin is, Satan. Now, forms of that melanin, they showed you in the movie The Mummy. Mummy 2, they had Anubis warriors. Remember these Anubis warriors in Mummy 2? And when they disappeared, what did they turn into? Black smoke, melanin. The last X-Men movie, they had a woman, tribal marks on, a black person played by a white boy. He was jet black. And when he disappeared, he was in the White House, he turned into black smoke. That's melanin. There's another movie called Bram Stoker's Shadow Builders. Get that movie. That's a melanin movie. That's how melanin works. Bram Stoker's Shadow Builders. He did Dracula. Bram Stoker's Shadow Builders. Came out in 1997. Shadow Builders. And it showed this entity was nothing but this black smoke killing motherfuckers. Melanin. That's what's inside of you. I'm talking about some hard stuff. We ain't talking about no mammy-pammy shit. We talking about going to war with some hard stuff. Putting scunion on the cracker's ass. The Field Guide to Demons by Carol K. Mack and Dana Mack. Dana Mack and Carol K. Mack. Now, they say that he was this Osiris Seker. Now, in the Dogon mythology, they talk about it in Serious Mystery, chapter The Rising of the Serpent's Tooth, Robert Temple's book, The Serious Mystery. They talk about the Dogon does a Sigi ceremony, and the Sigi ceremony is every 60 years. But in Egypt, it's called the Hemmitt ceremony, which is the birthday of Osiris. That's that SARS thing. And the Hemmitt ceremony, oh, this is for donations or something? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Oh, shit. Y'all all right. See? If he saw fit to bring this, that means the spirit means just y'all need to give. I ain't trying to be like the Sunday Blackfoot preacher. You know, I ain't talking about tithing and shit. I'm talking about literally help a nigga out. Shit.
Like preachers pass it around.
That's right. Buy some oodles and noodles on your ass. Oh, yeah, pass that shit around then. Bam. Hey, well, there you go. He brought it out now. Lord knows I need it. It will be, you know, really you dealing with a preacher, he getting a new Mercedes. You know what I'm saying? Me and a buy a brand new latch to go on my toilet. Remember I told you I had to flush my toilet a whole year. I had to go in the back of the toilet, stick my hand in a little ball and pull the motherfucker up. Why? Somebody said, why did you do that, man? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. It only costs, because my brother fixed the damn thing, it only costs like $4. Ain't that a bitch? That's called lazy. Anyway, going right along. You say, well, damn, you paying rent? Why the hell you fixing your toilet? That's the landlord shit. No, I got it. Me and my landlord got an understanding. I don't bother him by fixing no shit in the house. So come rent time, I can pay on the 20th. Be the first, I pay on the 20th. You see what I'm saying? I owe the nigga $600 now from last year. You know, he better not come to my house, though, because I got them demons on him. You see, now, going right along, be generous now. Going right along, you know, going right along here, this Sigi ceremony represents, in Egypt, 2 Hemmitt ceremonies, which represents 60 years in Dogon and 120 years in Egyptian. Well, the Dogon somehow mysteriously had 2 Sigi ceremonies. one in 1994, and one in 2001. And as a result, this represented one Egyptian Hemmitt. Now, according to the Serious Mystery book, once the Hemmitt comes, it releases Osiris Seker in his Henu boat, the death god. Now, Seker is called Sars in ancient Kemet. You get he budges Egyptian heaven and hell. I had the book for 10 years. Never read it. This crazy shit, you know. These damn Akamites get on my damn nerve with all this old hieroglyphic shit. Book of the Dead shit that you can't understand. Make me mad. So, they say you got some more niggas, you know. Focus. Anyway, the Budge's book, Egyptian Heaven and Hell by Budge. In that particular book, you got to get the 3-volume set. Because they put out one little black one, it's the first volume for years, and they got the 3-volume that came out in 96 with. In there, I ain't never read the book, but all of a sudden, you know, man, shoot, I start trembling. I'm damn near like Milburn Drysdale on your ass. Goddamn. Now, in the movie, I'm talking about a movie. In the book, I never could read it, but all of a sudden when the thing came down, I said, this SARS thing that people catching is something else. Went to the book, opened up the book, it came to the page, SARS, means Osiris. That cracker know what he doing. But it's in the movie The Mummy when them black things, those warriors came, and they turned to black smoke. So this is what happened. They went up into Iraq. The war was fought. What happened? The first 2 to 3 days they was up in there, they couldn't fight the war because what happened? They were stuck in a sandstorm. The sandstorm in ancient Kemet is called Khamsin. K-H-A-M-S-E-N. Khamsin. K-H-A-M-S-E-N. Khamsin. That's the word in Arabic, and that is the word in Kemet. It's called Ruach in Hebrew, which means wind and spirit. So they got caught in a Khamsin storm. Now listen to this shit. For 2 days, and the spirits already whipped their ass. One of the entities that came through in 2001 is called Omogumu. He said, I'm Omogumu, and I set over legions of thousands of spirits. So we called on Omogumu. He said, we are victorious. You know, we are victorious. So we got entities on our side. Omogumu is a kick-ass nigga. Little war went down, a little family fight. You know, Ogun is the fierce warrior. We put Omogumu on that nigga ass and he ran like a bitch. I know that's kind of amazing. But what it is this principalities going on. You got a bunch of entities that don't want to take, it's a family fight. Don't get in there, you know, it ain't no, so they don't want to relinquish the power. So for years they have been, one of Ogun's job was to guard and keep the underworld shut down. That was one of his jobs. It's in the book, The African Ogun, where he keeps Kumbanda. Count Kumbanda is the Congo rights, which is the underworld spirit. Kumbanda is Zarabanda. That's Anubis. And one of Ogun's jobs was to keep Kumbanda down. Till Omogumu came up in this motherfucker, I said, get his ass. He ran like a bitch. He retaliated about 2 days later, tried to fuck a nigga up. There's a little warfare thing going on here in the spirit world. We talking about real spirit. So he retaliated and tried to fuck a nigga up. And I came down with like, he came in and took his axe and severed my whole mouth. It's in the spirit realm. And put this magic and severed my whole mouth, and I came down with like 6 or 7 toothaches at the same time, and the shit was getting worse. And I said, man, by 12 o'clock when the chill energy hit, this shit gonna try to kill me. So I called up, and the 1Nov03 THCA told me to mix the elixir, and that's how the elixir I gave you, that's how that came about. I mixed that, and they went up in there and repaired that shit. And the shit was even better than it was 20 years. They repaired my gums. So a little family fighting shit, you know, going on against the wall side. And it's just a family fight. They don't want to relinquish power, so they do some little nasty shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a mess, man. Oshun, man, I built Oshun an altar. Oshun down there like a send a nigga to jail. It's a whole nother thing going down. But anyway, we get into that question and answer. She's a trickster mother. Anyway, Kamsin is this spirit stuff that is going down, and these soldiers got caught in that shit, and they're not telling you they got 900 of them motherfuckers dying a week from this disease that gets in the central nervous system and destroys the whole central nervous system. And the only ones that can survive is melanated ones. So if you don't have a certain amount of melanin, you die. And that's the reason why the Pentagon said that it's going to take 4 years for them to get back home in July, because they started dying. And that's why they're over there killing. See, you know it's fake. They kill 2 a day. I'm like, goddamn. You can't get 10? They're all staying in the same place. Hell, the black motherfucker killed about 2 or 3 or something with a grenade. You know what I'm saying? You're getting to that lets you know it's set up. Things don't happen in random way. They say we just lost. It's never no more than damn 2 soldiers. But they be done killed 15 damn Iraqis. Now in warfare, hell, somebody gonna die. You know what I'm saying? It's always 2. That means because they're confusing you, because they don't let you know is this. They got a disease and they can't let them back in the country, because the whole country gonna die if they come back in the damn country. All right, let me do you one better. So they gotta convince the international community to send troops. Well, you say this don't make sense. Why would you need more troops when only 2 people dying a day? Hey, you got more niggas like that die downtown Baltimore every night. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck is going on? I'm in Baltimore, and all these niggas is walking around with canes and shit. This shit is fucked up. You know? But what you need, they got 150,000 soldiers. Why you need more troops? And, you know, and then they say they training the Iraqi soldiers to be police. Now, they talk about getting National Guard from here. All the reserve is gone. They talk about the National Guard. Then they say we want police officers to come over. Officers to come over. And then that don't work. They're talking about putting back to the draft. You want to know why? Because this is the deal. It's starting at 5,000 a month. It's getting ready to accelerate. At the rate that these soldiers are dying, in a year's time, the whole United States Army will be depleted, because these demons is kicking them in their ass. And the only way you can survive is have melanin. You see what I'm saying? They had some white families, 4 of them went over to Germany. Their children was in the hospital, and they had to cover them from head to toe. Shoes, hair, everything, for the deadly disease they got, this shit has got. This thing kills the whole central nervous system. The whole central nervous system. Didn't y'all hear that the soldiers were sick? They announced the shit on the news. They sure did. Well, look at here. I'm in New York. I'm in New York last week. Somebody handed me this. It's always the spirit world. Always bring you what you need. You know, they bring you what you need, not what you want. What you need. You've heard that before. God will give you not what you want, but what you need. They damn sure do that. You know, they sure do that. They bring you what you need, but not what you want. But I don't want too much of nothing these days. I'm kind of grown out of that shit. You know. Only thing I find is worth living for is women. And them motherfuckers becoming scarce. You know? Women. That's the baddest shit going. I sell a nigga out in a date for a sister. You know? But they coming scarce and stuff around my camp. You know? All right. Those who serve in Iraq can't give blood. Atlanta scholars, the CDC, said that in the CDC, Atlanta, said that soldiers in Iraq will not be allowed to give blood for a year after returning home because the risk of a skin parasite that has infected 22 members is bullshit. That's 22 members of the military. So that is enough people for you to declare a whole quarantine on blood. You got 250,000 soldiers. You know what I'm saying? Bullshit. Them motherfuckers over there dying like crazy. They already announced the thing on the news. 22 members of the federal military, and the federal health officials said yesterday the disease called leishmaniasis. Leash, I don't know, this L-E-I-S-H, M-A-N-I-A-S-I-S. Leishmaniasis. What, somebody pronounce that back to me? Huh? Leishmaniasis. Leishmaniasis is spread by sand flies that can cause itchy skin lesions. It's bullshit. They talk about it in here that Pazuzu is a god of demons and the sand and the lord of flies. A more serious form is so far not caught by none of the soldiers, can cause death. Bullshit. You're killing them up over there. You see what I'm saying? August, at least 18 members of the military have caught the parasite in Iraq, plus in Kuwait and Afghanistan. You see, because that whole area here is the portholes and gateways. And these entities coming. Now, it goes as far as to say in the Damon book, this book here called Goetia. This book called The Goetic Evocation. This is the best one out of these demons by Steve Savado. In this particular book, they go in and they got a prophecy of what would happen if they go into Iraq. It's right in this book. This is called Goetic, G-O-E-I-T-C, Evocation, by Steve Savado, S-A-V-E-D-O-W. Savado, Magician Workbook 2. He had Magician Workbook 1 was selling in all the stores. This little old, all that magic that they got in these stores, none of that shit works. That's why they're selling it to you. You think the government dumb enough to put magic in the store and the shit work and you can take his ass out? Okay, but I'm going to give you the way you do the shit. That's what he didn't figure out. Is we some smart ass niggas. So we tell you how you do it. And fuck them right on up. Tell you in a few minutes. So he put out this Magician Workbook 2 and it's talking about these demons or these Damians or these Amians or these melanin spirits is what it is. I've done the work over 10 years and demons and melanin is the same. Hidden substance. So he put out the book and all of a sudden Samuel Wisey didn't pick this one up. Say, oh no, we ain't fucking with that. That's some real shit right there. So on page 81 in the book, is a prophecy that was written years ago. First of all you Hebrews up in here, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, And all of them ain't nothing but gods and goddesses, no different than Osiris, Isis, and all this. They never existed as Abraham being your father, Jacob and David. All that's fake. Solomon and Osiris is one and the same. Shiva is Isis. If you go to India, you get Abraham in Hebrew. Go to India and look at the word Brahma and de-scramble the shit. Brahma and Abraham, it's all the same. So y'all need to get out of all this shit thinking them was real damn people. You know what I'm saying? Bathsheba and Sarah and Hagar. And a woman ain't nothing up in that motherfucker, but the Hebrew shit, she's always a subordinate deity. It's always these male patriarchs. You know what I'm saying? They just love these male patriarchs and shit. You see what I'm saying? Huh? You know what I'm saying? They love that shit because they was in love with, you know what I'm saying? They was in love with the man. The manly man, the manly man. You know what that is? That's the manly man. They call that the down low male in the black community now. Y'all know about the down low male? You better recognize. If your man don't seem to like you and you couldn't figure the shit out all them years, you know you got a man, you just don't seem to like your ass. You don't like women. It's a manly man, a down low male. He treats your boy, he treats his boys better than he treats you. It's called a down low male. It's prevalent in the black community. You know what I'm saying? A manly man. You know what I'm saying? It's called dookie love. Dookie love. Dookie love. Dookie love. You know, that's a manly man. That's a down low male. You couldn't figure it out why he don't like you. You know. Love that sports, though. Love that sports. Now that's some mind control. If you ever get out of that sports, you can't even watch that shit. But you can watch the playoffs. You can watch the World Series and the playoffs. But just to turn on a game and they got 200 to go. Now, where was I? I don't even know where I was. But yeah, okay, yeah. Let me do this Iraq thing. We're gonna go on an elaborate question and answer. And I'm gonna tell about the thing. Here, this is what happened. This is history. This is in the book Go to Evocation, page 81. Now this all came from ancient priesthood. The priest of Solomon is Osiris. So the Solomon priest, when they're talking about Solomon binding demons, that's a priesthood. Solomon is Osiris. So Solomon here is binding these demons up. So the mystery here is it's got something to do with his energy and a lot of things that's going on. So you got the demons that's melanin, but you also have the winds and the elements. That's the forces of nature. This is also the demon thing. It says, these be 72 kings and princes which Solomon commanded into brass together with their legions, whom Belial, Asmodai, and Gap were chief. You know how in the movie Serpent in the Rain, where they could take your soul and put it in a bottle? There were some real masters. And in the movie, the guy say, I don't want to be funny, but this guy down here in Haiti can give any one of these doctors at Harvard a run for their money. You see, that's how advanced we were. Taking souls and putting them in bottles. That's the whole genie in the bottle thing. You see what I'm saying?
That's the name of the movie.
Serpent in the Rainbow. So, he's commanded these things in the brass vessels, where Belial, Asmodai, and Gap were chief. It is not noted why Solomon, Osiris, or Seker, or Pazuzu, did this because of their pride. For he never declared any other reason why he thus bound these demons, or these spirits, or these chiefs. Why do they call them kings and princes if they just nothing but mere demons? You see what I'm saying? Now, so a priesthood or something in the ancient world bound up some spirits and put them in these vessels. And when they thus bound them up and sealed the vessels, he by the divine power chased them into a deep lake in Babylon. Babylon, Persia, 1925, Iraq. Hello. Okay. So, I just gave you the first part of the ritual, or the first part of the mystery. See, mythology is so advanced. We must understand, white folks are going to get PhDs in mythology. And when I remember I was in college, the white boy was getting a PhD in mythology. I was a young boy, this is damn near 20-something years ago, about 23 years ago, 22 years ago. And I was in college, and white boys getting a PhD in mythology, and I was laughing, saying, why would anybody get a PhD in mythology? Because it's all based on what kind of money you make. So, you know, that's when we go to school for. Now I understand when I started studying this shit is very advanced, and it's very high level, and you can read it one year and go back the next year and it means something totally different because the gods wrote it. This is the black man and black woman's mind when we were on the God level wrote this shit. Mythology is the most advanced shit on the planet. I'll give you some mythology books in question and answer. There's some good ones to get. Okay, so now they bound these vessels up, and then the scene shift. Mythology is like this. They can go from the past and jump thousands of years into the future in a couple of lines. It's fascinating. So now this is the future. So they bound these demons up in the brass and chased them into a lake in Babylon. Here's the future now. Now who are they talking about? And they of Babylon, wondering to see such a thing, they did go into the lake and break open the vessels, expecting to find a great store of treasure therein. Now this is interesting because they had 200 museums all over the world said to the United States government, when you go to Iraq, make sure you secure the museums. They went into Iraq to damn take the fucking museum. That's why they was over there. They was going over there because the Typhonian Egyptians, pre-dynastic Egyptians, used to have these rituals that could destroy the earth. But when the Ammonites came in, they destroyed a lot of the rituals. This is done by work by British occultist Kenneth Grant. Talks about this. They destroyed the ritual. So the United States government said, well, if they had rituals that could destroy the earth, maybe they might have rituals that could save the earth. The Typhonian Egyptians, when they traveled out of pre-dynastic Hemmitt, one of their headquarters was Babylon. You see, that's all Kushite empire. All the way up into goddamn India and Australia. Because them ain't nothing but the same old Ethiopian motherfuckers. See what I'm saying? All the same people. They look the same Australia as the Dravidians. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, they went up in there to get some rituals to save the earth. Because their asses is in trouble. So they looted the museum. Saddam Hussein worked for them. Just like Bin Laden worked for them. Just like anybody they go to war with worked for them. They don't go to war with no enemies. You know what I'm saying? They ain't fought no fucking China. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers got 1 million fucking soldiers that they could kill up 1 million and step over them and still have 8 billion. They can use soldiers as fucking screen, as fucking breastplates. They didn't go to war with no China. You know what I'm saying? You know, so you got to understand this here. They don't go to war with their enemies. It's a plan conspired upon and agreed upon. You know what I'm saying? They financed the Taliban for 2 years. Remember before they went up in there, Colin Powell took the Taliban $100 million. Took them $50 million. And then took them another couple of million right before war. This was in January, and then in March took them some more money because they had to secure the. They was working in the caves. They had to get all that right for the Taliban. It was all shit. The Taliban was created by the United States government. Know what I'm saying? That's what all that shit was about. Wasn't they scared about China? Wasn't they scared about Korea last year? Korea was going to kill them. Korea was talking shit. Just talking shit. Well, why the fuck did America, that was scared of Korea going into Christmas, turn around in January and give them motherfuckers almost $10 billion for food aid? I thought if a motherfucker trying to drop a bomb on your ass, you cut off the food. Why did America give them $10 billion in food aid? The games, the games, the games. Everything come on that goddamn news is a lie. The devil don't lie some of the time. He lies all the time. You see what I'm saying? So, you know. So anyway, they went up into the lake for riches. Looted the library and the museum. Hell, some of the artifacts showed up in damn New York Stock Exchange a fucking week later. Didn't leave nothing. Broke up 2 or 3 little hoppy horses. Left that shit behind. You know what I'm saying? And ain't no Iraq's got none of that stuff. Come on, since when you let the damn white man got riches and treasures and he's storming a place and he gonna let some Iraqis get some damn precious artifacts? You crazy? And why is it they can't find Bin Laden and Saddam Hussein and nobody ain't asked the goddamn question? We'll send more soldiers when you get Bin Laden and Saddam Hussein. The American public is dumb and stupid. I thought white people had a better sense than this. But they crazy too. Because they're spoiled on the fatted calf. They believe in America. You the one that's free because you got an alternative thing. And most niggas in Alabama should know that that white man ain't shit.
And Baltimore too.
You see what I'm saying? So my point here is we got an alternative history. They're the ones that believe that this America freedom shit. Them motherfuckers killed off. They talking about this thing on PBS the other night. They had 100 and let's see. They had 150 million. No, what was this? 100? What was it? It was 150,000 Native Americans in California alone. This ain't got nothing to do with what the settlers passed getting to California. When they got to California, there was 150,000 Native Americans that they had driven into California. And they went in there panning for gold, and when that gold shit dried up, they only had 30,000 left. They killed 120,000 just off the gold rush alone. And I ain't talking about the history of Holocaust of the Native Americans that they did before they got to California. This is the last pile of them motherfuckers. See what I'm saying? But yet this is the God bless the American land of the free. You know what I'm saying? Even damn your boy told him that shit the greatest actor ever, Marlon Brando. Why the hell you think they got him to play Yaqub in the movie? Island of Dr. Moreau. Even in that movie, even Marlon Brando said that you would think that talking about the Native Americans the way you slaughtered them, you would think that would happen on another planet somewhere. The way white people walk around here thinking they blessed and shit. You know, now, going right along, they went into Babylon as this is now what's happening, and they, wondering such a thing, did they go wholly into the lake and break open the vessels, expecting to find a great store of treasure therein. But when they broke it open, out flew out the spirits immediately, but their legions following them. Out flew out the spirits immediately, and their legions following them. And they were restored to their former place, except Belial, who entered into a certain image, which gave answers unto whose God offered was made unto him, and did they worship him as God, etc. In so many words, they say they broke open these vessels when they went up in there, this abomination shit. But this stuff met them at the damn gate when this sandstorm came, and these entities, these ancient primal forces came out, and now that shit is on them. Now what they ain't telling you is this. We got reports, because the Oracle out of California, and there was two of them. They said there's 7,000 of these entities that was in Iraq lined up on the East Coast. Then they come to find out, here's somebody calling the little Art Bell show a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and they said, we talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger. They said, nobody has mentioned the fact that we got 42 people in New York that's got this disease and nobody know what happened. So let me go into some things of what's going down. Those fires in California, did they ever get out? Are they still burning? Still burning. Those were spirits. Let me tell you how them shits are spirits. Let me show you how the spirit world works. When the first wave of the new entities came, Otincha, T.H., Sheola, Shumala, and Omagumbu, those are the first 5 that came in March of 2001. The first one to come, she said, my name is Otincha, and do not call me now unless you want to burn down some shit. I said, oh, shoot. So 2 days I'm sitting around in the house and I say, am I a dumbass? What am I saying? I went into the office and said, let's start with the Pentagon. That was in March of 2001. Dick Gregory comes in to Atlanta and says, interesting, this is the first time in history that a building was hit by a plane and they can't find the plane parts. Now the stuff is, because why they talk about 9/11, they talk about World Trade Center, they don't say nothing about the Pentagon. Nothing.
There wasn't no planes in there.
Now they're saying that there wasn't no plane. The real thing on the internet was a big ball of fire hit that shit. So I called out to California. I said, damn, Otincha, I said this last week. The brother gave me this information. I talk about it in the lecture in Atlanta, no, in New York. So I get back to Atlanta. I call a sister out in California, the Oracle. I said, damn, Otincha, why the hell you didn't tell me when I told you to hit the Pentagon? You just not letting me, I'm just not finding out. But I put it in the lecture, and the brother came back with Ray, said, yeah, you did say that you told her to do that. I said, yeah, I told her in the lecture. But I said, I told her in the lecture. She said, well, I didn't want to brag about it or some kind of shit like that, but it happened. Then all of a sudden, California started burning up. I said, well, then I called back out. I said, ask Otincha, is that them? She's like, that's us. Burning up them crackers. And let me show you what happened here. This when you know it's the spirit come in. Smokey Robinson, why would they call him Smokey? And he fulfilled his prophecy. Thursday, Smokey Robinson said, I'm chilling. I know my shit getting ready to get burnt down. He said, and what happens? He said, the fire rolled up to my house and stops. He said, and the damn chips, that those chips or that fire sparks was hitting my house and said they would go out. He said, as a result of them stopping at my house, I was able to save a whole block of houses. I said, because you're the man. You're fucking Smokey. Your name itself suggested that you are a god of smoke, and you're one of them. So when they roll up on your black ass, hell, nigga, you wrote most of the goddamn songs for Motown. Half that shit, The Temptations Supreme, is written by who? Smokey. Now, Smokey talk a little about Jesus. They got Smokey about a year ago talking shit about we built the pyramids and all that shit is us. Nigga conscious. Reason why I know because one of the sisters that I told you that said about the high fructose corn syrup to shut down the central nervous system, she's works in a lab in Detroit. Smokey is her uncle. So when she go out and smoke and send her, I said, damn, you just telling me smoking your damn uncle? And I've been knowing your ass, you know, since fucking 88, 98. And Smokey sending you plane tickets and shit. I'm thinking in my damn head, god damn, you could have put a nigga down. I could have been up in Smokey shit, chilling in the damn cut. You know what I'm saying? She said, I'm Smokey my uncle. Oh, so Smokey's mama is your aunt? That close shit? You got to get an extra plane ticket. You see what I'm saying? But she hangs out with Richard King, and so when she flew out there, she invited Richard King came to Smokey's party. So it's the whole shit that's going on. So this shit rolls up on Smokey house, and the shit stops. Because the oracle said Coach Smokey went up in there. The sister is the one I gave you the number. She said Smokey went up in there and started doing a ritual on their ass. True. But I said, so it's spirit burning up these cracker shit. Now, they got all this smoke in the air out there. And in that smoke is soot. Them damn demons that is over there in Iraq and on the planet, they in that smoke and the people breathing it, and the only motherfucker gonna live is the motherfuckers who melanated. Gonna be a lot of them coming down sick. Because even if they're burning, that's like a bonfire, but the smoke is like putting all of LA and all of California on over a big smoke lodge. And even if they don't even smell smoke, that shit is in the atmosphere. That shit gonna kill the whole West Coast. There's some shit that's going down. You see, there's some stuff that's going down, and that's why they don't want those soldiers to come back home, because they know if they come back home, people gonna start dying, but it's too late. Because the West Coast got this shit, and the East Coast got it also. This stuff is coming right out of the air. Why all of a sudden now, they only had, what, 8 cases of SARS diagnosed in the United States, and they said that they're cured? Well, why is it that the damn news came on Thursday and said, well, we got the flu season coming upon us, but that also means there's going to be, there's going to be SARS. I mean, hold on. So SARS is so prevalent now until it's like the flu? But they telling you people are going to start dying. And so now they're calling it SARS season. Ain't that something? You see. Now here it is again. This thing here, photographs and journalists were watched the lower half of the sarcophagus of the Pharaoh Akhenaten that is on display in the Cairo Museum on January the 27th. The Egyptians recovered the sarcophagus from Germany more than 80 years after being the lower half entirely covered with gold was discovered in 1907 in a village in the Valley of Canaan and stolen and given up for lost in 1931. So here it is, these crackers is giving back shit to the Cairo Museum. Why? Because there's a curse on all that stuff. If there was a curse on King Tut's thing, what you think about his father? Because you know all the stuff is Akhenaten was King Tut's father. And you know about the curse that was on the mummy that got on the Titanic, and the rest is history. How they had this mummy going around Europe, killing all these crackers with a curse, and they say, fuck it, get this shit out of Europe. So they took the shit and they threw it on the Titanic because they got an American buyer, and they put it on the Titanic, and the rest is history. The Titanic went down because of the damn mummy. That is the reason why you all got the Book of the Dead here in Baltimore, Maryland now, and it's been floating around ever since 9/11. Because they had to get that shit out of Europe. Because the judgment, and they didn't take the whole Book of the Dead, they took the judgment scenes. And they had to get that shit out of Europe. And that's why it's been here ever since 9/11. Because it's got curses on it. You see? They had to get that shit out of Europe. That's why the Book of the Dead is downtown. You see, that's why you all need to see the shit too. Because it's your juice.
The Egyptian.
Yeah, the Egyptian exhibit downtown at the Walters Art Museum. And all, yeah, so that's what's going on. Let's go into a question and answer.
Bob, you got good news to tell you.
Yeah.
We did so well that I have an extra hour, so the next hour will be question and answer.
Okay. All right.
So now you have 20.
All right. Let's see what we got here. I got enough notes, goddammit. I am never short of knowledge. I am never short of knowledge. Let me go into some of this. Let's see here. Let's see what I can go into. I got a lot of stuff. Let me go into some of this stuff on melanin. You want to go into a question and answer now, then go into the stuff on melanin? How you want to do it?
You only have 20 minutes. Why don't you wait till the next hour and give more time?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Colleen. Okay. The Egyptians used to could make melanin out of thin air, like a black powder. That's in the book by Louis Spence, Occult Sciences of Atlantis. Louis Spence got a book called, it's back in print. A lot of the out-of-print stuff you can get from Kessinger. Kessinger's publishing. Occult Sciences of Atlantis by Louis Spence. You can get that. Which is interesting here because in the book by Sir Lawrence Gardner, in his tape, he talks about in his tape, he's a part of a dragon society in Europe, a secret society, and he talks about in his tape how when the British went to the pyramids in Egypt, they found a whole pyramid full of this white powder. And they didn't know what it was, but if you take the white powder and put it on this glass would float. If you put it on a table, this table would float. If you put it on this building would float. So you get a sense of how the pyramids was built. So these dumb fools took this white powder and put a whole ship full to bring back the damn Europe, and they didn't secure it, and it all blew away but a little saucer. And they got it in the British Museum right now, but whatever they put it on, it will float. Just showing you the advanced aspect of these particular scientists in ancient Kemet. That's why whenever you see the word, the pitch that they put on the ark to make the ark go safe through the passage of the flood, that's mythology. Pitch is melanin in that particular aspect. Pitch is melanin. That's mythology. Whenever you hear that, no. The Ark of the Covenant, in so many words, is esoteric. All that's talking about is the pineal gland. The gates of Zion, the pearly gates, that's the pineal, pituitary, hypothalamus, what have you. So you get the Zion in the movie The Matrix, that's the pineal gland. The gates of Zion, that's the pineal gland. Now it's interesting here, how do you get melanin to work? Against what you've been taught, melanin works through anger. You know, everything the church tell you not to do, they tell you not to fuck. You need to be fucking. Tell you not to party. You need to be partying. Because the dance, when you dance, you go into dream time. That's another realm. Why you think the music we got now, the rap music, you can't dance to it. It's real slow. It ain't high energy. You see what I'm saying? Because you can go into dream time. You see, that's key. You know, all of this stuff, what they tell you, you can't do. When a woman has an orgasm, she releases oxytocins, and so therefore she heals herself based on orgasms. So if you ain't got no man, get you a toy. A vibrator. Know what I'm saying? I'm telling you what time it is. I know this don't sound like the same old illustrious scholars come with all the old bullshit. And all the little old religious motherfuckers telling you not to engage. I'm telling you to indulge in all of your vices. You know what I'm saying? All of your vices. Cursing is good. Anything of creativity. Shiva is Horus in India. You want to learn more about Horus? You just get the same old tired shit in these books. You don't really know about it and stuff because we just get some texts to give you stuff. You want to learn the in-depth on Horus or Heru or Osiris, which is combined because Horus is nothing but Osiris reborn. Read the Shiva stuff in India. That's the pre-dynastic Osiris. You get Set, you get Shit, you get Setesh, you get Shiva. All that's the same thing. But that's all, you know, that's the Osiris thing because he rules, because all he does is screw. Ain't that something? That's all he does is screw. There's a book called Shiva, the Erotic Ascetic by Wendy O'Flaherty. But here's an interesting part here, which is interesting. Y'all all right? Yep, everything always works out. It is good to get in arguments and to break up every now and then, you know, to get in a knockdown drag out with your partner, not necessarily fighting the woman, but whenever you all go through problems, that's good, because when you reconcile, it brings on another energy. Let me explain what's going on here with some of you. When you have polarities and energies and they come together, they have a magnetism. Y'all getting me? Everything in the universe or everything on earth waxes and wanes. So when it's waxing, it's good. When you come together with your mate and you get married and all this kind of thing here. But energies have to wane so that they can rebuild. So it is not wise for you to be in the bed. It's not wise for you to be in the bed with your woman or you all sleeping in the same bedroom all the time. Because energies start to wane. And when they wane, if you're in the energy and it starts to repel, that's how you come down getting sick. And that's why your relationship get all fucked up. And that's why you don't like it. I can't stand that motherfucking bitch. That's because you don't supposed to be in the same room. The ancients didn't sleep in the same room all the time. That's the caveman. They had one bare skin and they had enough damn room and it was cold. So they had to bunch up together. The women slept in one room and the men slept in another room. When you separate yourself, like me, when I was with Ginger, we had a perfect partnership. And we had a love for each other, but after 7 years, we became great roommates. But that wasn't enough. So when she woke up and say, I got to go, and I'm like the spirit saying, you know, we got to go, and it was mutual. Whenever I started dealing with other sisters, sex became an event. Oh, shit, I'm getting ready to get some. And a month before, I'm sleeping in the bed with booty for 7 years. You see what I'm saying? So it's best if you're going to really tap into some things, you don't need to be in the same bed with the same woman every night. Separate yourself and go in the other room. And then what will happen here is because you're not sleeping in the bed together, the romance will start to build back. And when you come together, it's more of an event and you can go to other levels with it. See what I'm saying? There's also the book, Dr. John Baines' book. What's that guy? John Baines' book, The Science of Love. That's a hell of a book. The Science of Love by John Baines. The Science of Love. It's a hell of a damn book. You see, energies wax and wane. You fall in the damn caveman. You see what I'm saying? Where women are property. You see what I'm saying? And the only reason why you don't have polygamy or polyandry, because you know polygamy came from the... Polygamy used to be the woman's system. The woman used to have multiple partners because it makes sense. She can handle multiple partners. You know what I'm saying? You kill yourself with multiple partners. Her shit is a black hole. She's negative, which means she a vampire. She sucks in and gets your energy. So it makes sense that a woman can have multiple partners. So polygamy was polyandry, which was the woman's system, and later on, after the male patriarchal system, she introduced polygamy to the man for her sisters to get, you know, because it became a shortage of men. But before that, in the Typhonian realm, the woman had multiple men. It's interesting. They had a white girl. She had 2 boyfriends. The government stepped in and said, "God damn it." She had 2 husbands. The government stepped in and separated all of them. So now you dealing with the wrong thing. You see what I'm saying? See, you could always got to look and see some things that's going down. Let me show you what happened. They got a Sunday night on the Oxygen channel. They got a Sunday night sex show that come on every night now. And old wrinkled up old nasty rheumatism ass white woman, old scallywag, sour belly, rheumatism ass, decrepit ass white woman. Why does it always get some motherfucker that look that, you know what I'm saying, look like she ain't fucked since horseback? You know what I'm saying? That's a myth. That's a science. They won't get nobody beautiful up there and shit telling you, oh yeah, this butt plug right here, you know, these white people is into that butt plug shit. You know, she's sitting there with a big ass butt plug about this big. I'm like, goddamn, what the fuck? But them white folks is into them butt plugs. Out of Canada. This big old nasty ass, sour belly ass, rheumatism ass.
And she got a black guy on there that she loves.
Yeah.
Yep, she do.
And she just nasty and shit. Look like you catch cancer from fucking her ass. Woo! But that's a science. It's like they had the Dr. Ruth ass, little nasty little old mongoloid looking ass, little fucking midget ass, mongoloid looking motherfucker. We heard that a long time. They call it Down syndrome now. No, that's a goddamn mongoloid. So they got her on there, Dr. Ruth. But they got this woman on there. So one girl calls in and say, now they got any kind of sex is allowed. You know what I'm saying? You can call about your boyfriend, about your girlfriend, and you might be a girl but calling about your girlfriend, or boy calling about your boyfriend, or whatever type thing here. All of us allowed. But one girl called in and said, I had 2 male partners. She said, oh, no. Oh, no, don't do that. I'm like, wait, hold on. You just got a damn butt plug as big as this shit right here, sticking up a motherfucker ass. This butt plug was as big as this bottle. And she said, oh, no, because she got toys that are good and toys that are not good. The damn butt plug she was recommending was big as this damn bottle. And the next segment, a girl called and told me she got 2 partners, and you talking about no? But there's some spiritual shit up in there on that. There's some spiritual stuff in there up on that. You see what I'm saying and all. Some spiritual stuff on that also. Now, so I want to get you to, so also because we got all these righteous people saying that oral sex was not ours. They got all the temple walls in Egypt where they're doing called kunneling and oral sex. They got a picture in the temple walls in India. They got a picture in Germany that comes from Hemmitt where they're doing the oral sex thing. And we thinking that's white people stuff. The white people got a hold to the Kama Sutra in the 1800s after they conquered India and started reading the Kama Sutra and started doing the oral sex, the British man, and then it went across to the Atlantic to the white man over here, and we had lost the knowledge of all that stuff for licking on the clit. And so all of a sudden we thinking it's a white man shit and it's African. Know what I'm saying? It's African. Get the book Ecstasy Through Tantra, Dr. John Mumford, and they show him eating the cootie cat on the temple walls, pushing the button. Push the button. You see? Because the most advanced and powerful thing on the planet is the clitoris. You see what I'm saying? Is the clitoris. You see? Now, going right along, we're just giving you all kinds of science. Y'all all right? Water is key to melanin. That's why they got in the mythology, they talk about melacines and mermaids and different things. Water is key to melanin. Melanin in the water is key, so if they can dehydrate you, they can shut down the melanin. That's key to melanin, is the water. Black beans is good for melanin. It's highly melanated. Eat a lot of black beans. You know what I'm saying? You can get you some antacids and some shit, but you know, or whatever the deal is, but you can still kick some black beans and stuff, some black beans and stuff. Colonic is good because the simple fact, the word anus and anubis is the same. So one of the gateways, anubis is the opener of the way. So the anus and anubis is the same. Anu. Anup, anu, anpu, anus. So colonics are enemas or whatever type thing you could do. The mystery here is to clean out more than it is diet. It's to clean out. You see, it's to clean out. Now, you wouldn't believe a big nigga like me. On a bad day, I shit five times a day. On a bad day. It kind of slows down when I travel. I do about 2 or 3. No, I got 5 off yesterday. You didn't even know it. I got 5 of them motherfuckers off. On a bad day. You see what I'm saying? The cleaning out is the key. Because I'm never sick. Never sick. Never. Never will get sick. You see what I'm saying? So the cleaning out is the key. That's the key. You know what I'm saying and all, you know. It get kind of rough after about 6 or 7 of them babies. You know what I'm saying? Get kind of rough. God damn it, you know. Till you get to the point, be like, please, I can't go no more now. This shit is excruciating. Now, dealing with this particular aspect, cleaning out is the key. That's the anus. And ear candling, that's the key to melanin. Ear candling. Anybody did ear candling yet? How you candle out your ears? Get some ear candles. Try not find out about it and candle out your ears. That is the mystery. They know that they don't have to do shit. Oh, damn. Stuff falling. Oh man, damn, the money falling. They know they don't have to do nothing because they know that you are stopping things because of the ear and the inner ear nucleus. Trying to find my pen. It's under the table. There you go, man. You all right, man? All right, bro. If I was decent, I'd give you $1. Yeah. Now, it's in African Origins of Biological Psychiatry. You got the book? Yeah. Richard King book.
Yeah, Richard King right there.
Then sold out, didn't you?
Sold out. Yeah, we'll be right over here. Yeah, we sold it.
Sold it out. Hot digging it down. There was one up in here yesterday. Well, Yeah. It's in the book, The Inner Ear Nucleus. Now this is the great mystery in metaphysics. You have the two ears, and you have the inner ear nucleus. This is the inner ear nucleus, and the inner ear nucleus, as Richard King tells you, is the doorway to the temple. It's the doorway to the temple. Now, this is the doorway. This is the doorway. This is the doorway to the temple. Now, this is the mystery. The sound goes in here. That's why music is very key. That's why music is very key. That's why if you got a real system, you know, they sell these things. A real system is separated. For you people don't know, you brothers used to know and y'all used to know, you got to buy the CD player separate, the receiver separate, the turntable separate, equalizer separate. You get some shit made together, that's some garbage. They make that for college women. And it caught on. Now everybody got that piece of shit. You got to go to a pawn shop and get you separate pieces. It's economical because when one piece break down on those things is made together, you got to throw the whole piece of junk together. So you got to get a real system. Okay? Then you want to get you a graphic equalizer because CDs are holograms. They're not like the melanin. A melanin is a carbon disc. It's made off of vinyl, but vinyl is liquid clear, and they have to cook it down to its carbon form, which makes it melanin. Then it has grooves on the vinyl, and then you have that's an actual recording on the vinyl. Then you have a diamond needle, which is carbon. And they found out we used to heal ourselves through the music, so they had to take the LPs away and give you a hologram, which they take out certain octaves in the CDs. But you can override some of these octaves with a graphic equalizer by setting your ranges. See what I'm saying? With a graphic equalizer. The more buttons, the better. Try to get a 10-band minimum. You can go to the pawn shops, they sell them shits for $40 damn. Graphic equalizers, pawn shops. And because of crack cocaine, they got a surplus of this shit all over the country. So get you some systems. Now, you know, there's domestic models and then there's the high-end shit. The high-end stuff now is Denon, and the highest one was Carver, but they went out of business. So now it's Denon is the high-end shit. Now Denon and Yamaha. The Yamaha is the high-end stuff. You really want to get into some stuff here and all. Now, that's why it's key to get the music. It's key to get that. And if you can go, you know, man, it don't make no sense. Don't you know that half the music you buy is old? If you go and get you a fucking turntable, they still make needles. You just got to call around and get you a turntable and stuff, and get you a real turntable. You know what I'm saying? Not no more closing place shits. And get that. And get a diamond needle and stuff like that, and you can go to, man, they sell records, man. I go in, I got a whole room with about 6,000 albums, everything from the 70s, 80s, and whatever. I get the shit for $1. But I mean, I've been collecting for 20 years, but over 20 years. But the point is you can do that. But if you got CDs and you've invested a lot of money, you want to get a system that hooks up with a graphic equalizer. But systems from 99 on up, they don't come with tape monitor. They don't come with tape monitor or tape 1 or tape 2. They're taking that off. See, they're doing the stuff so you don't have to use that equalizer. The key is you can override the bands with the equalizer. You want to get this and stuff because it hits this inner ear melanin. So that means in actuality with some of the CDs, you're hearing music, but you're not really hearing music. You're hearing it, but you're not really experiencing it. So it's coming here, and you can hear it, but it's not coming here. You're not experiencing it because you're not really hearing it. It's coming to the inner ear nucleus. This is the doorway to the temple. This is where the pineal gland is, within the inner ear nucleus. your regular eyesight is a cheat. It just gives you prisms and colors to make this illusion of this matrix seem real. It's a cheat. It's false. Do you know that this eyesight comes from the ears? The eyesight is developed through the inner ear nucleus, and the doorway to the temple, the pineal gland, is within the inner ear nucleus. But this is covered over with wax. It's blocking. And the best thing is to get the ear candles going. Now, some of you people, 40 plus, when you start doing this shit, man, you're going to get enough shit out your ears. It's unbelievable. But you just do it gradually and break down that wax and stuff like that. Break down that wax, and you can tap in. You see what I'm saying? You can tap in. This is the key. This is why they kill most of your muses. Right? Why they killed Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye said, I was tapping into some stuff. Marvin Gaye's last 3 albums was the bomb. That Hear My Dear, well, that I Want You, goddamn. Woo! And they got that new compilation disc, I Want You, and a second disc of stuff that they had in their recording studio that they record on I Want You. They just put that shit out this year. The man was a genius. And he did one, then he did Hear My Dear, and he did his last one. Motown will not release the shit on CD. The government done stepped in and said, no, you can't release that. It's called In Our Own Time. It's a red album cover where he's the God and the devil sitting at the chessboard. And he got fucking spaceships blowing up America. Motherfucker was into some shit. In the vinyl, it came out in 82. 82. It came out, that was the last one on Motown, 1982. And the next year he got on, no, it was 1981. 1981. The next year, 1982, he got on Columbia. And he was getting ready, he did the sexual healing. He's getting ready to take this shit to another metaphysical level. He was getting ready to take it to another romantic level. He was going to reintroduce that, but they started killing the muses then. They had already done put Teddy in the car and then fucked him up. You see what I'm saying? You know, messed him up. You know, when he did that all-woman concert, it's like, you got to go, goddammit. So, you know, they messed him up. Then Marvin Gaye, he was getting ready to, he did sexual healing. He was getting ready to even go to another level. He did 2 albums right after sexual healing, they released after that. But the last one they released is called Romantically Yours, and the shit is still on CD. The first side, that nigga singing like Nat King Cole on your goddamn ass. Some badass shit. The second side, he started going into his style and going to a whole nother level. I said, they had to take that brother out. You see, they killed the muses. You see what I'm saying? The ones that's really doing some stuff on the sexual level and tapping in. That's why R. Kelly ass is in trouble.
You trying to sing like Marvin Gaye now, too.
You see, that's why his butt in trouble. They told him about that shit. They always kill the muses. Roger took him out. Roger made literally a new genre in funk. That shit was like melanin. You see what I'm saying? That shit was like melanin. They always take the muses out. Just about all of them. They've been killing them. They killed Nat King Cole because they say in order for Frank Sinatra to survive, to be the king of that era's music, Nat King Cole had to go because he was the real talent. You see what I'm saying? Took his ass right on off. And they killed all of them. There's a book called Conspiracy Against Rock. And they talk about all of them. They say they don't play around even with white boys. They kill them too. But this white boy's right, he said they killed Jimi Hendrix, they killed Bob Marley. And he ends his thesis with Tupac and Biggie. You see what I'm saying? But they kill the muses because it's got something to do. That's the most powerful thing, because one of the Sufi masters said that the new music would not be, the new religion would not be a religion, it would be a music. So that's why they had to stop the progression of R&B. That's why they had to stop the progression of R&B going to a whole nother level. Going to another level. The inner ear melanin is the key. Is the key to melanin. So clean your ears out with ear candling. Now, going back to anger, which I was getting ready to start with. In this book, Shiva, the erotic ascetic, in here, Shiva destroys the world when he gets angry and releases something called a doomsday horse, a submarine mare called Jalahandra. But it is through his anger that the Kundalini rises. That the Kundalini rises. And that the Kundalini rises. And when he gets angry, that's how he kills people, through his third eye, as it says. Through his third eye, that's how Shiva kills people. Which is the whole concept on how this thing rises. Let me give you an example. Anybody ever got in a fight before? Raise your hands. Yeah, okay, yeah. But anybody ever got in a fight and was winning? There's a difference between getting in a fight and getting your ass whipped. See, the less hands come up. And you got in a fight and you was beating the person's ass, and after the fight was over, the people had to tell you how the fight went. Anybody ever experienced this? That's because that's another zone. You see what I'm saying? So that's anger is another zone. That's why the movie The Hulk. Go rent The Hulk. Don't look at The Hulk. Because you look at it, he's like, oh, it's a sorry-ass movie. The Hulk was played by a no-name, but this was a blockbuster movie. But they got a veteran star in there, Nick Nolte. So follow Nick Nolte's thing. And you see him, how he was experimenting on the sun and doing all this type of stuff. And then at the end of the movie, they got him with the sun, with the sun, and he puts his hand on the sun, and the son said, "You're not my father, get away from me." And he said, "Oh, well, you think I came to see you? I didn't come to see you. I came to see my real son, the one inside of you. You ain't nothing but a frozen shell of consciousness." You see, a frozen shell of consciousness. So, that particular one here, when he got angry, that's when his power came. You see? So anger rises the Kundalini. That's why when the Romans put the religion together, the key was that the Africans couldn't get angry. Because you transform when you get angry. Okay. You got 2 minutes. Now, in this particular myth here, there's a particular myth here where Shiva is playing dice. Shiva is playing dice with his wife, and his wife wins at dice in this particular book. And Shiva gets mad. His wife's providing her. She's so fine in here until they say men just ejaculate on the ground. I just think that's just the essence of the black woman, period. You know what I'm saying? If you get out of the things on what your beauty thing, which is mind control on what is really beauty or not. You know what I'm saying? And that's mind control anyway and stuff like that and all. The reason why I know is because I went to a black college, and like I said, I did 4 years and turned around and did another 4 years just to have a place to stay. You know, so just to have a place to stay. I did another damn 4 years just to have a place to stay. Look like a resident. I was going to get my fucking pension up in that baby. But I spent 8 years in school in between 2 black colleges. And I didn't say I got 2 degrees. I just said I spent 8 years up in that motherfucker. One was a place to stay. I needed 3 hots and a cot. And they had a lunchroom up in that motherfucker. So that the last 4 was lunchroom. I majored in lunchroom. And took 12 hours just to make sure, you know, I got lunchroom and a room and board. And shit, I needed to get to Atlanta. You see what I'm saying? And so, but I was around black women the whole 8 years until I had no desire for white women whatsoever. And I know this is coming from the TV set. I went home because the guy told me when my shoes came back from Italy, I had to go to New York with these big backpacks of designs, and I had to go on the wall and I had to pick out the shoes that was mine off the wall and get paid. So, okay, yeah. So as a result, I went to South Carolina for a month to chill with my mama and stuff, and I watched cable. And I'm watching cable, and I remember going to New York and then coming back, and I was going back to Atlanta, and at the end of that month, I started having this desire for white women after 8 years of not even thinking about a white woman in my mind, and that's when I knew the mind control is in the damn TV set. That's right. And your beauty standards is locked into that fucking TV set and what you think is beauty. You see what I'm saying? And that whole beauty myth thing and stuff like that. But for 8 years, the only thing I could think of was black women. You see, so this is where the shit is coming from. You see, this is where the shit is coming from like that now. So it's very key that you understand that particular part here on how these particular aspects happen. Got to wrap up on that one. Okay, now we're gonna go do the question and answer, right? Okay, let's go to question and answer, and we'll yeah, because this is when it really gets good. When it really gets good. We're going to a question and answer right quick.
All right, my question is, yeah. I'm concerned. What are your thoughts on the crop circles?
I'm surprised how none of the shit never happened in the ghetto. Always around white folks. You know what I'm saying? Always around white folks. What I got spiritually was a hoax. I mean, they ain't translated them. You know what I'm saying? And if they ever tell you we want mankind to behave or we want mankind to do better, that's the biggest hoax going, because mankind was doomed from the beginning because humanity itself is wrong. Humanity is the enemy. This is a fallen state that we are in. And so it was always a cocoon. A caterpillar goes into a cocoon to become a butterfly. And now we're metamorphosizing. So the whole crop circle shit was fake. It's just like the whole UFO thing, the physical UFOs. My point is, this is when you know this shit is fake, when ain't no abductions going on in the ghetto, and ain't no crop circles and no black. So they so stupid to when they do a damn hoax, they so stupid to get the shit right, they can't even get the shit right based on their racism. Who in the fuck gonna come to visit you, and you the last motherfucker ever been on the planet, and we the ancient motherfuckers? You know what I'm saying? Who the hell gonna visit the mutant? The caveman? You know what I'm saying? So they'll let you know that that's the hoax there, but they can't even fulfill the hoax properly because they're racist. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole concept here is it's all.
That's funny, because I always wonder why. I was like, why they only abducting
white people in the crop circles, all in Europe and all in Maine and shit. Why the fuck is gonna be in down Maine? Hell, they got farms down south, and they got niggas down south in Maine. But you know what I'm saying? You know, you ain't here to lick out a damn snake since you've been here on nothing spiritual. But all of a sudden, they're interested in you. You know, the cracker just running his damn mouth. He might run round this motherfucker, but he don't run this shit. We do. You see what I'm saying? But see, you are getting beat up with the power because you're trying to dabble in the realm that he in. By trying to get money or trying to get power his way. Instead of dealing with your spiritual shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't want what he got. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to become a better nigga, you know what I'm saying, in a bigger house, riding a better car. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have no damn car. You know what I'm saying? You see, so we are doing things on the wrong path. The power lies in the stuff that you don't want to deal with because it ain't about money. You see what I'm saying? It ain't about money. You can't get rich off this shit. It ain't popular. You see what I'm saying and all, you know. And then our power is we gonna try to get an army up. It's so stupid. Go get an arm up to fight the white man. You can't beat the devil in what he's good at. You gotta fight him with what you good at. They left all in Hemmitt and in Africa and in the ancient world, they didn't leave no damn blueprint economic plans behind. They only left a whole bunch of spiritual shit behind. You ever thought about that? if we knew we was going to go into slavery, which we knew 5,000 years before, we got the Hemmitt text where they knew they was going to go into slavery. They read it pound for pound on how they was going to be in this strange land and all this shit. And seemed to me, when we came out of slavery, they have a diagnostic blueprint on how to get out of this shit financially. You know what I'm saying? With portfolios and mutual funds and all kind of old bullshit. 401ks and stuff like that. No, you know what I'm saying? They would have had all that shit. They got a bunch of spiritual shit saying that this ain't shit but an illusion. So the white boy, how the hell we gonna come to his black ass? And stuff. Yeah, give me a question.
What do you think of David Icke?
David Icke works for the Illuminati. See, the Illuminati understands that you will never know who they are. So what they do is they can put out all this information, but you can't do nothing about it. Even if you did know who it is, we don't have no standing army, and he only feels a standing army. So he'll come out and he'll give you all this shit on the Illuminati. Then he'll come and start talking about the reptilians, and they're supposed to be the evil race. And the reptilian is a code word for the Kundalini race of people. It's metaphysical. We are the reptilians, which is called, when you see the Uraeus serpent in the crown in Egypt, they're talking about us. So he's working for the Illuminati to get you to get scared of the incoming shit that's going to kick him in the ass. Now you scared of that because he's talking about these reptilians and stuff, which is nothing but us. We are the ones that have that complete access to the pineal gland, so it's a double talk. You thinking it's some old scaly fish men and all that kind of shit. And they're talking about, the Illuminati that he works for is talking about reptilians. He's talking about us as the Kundalini force that's going to do this type thing here and stuff like that and all. My point here, even if I did see a big green man to come down here and start kicking the white man in the ass, I'm not going to line up with the fucking cracker. I'll be like, look, okay, look, I'll tell you what we'll do here. Get them, goddammit. I'd be a fucking fool that done got kicked in my ass all over the planet with this white man, and something come down green, start kicking him in the ass, and I'm gonna line up with the white man to fight this green shit? No, I'll be a green motherfucker too. I say, no, paint me green, goddammit. I'm down with you motherfuckers. Anything to get this damn devil off the planet. You see what I'm saying? I'll say, look, I'll tell you, I'll make a deal so you don't kill no black people. We got about 100,000 fucked up niggas. We'll throw them in. These fucked up dead niggas. We got about 100,000 of them fucked up niggas just for you to get the whole race of white folks. You know, because if I go to heaven and white motherfuckers there, I'm leaving. Getting the fuck on, because I already know about 2 months into heaven, white motherfuckers gonna start running shit. Get to the back of the goddamn cloud. You know what I'm saying? Giving us the generic honey and milk. While they're taking the premium gourmet shit. You know. So yeah, David Icke is working for the government. He's working for the Illuminati that he claims. And that's what they feed you. A lot of his stuff is truth. If you get his particular books on the Illuminati and all that type of stuff, but they know that you can't do nothing about that. But all his stuff about the reptilians and stuff, you know, how the hell white people gonna be from Mars when they ain't been used to this planet yet? You know, I fly across the country. Do you know that most of the United States is non-inhabited? They haven't even inhabited it. And you didn't figure they could give a nigga a couple of bars of land and we could have done some shit? They got literally 90% of this land people ain't even living on. But the cracker going, you can't have none of it. Now you think he from Mars? He that advanced to be that intrigued about the earth? That he can't give a motherfucker a bone? And he's supposed to be from the Mars. If I was from Mars, I'd be like, yeah, y'all can have all this shit. That's like the moon. You know damn well he ain't been in no moon. Since when did the white man go somewhere and then take the shit over? If he had went to the moon, we'd be goddamn having Marriott and McDonald's on the moon right now. Since when did this motherfucker move into something and move away and don't come back? Nigga ain't never been to no damn moon. That's mind control. You see what I'm saying? So that nigga's that white boy is working for the government. Now they got black people reading his shit and all that, and all. Now you scared of some green man or some whatever. I don't give a damn if it's polka dot. If he kicking that white man in the ass, he is my friend. And I'm beginning to like white people. Like I used to talk shit about Michael Jackson until white people start hating him. Now he my friend. You know what I'm saying? Anybody the white man start hating, he my friend. They hate Elmer Fudd, that motherfucker. I'm gonna put him on my refrigerator door. You see, like Carter, you say, we support anything the enemy oppose and oppose anything the enemy support. So if they like black folks, look out. You know what I'm saying? Look out. You know, so that's the way it goes. Give me some questions. What's that?
Right, when you came back in '97,
yeah,
you told my wife, and we used to joke about you because you asked a few questions, she answered, and you said, "Oh, you psychic," to my wife.
Right.
We found that kind of funny because we didn't believe she was psychic.
Right.
However, since we've been doing rituals for the past year and a half, she's been having communication with ancestors.
Yeah, right.
And so I want to share with you some information and see if you have any corresponding information that you received. He told us about, one of the ancestors told us about a month ago that we have a 3-month window. Whereas certain way that the planets is aligned, is messing up one of their devices, that they send frequencies out or something, and to do mind control and image.
Yeah, right. Yes, messing up the white man's devices. Yeah.
Yeah. Now after this 3 months, the device is going to be up and running, and it's going to be a huge surge of negative frequencies to disrupt the masses.
Well, well, the masses have never done anything but died. But the thing about it with us, she's right. First of all, the lineup, they had one on the 28th, but they're having a major one on the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th of November. Harmonics concordance. That's a whole lineup and a planetary lineup. And that's why they're releasing The Matrix on the 5th. But they know that the most of the movie-going audience will come on that Friday, which is the day of the lineup. Like they released the other one on the day of the eclipse and also the time that Planet X was supposed to hit. So they argue she is right, there is going to be this lineup. And all the reason why I know it's real, because this solar flare shit been affecting me, boy. I've been cleaning out like crazy. See, throwing up is good. When you get to a certain level spiritually, there's a pump, it's a nozzle in the bottom of your chakra system. And every now and then when you throw up, your third eye starts pulsating. So when this thing happened, when I threw up this morning, and that was because the spirit was cleaning me out, and I threw up and stuff like that because of these solar flares. So she's right, there is some things like that and all, but it's not going to affect the conscious. Yes, the dead people are going to go through their stuff because the dead people always do. But the conscious won't go through it. You see what I'm saying? And all. Now, but don't get me wrong now. Ultimately, we're all going to end up in the same place. This is not no cult group where we sit around and say how we going to make it and other black people are not going to make it. We are the representatives of so many ignorant niggas that's surrounding us. They don't have to. We are. Hell, they might make it before we do. For every conscious person, you represent so many people in your world that's stupid and ignorant. They don't have to be ignorant, have the knowledge because you got it. You represent them. You know what I'm saying? So ultimately, we all going to the same level. That's the key to this thing here and all. Because energy, whoever has a soul will make it. So yes, she is right about those particular things that's going down. They will be bombarded and stuff. But hell, I don't even know. The way it might go, the white man might not have 3 months. This shit is going so rapid and stuff like that. He's in a black hole he can't get out of. What's that, brother?
Once again, brother, welcome you to Baltimore.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming. Would you go over about the black waters in Florida?
Yeah.
And the whales beaching up in the shop?
Yes, it's interesting you said that. That's a good question. On March the 21st of 2002, they reported these black waters off of Florida, off the coast of Florida, around the Florida Keys. They reported these black waters. It's about 700 miles long and no marine life lives in it. And then they reported it, they said it, but it started coming December of 2001, right after 9/11. They reported these black waters. What we had found out by some of the spirit sisters was that these black waters are all over the world, or they will be coming all over the world. So, I went to Cleveland last year, October of 2002. A couple of months after we heard about the black waters in March of 2002. When I went there, I think it's Lake Erie. Lake Erie in Cleveland. When I went there, the people in Cleveland started talking about, we got the black waters in Cleveland. Okay. I went back to Cleveland to do a lecture, October 2003. This is very interesting. One of the sisters reported that they had a team of black people, not a team of scientists that was going to go into black water and see what it is. And the day that they went into the black water was the day that they had the blackout. Now, if you remember the blackout that happened this August, it was interesting because when it was all tallied up, they blamed it on Ohio, Cleveland. Come to find out that the black waters, as well as Mars being in the air, as far as Mars coming the closest to the Earth, started the blackout. Remember in the Matrix, they said in order for Neo to get to the architect, they would have to black out a certain amount of cities. And they said certain amount of blocks, and they said, yeah, 27 to be exact. Well, what happened was whenever they, what happened was this. Whenever they had the blackout recently, there were some entities that also slipped through. That was those 7,000 that lined up on the East Coast. But there's these black waters. They're in Florida. They're in Lake Erie. They're also in Chicago. They're in Ohio, Cleveland. They're also in Chicago. There's some appearing around Texas and some around New Mexico. These black waters are the return of the goddess Tiamat, which is the form of the Great Mother. And so, on the channel, she said, yeah, I have a new name called Althea Leukeia, and it represents the black waters. And these things is taking over the whole earth. And they scared about this stuff. They announced it on NBC News 1 or 2 days. They had a little bit on the internet, and then all of a sudden they started taking it off of the internet and stuff. But they are very worried about this stuff. And so a lot of this has a lot to do with a lot of spiritual activities and a lot of stuff that's going on the planet. But it's also the return of the Great Mother also. What's that, brother?
Yes. You saying about the Kundalini?
Yeah.
Anger, rising in Kundalini. My son, he's in school and he has an anger problem. And so I was wondering how can I actually get him to control it without killing this buck?
Without killing his power. This basically, it's not really wouldn't kill his power because his anger is misdirected. So therefore, just however way you get him to control it and stuff would be also good for him being so young or whatever the deal is. But this particular anger, when it's ready, it will do damage and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, you know. So in that case, it's okay to go go to his ass. You know what I'm saying? Like that, no, you know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, what's that?
I had an observation like a couple of years ago, and it keeps coming back every now and then. Often it's just this blue ring around the moon. It's very large. It's so large that if you look at it, you have to open your eyes. Your eyes don't open up wide enough to see the whole thing. But it's a perfect circle
around the moon. And the white boy is always trying to explain this shit about ice caps and shit. To be in the summertime, he talking about some fucking ice caps and ice around the moon. You know, some old dumb shit, always doing that. It's no different than, why is it that the last 7 years you can see the moon in the daytime more and more than if you look for it, it's always out there. You see what I'm saying? So that's just another aspect of the energy of the moon and what is really coming into being. And it's sending a message of how this particular thing is. You see what I'm saying? The energy of the moon. You see, so you're seeing that thing, huh? Huh? Right now, all of those particular planets, remember the universe out there is a holographic universe. It is only indicating some stuff that's on the inside of us. And that's why the Kabbalah, you'll see the Kabbalah, they got the moon, the sun, all that shit is inside of us. So the energy that they're talking about, that's just a diagram of some shit that's opening up in us. And stuff like that. Maybe in the feminine principle, the whole moon lunar thing. You see the whole lunar thing, it might have a lot to do with it. You see, so it's a diagram of some energies. Remember, everything out there, they're looking to space and all that kind of shit like that. Everything out there is nothing but a hologram. The real universe is inside of us. And that's like a map, how we mapped. They talk about mapping the ancestors and the stars is inside of us. We have our own universe within inside of us, and that's what that. And so when you're seeing that, that's energy coming from the inner worlds. Coming.
One of the astronauts, the black astronaut, I can't remember his name. He was up at Oregon State like a couple of days ago, and I asked him a question about the United States going back to the moon. If they did go to the moon, would he be on that trip? And he said that the United States doesn't have the technology right at this moment, and it will take an international effort to go to the moon. You know,
right? Well, if they had the technology 30 years ago, why they wouldn't have it now? Because they never had the shit. He telling you right there, they never had the shit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And they still trying to figure out what blew up that space shuttle. See what I'm saying? Fucked them up. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them up. You know, and it don't matter no more because a nigga on there, because it don't save you no more. When them sharks start, for the first time, you know, usually, the sharks and all that stuff, when them animals be fucking up white folks. But the first time in 2001, the shark bit off a black man's leg, that's letting you know, niggas, you all done turned to white people till we can't tear y'all apart now. You see what I'm saying? Now, Arnold Schwarzenegger just won the governorship. Arnold Schwarzenegger, nigga. The word Schwartz means black and nigger means black. Double black. He's representing the hero of the Heru that Hitler talked about in the eugenics program. They talked about a messiah that would come out of the eugenics thing, of the perfect white man from Europe that's unmixed. He comes from Austria, which was a part of Germany at one time. You see what I'm saying? He's a damn Nazi. He said what man to say he praised Hitler? He's a sexist, he's a Nazi, and he's a damn racist. You know, he's feeling on women titties. They call him the gropinator. Goddamn gropinator, feeling up women and shit. You know what I'm saying? He's all that and he wins, but he been running for the damn shit since 1982 when since Conan. He did Pumping Iron in 78. Conan was his first major movie. He been running for it then. That's all a plan. They had a messiah that was supposed to reign for 1,000 years that Hitler was talking about. And as you know, that this particular administration and the whole Illuminati is Illuminati. And Prescott Bush, which is the Bush's grandfather, was in the eugenics program, the same one that talk about the perfect genes of the perfect white man in Nazi. And that's why he called him to congratulate him, and then went out to see him about a week later. Because Arnold Schwarzenegger represents the New Age Messiah. He's already got the hero, Heru thing in his movies. That's why he was the last action hero. It's all a ritual. So he represents that Nordic, Germanic, Aryan cracker that they were talking about of this Messiah. He represents that. And now he's running for the political office and stuff like that, no. Because he represents, so that's a whole ritual that went down. But meanwhile, the spirit realm lashed back, and the other motherfucker from Austria, like him, Roy got his head goddamn bit in by a fucking white tiger, like to fuck him up. 6 feet in Roy. Fucking with them tigers. And then, you know, that little bitch, they say, the tiger was a little disoriented. Motherfucker, he inside of a casino. He in a damn casino, huh? What the fuck? And the first thing they want to do is want to kill the tiger. That's the white man's thinking. You go and get a motherfucker from the wild. They say you can train them, but you can never tame them. As soon as they bite your damn head off, you want to kill them. Same while they got some bears out there, some people sleeping with them, some advocates out there, woman and man, they sleeping with the bears, all the bears and shit, and they protesting against the cruelties in the bears. And them motherfuckers went to sleep with the bears and ate, woke up breakfast. Woke up being breakfast. Ate their ass up. You ate their damn ass up. So it's a trip. Shit is going down. Because remember, they had the shark thing was biting. Remember now before 9/11, they had all these people getting bit by sharks. Same time the shark thing was going on, they was getting mauled by bears out in Denver. They say, the news say, okay, let's do the shark thing because that's new. But they had, man, about 12, 13 crackers got killed by bears out there in the same time, right before 9/11. And they thought that little nice dolphins, flipper, them dolphins fucking them crackers up. Even the dolphins fucking them up. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So all that shit going down. What's that, brother? Give me a question.
Just wondering if you knew of any cases of spontaneous combustion where the individuals that had melanin. I remember, I think Reverend Phil Valentine was talking about that.
No, spontaneous combustion is usually comes through white folks that burn up because of not having the melanin, not having the fountainhead, which is the pineal gland. It's calcified, so everybody has a certain kundalini energy down here. The kundalini energy shoots up in their head, and because it doesn't have a filtering process, they burn up. They had a little white girl in 97 down in Atlanta, 1997. The fire truck came to put her ass out. She was about 2 years old. And it was hot one summer, and they had it on the news, and they was talking to the grandmama. She said, well, she just sitting there on the floor, she just burned up. Just caught on burst of flames. You know, that the energy got to a point and burnt that little white girl up because it was the summer solstice. But I don't know of any aspect of spontaneous combustion. I know of black folks, you know, because the kundalini energy in us is normal in the particular aspect of it's natural. You see what I'm saying? We catch it every time we get the Holy Ghost. You see what I'm saying? Get the Holy Ghost and stuff. You know, so yeah, but I do know of white folks catching on fire. There's a book called Fires from Heaven. Fires from Heaven, if you can get that book. What's that guy's name? It's called, let's see if they have it advertised. I don't know if I got the book right now. It's a book called Fires from Heaven on spontaneous combustion. Give me some more questions. What's that?
It might be kind of stupid, but I was just wondering, were you always into like this, the spiritual, or because I'm wondering, growing up in a white man's world,
right,
and this materialism out
here. Yeah.
Were you ever like?
I was always special. I was an artist. I was a dancer. I used to beat motherfuckers' ass on the dance floor. I was always talented. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have the misfortune of growing up in poverty. I came from a affluent family, middle-class family, but in a small town, my grandmama, who was a thousandaire, that was like being a millionaire. So it was kind of spiritual on that particular aspect, because in that particular aspect, because by me always having, when I got grown, the concept of wanting is because I always had, there's no lack in wanting. So I don't desire the material things like most people do, because I always had. So on one hand, that balanced things out. As far as the spiritual thing, I was talented, and all. I was talented and stuff like that. No, you see what I'm saying? And you know, and in college, and I went through all the material things and all the stuff with wanting stuff like that. But mine, basically, it was a time capsule set off to go off, starting in the mid-20s, and then literally dying at 28, and at 30 starting to lecture. And you know, I'm 40, going on 42 next month, and stuff like that and all, you see. So I'm literally so it's a spiritual thing. Well, as a matter of fact, because before I was going to do the shoe thing, I was going to go to FIT. They had a scholarship for me to go, because they was only going to pick 30-something people around the earth, on the planet, to go to this special design program. And I was already in. My man had already picked me in January because my shit was so good. He just told me to wait till June 31st when they pick the rest of the people. But between that time, you had to have a representative to get in this special program. He got fired. It was about 5 or 6 years later when my ex-girlfriend went to the Native American mound and started channeling and getting information. And the spirits came through and they said, we worked around the clock to get you out of the shoe thing, so you can do what you're doing now. So it's always a chosen thing, but you come into that at a certain time. Yeah, so it's spiritual, and I can remember spiritual things, and they used to point out certain things that went on in my life as a child that I realized they was looking out for me the whole time. But basically, I came into it at a certain point in time that I was born. I was actually born to do this. You got to understand it's spiritual. We just speak. I go around and I speak 7 and 8 hours. And that's a whole 4 days of work. You can't do that now unless it's spiritual and you're getting caught up in the energy, which it only always seems about like 3-4 hours or 2 or 3 hours. And it'd be 7 hours. I did 10 hours in Los Angeles. You see what I'm saying? How the hell you can do that spiritual? So yeah, it's that. No, yeah.
But I'm thinking like, if I listen to like white people, they'll say that that's all mumbo jumbo African stuff. See, I grew up being like in technology,
yeah,
electronics, science.
Right.
So I'm thinking that it's not mumbo jumbo.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah. Let me explain. Let me explain what they do here. The Moors came up into Spain. They left. They opened up 16 universities, and they taught the esoteric teachings and the scientific stuff, and the 7 liberal arts. After they left Spain, the white boys convened and they said, now what we're going to do is we're going to take the esoteric stuff, which is the higher levels on what the physical laws come from, and we're going to separate it. We're going to keep that in the lodge for us, and we're going to give educated people the byproduct of the physical laws, and they separated it. So now you are programmed to think that science has something to do with just the technology on what the white man has, and has nothing to do with spirituality, because they separated it. And meanwhile, they got a lodge in every city, 2 or 3 lodges in every city, and they go and learn that particular education. You see what I'm saying? And so you're thinking you're being educated. This is the occult technology of power. We left one behind. This is the Illuminati's handbook on how you take a people and you basically, if you want to put a people in slavery, the first thing you do is tell them they're free. They're automatically slaves then. You create a damn law and lock their ass down, and they, oh, we free. In here they say education is not allowed in America, so we have training. But real education, hell, it took me 15 years to do this here. Hell, it took me 10 years to get in the zone. So real education is not allowed. You have to do that on the individual level. You see what I'm saying? On the individual level. But you can't go to his schools and expect for him to educate you. So, but that's a byproduct of stuff. So and what it does is it makes you left brain prisoners. So what happens here is you think that this stuff is not authentic because you think that he is the criteria of education. So whenever you hear me talking about this, it sounds crazy and it just don't sound like it's fully right because the simple fact you've had somebody to come in and give you the wrong blueprint in mind control to think that he is the criteria of education. So it makes you a left brain prisoner. And so therefore you have to deprogram your mind. So it was a reason why I couldn't read good until the goddamn, well, it's questionable now, but I couldn't read good before the damn 7th grade. And I believe I fucked around and I forgot all my goddamn timetables. And adding is all about, oh shit, adding and subtracting, I believe that bitch is about gone. The math skills is completely deteriorated. You see what I'm saying? But one of the sisters said, well, if you were to learn hard-nosed academia, because I was an artist, so you know all you do is draw, and so if you'd have learned hard-nosed academia, you wouldn't be able to tap into this. You'd be stuck on the left brain side, and everything would have to be a certain way. So I'm looking at this through the eyes of an artist and spiritual eyes, so therefore I get further with it than people, you know, than people is trained in that hard-nosed academia level. So that's one thing. That's one thing that has a lot to do with it and stuff like that. No, yeah. But then again, on the other hand, it opened up some certain forms of genius because I wasn't tampered with. By being in the arts, I was not tampered with mentally by becoming a left brain prisoner in his educational system, so therefore I could tap into stuff on a whole nother level spiritually and even become more advanced because of the simple fact I'm not shut down by thinking the way he wants you to think. Oh, I got to see this shit. It's got to be tangible. You know, and the reality is never seen. The illusion is always what's tangible. Okay.
This question comes from Dawn, and her question is, who are the Great White Brotherhood?
Okay, the Great White Brotherhood is not it's a mystical, it's not white folks, it just means the crown chakra, like the upper room. The Great White Mystical Brotherhood, it means the crown chakra or the upper room. Like illumination? Like illumination. It's a metaphysical thing. More than it is the white, what you call it, you know, they talk about the Great White Brotherhood. It means illumination. It's a metaphysical thing for the crown chakra, the upper room. You see what I'm saying? The capstone. You know, things like that. So that's what that is. It's talking about when you become illuminated, you become a part of the enlightened ones. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. What's that, sister?
You had talked about how, you know, you had come from your designing career.
Yeah.
That you knew, it was like an aha moment or whatever.
Yeah.
Where you knew that's what you were destined to.
Yeah.
But how would the everyday person, how would they figure out, and even if you know.
If you are in the consciousness right now, you have already made the step forward. Can you think about, for your consciousness, there's about 100,000 people that don't have a fucking clue. For every one conscious person we got. You have already, sometimes, your destiny is to learn. You got some people as teachers, but your destiny is to learn, which in the Kabbalah they got a spirit, it's called understanding. And that's the ultimate thing. Once you understand, so your destiny, you're already doing it. For the mere fact we are here on a Sunday night, a Saturday night, when we supposed to be out partying before, and 15, 20, 30 years ago, we wouldn't have dare been in here. It's amazing. Black people trying to learn something. You know what I'm saying? Right. We never did like the reading and writing shit. Let me come in without that reading and writing shit. So it's something in us, so you doing it. You are partaking into it. They say the return. Do you know that the Egyptians talk about there will be a time that there will be a resurgence of this knowledge, and there won't be a group of Egyptians that will be living in America that will bring back Mayat. Do you know that's what happened with us in this consciousness thing that's going on? Now, I'm not excluding the people, other brothers and sisters in the diaspora, but the spearhead of this thing, the conscious group, is in America. You know, they got some brothers and sisters in London that's picking up shit and going with it. Where we were 13 years ago, they're just now coming out of the Afrocentric thing. Now, when the brother Valentine went over there last week, they don't want nobody but Bobby and Valentine because they're ready for the metaphysics. Although I've been teaching the metaphysics for 12 years, but the concept here is, they talk about a people bringing this stuff back. We are that people. So you are fulfilling prophecy by being here because we are the return of the great old ones. You see what I'm saying? And everybody else who partake in this particular aspect of things, you see what I'm saying? Which is some Africans and some Caribbean and stuff like that. Now, but the basis of the hub of the consciousness in this particular thing right now is the ones that was the most in the most deepest part of the cemetery, the hells of North America.
But all of us aren't supposed to be like metaphysicians. Like
No. I'm not talking about. Yeah, I'm saying.
So I'm saying what you're supposed to do. Like you're supposed to be
yeah.
a metaphysician. So, like my brother feels that he is supposed to be the first black poker champion. So my question is, if you know what you're supposed to do, how do you do it after you know? Like how did you get to do what you know
okay,
you're supposed to do?
Then in that case, it's a question of using your power. That's the difference now. You know we got the power now. It's a question of using the damn power. You know what I'm saying? It's a question of using the power. So now, in this particular case, you pick what you want to do and you use it. You got the power that's returned. You see what I'm saying? That's returned. I just wouldn't be looking too close in the future because I'm going to tell you, the white boy shit is damn near finished. You know what I'm saying? So before you even get going, it might be a whole nother thing. Explain what you're going to do in the future very soon. Because they also talk about we're going to be the ones that's got to kill off all this fucking damn counterfeit spirits, they call them, that don't have souls. You see what I'm saying? We are the damn people. Who would ever think a no good, naughty head nigger is the ultimate? That we are even higher than the gods. We are even higher than the gods. Oshun, Legba, Oya, and all of those, we're even higher than them. That's what Jesus said in the mythology. Just as I have done great works, greater works ye shall do. Because they got to go to rest. They've been up and running for umpteen million years, and so they need to go rest. We are higher. We're the highest thing in the damn universe now. You got to recognize. Once you recognize that you running the shit, I'm the shit and I'm running shit. You know. Then you know what time it is. And all I got to do is I get some stuff and I start cursing them out. I get what I want. And I'm getting ready to really pitch a bitch. You know, but I get what I want. But I ain't being practical. I don't want all the other little shit that the white man got. I want one thing, and just to get this wall started. I want to kick a motherfucker up in the ass. Ass whipping and bubble gum, and I'm fresh out of bubble gum.
You got 3 people in 15 minutes.
Yeah, you see. Yeah.
This question like about movies.
Yeah.
On one of your tapes,
yeah.
It was one of your lectures. You was talking about your book about vampires and werewolves.
Yeah.
It was called, you mentioned it earlier.
A
little pamphlet you wrote about them.
How to eat melanin people?
No, about werewolves and Frankenstein. You talking about how they was writing about themselves. I was going to ask you how that corresponded, like the new Matrix movie, how they was talking about werewolves and all this good stuff like that.
Oh, talking about the one. Did you see the one? Talking about the one in Underworld? Did you see that one?
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah.
Yeah, all that's in mythology.
All right.
You see what I'm saying? All that's in mythology. They take from those particular aspects. You see what I'm saying? Like the Merovingian. You saw the Merovingian that was in the Matrix.
Yeah.
The Merovingian bloodline is supposed to be the bloodline of Christ. It was found in France. The ancient Egyptians was some Gnostics that did the Gnostic religion was some Coptic Egyptians. When the Romans copied their religion and turned it around and said, oh, Jesus Christ came and was walking around and all that shit. They were like, we got a Jesus in Egypt. And this our shit, you copied our shit, so the Romans started killing them off. You see, because they wanted to make it into some old shit to put people in slavery by worshiping this person when the original Jesus or the one of the Coptics was talking about inside of us, your soul. So the Romans started killing them off, and they started killing off the Gnostics, and some of them fled on up into France. That's why the city of Isis, Paris. And those were called the Cathars of the Merovingians. And so that's why he's wearing all that black. You see what I'm saying? The Merovingian bloodline. So they put, that's just the mythology and some of the history thing that they're dealing with on that particular level. Is you know, is anything else? I mean,
just like, I'm going to ask you what Agent Smith represents inside the movie. Because like he can clone himself and jump around people.
Well, but not only that, he passed through Neil, so that means he got some of Neil's messianic energy. So you see what I'm saying? I don't know how they're going to, you know, run it and stuff, you see what I'm saying? But he said, I changed when I passed through you. He got some of that melanin. That's why Neil wears all the dark clothes.
And his suit is black now, it was red first.
Yeah, right. Well, hell, Luke Skywalker, when he went after in Return of the Jedi, he comes back wearing all the black. You see, wearing all the black. You know. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, I have a question about.
Talk up a little louder, please.
I have a question about divining rods.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about them?
It's just like the pendulum and stuff. There's several things. You can use the divining rod. You can use the pendulum. These are just things of energy and force fields that come about, and you can do things with those things and all, you know. But you usually get yes or no questions, but they all work. Yeah. They all work, though, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What's that?
I'd like for you to speak more on the elixir, whether you should make it yourself and the whole process.
Well, the one who makes it is the one who's supposed to be making it. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to understand what you mean by make it yourself. You got other people making it or something? Or what you mean?
I was given some, and I was wondering, you get a better energy if you make the elixir yourself.
I guess so. It's just like any other ritual. Yes, the elixir, like I said, there's two active ones. There's Windsor Canadian whiskey and Gordon's London Dry Gin, but that's also given to Otincha Th Shayola. Otincha Th Shayola. Spell it Ebonics the best way you can. That's Otincha Th Shayola. Otincha Th Shayola, and that is given to the Gordon's London Dry Gin. You mix it all together, and Windsor Canadian whiskey. Then there's one called Cacumbo El Cristo Negro, which is, you know, the Apollo deity. That El Cristo Negro consists of Windsor Canadian whiskey and white rum, any white rum, and you mix that together. And that's El Cristo Negro or Cacumbo. Cacumbo, you see what I'm saying? So those are two that you can do. That's good for heat. It's good for any kind of. It's also good to get the wee-wee right. The tallywhacker, the Johnson, the dipstick. Because Cacumbo is a sexual entity. He's a sexual entity. Although I did it with the what-you-call-it and stuff, you know, and it wasn't nothing wrong with me. It's just that I had to be with a certain sister that didn't turn me on to get a certain amount of energy. She had the goods now. And I had to go through her to get what I had to get because of a certain house of energy. You see what I'm saying? But she was tore up from the flow up. So I had to resort to some other measures, you know, to do the thing and all, you know. I mean, you know, she was tore up from the goddamn flow up. And the only way I could do something was through some type of other help me. But, you know, and stuff like that. You know, but she had the goods, though, because, see, they're going to send you. There's certain energies they send you. You got a certain attractiveness, but see, that's the physical. Then they'll send you one that don't look like nothing. That don't look like nothing that a damn Godzilla will mess with. So I damn near about to cry. Oh shit! So I called one of the oracles. She said, "You got to go through with it, because that's the She got the goods. That's the Sheena Master. Sheena Master is the one in one of the goddesses in the Hindu mythology. Get the Hindu Goddess book by David R. Kinsley. And in that, Sheena Master is the one, she's so powerful till when she's screwing, she cut off her own head. So she said she's the Sheena Master. She got some of the power. You see what I'm saying? But God damn it, I should have known when she took that Greyhound to Atlanta. She got off that bus with that Roy Rogers outfit on, looking like fucking Gene Autry and shit. And I had to shave her ass. That was a mess, man. I had to shave her ass. I said, oh, Lord, have mercy. I had to shave her chest, shave her goddamn beard and shit. But the Spirit said, now you're going through the journey. If you don't go through the dragon, you don't get the goods. So right after 9/11, I had to hit the dragon. And that's all a part of the you know, you see the hero's journey? There's a part that he got to go through the final battle with the dragon. So they say she the Sheena Master. And she was literally retarded. Don't get me wrong. You know how you say mental retarded as a figure of speech? No, this motherfucker was flicked. She was retarded. She was retarded. And I had to sleep with her. I said, where your lipstick? I don't buy lipstick. I only buy lipstick from the dollar store. I hid out in the house with her for like 4 or 5 days. I didn't go nowhere. I snuck her to the movies late one night. God, and I swear, no, I'm telling you, these are spirit. Look, just read the mythology that I'm telling you, and you'll have all these different types of stories. You know what I'm saying? It's like the story in India where the guy goes 100 years to find God, don't find God. He goes another 100 years to find God and don't find God. And then he goes another 100 years, and he's about to give up. He said, damn, I can't find God. But he remembered the only person on the side of the road was this prostitute. So he go up to the prostitute on the third 100 years and say, can you tell me where God is? She said, I'm God. He said, but you're a prostitute. She said, that's what I am. So these are these things. So I had to go through my shit with this motherfucker, retarded motherfucker him. Because all the other sisters was beautiful. Oh, it was just fabulous. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I got to go through. I prayed. And so the Kakumbo said, look, you do what I say, and every night at 12 o'clock I will come through, and I help you out. So at 12 o'clock, on the dot, he'd come through. But I drink that elixir, but he would come through, and we would do what we have to do. The last night before she left, something in her stomach went, after we got through, something said, "Ah!" I said, what the fuck is that? It was some energies or some, it was like some voices crying out. I said, oh God, what the hell is that? It was in her, she said, oh! She said, what's that? It was crying out inside of her. It was like I opened up a gateway, but she had the power though, and I had to get that energy. I